Doctor?
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood.
Doctor?
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, 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 hands up high. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Can I get a thumbs up if you guys can hear me in the chat? I just want to make sure, the audio be janky sometimes. I'll be trying to work through it. Hey, Cynical One, welcome in. Hello, hello. Thurman, welcome in. I see Choco Kitty. Hey, Choco Kitty, welcome in. I appreciate everybody coming through. I know this is not the normal Saturday stream, as I have stated or put on my page in a post. June's going to be a busy month for me, y'all. Like, when I tell y'all that the majority of the people in my family and the people that I know are freaking Geminis, I don't even know what I did to attract so many Geminis, but like literally, the people I get along with the most, and I have three nieces and nephews born to one of my sisters, meaning she had three kids within a week span. Like they're all of their birthdays are in a week span of each other. Neither of them are twins. So it's going to be a busy month. I'm going to have to fit in my lives where I can because I literally have something planned for every weekend going forward. So we're going to be moving some things around. Um, but I appreciate y'all being here. You could be anywhere in the world, but right now you're here with me, and I appreciate that. And let's see, what else do I want to talk about before we get started? I'm going to do today kind of like a generational breakdown. I want to talk about the strengths and weaknesses of the last 5 to 6 generations. I know on the thumbnail I have Boomer on down to Gen Alpha, but I think I am going to talk a little bit about the silent generation also. I was having a discussion with one of my close friends this weekend, and she's actually a Gen Xer, but she's raising Gen Z kids, right? And just hearing her describe like the differences, and then me being a millennial in the middle of that, listening to her describe, how they grew up and how she's trying to raise her kids and like the fears and the expectations and just all of the things that come with the different generations are the things that I want to discuss today because I feel like, boomers, you hear the whole okay boomer and they get a bad rep. They get a bad rep. And I'm not saying they don't for good reason, but I'm saying let's just kind of unpack some of this. Let's go into it. And then I'm going to drop the link. I do, well, I'll save that maybe. I might have a special guest who might be coming up to discuss it with us. We'll see. Hey, twin, welcome in. I'm glad you are here. You know what? Cynical, let me see. Hold on 1 second. To my comment. Cynical. This is true. Libras usually do get along very well with Gemini. I think it's the whole air sign thing, with us both being air signs. But yeah, that is very true. So let's see. the first thing that I did want to do is show a video because what good is a discussion without a little bit of a visual to go with it? And I think this gentleman breaks down kind of the issue with the boomer generation pretty well. I'm going to start with the video, then I'll go into my monologue because I did take some notes on the differences in the generations. And then I guess we'll have kind of like a little, not quite war, but I do want to have a back and forth discussion with, everybody out there who falls into the various categories. Because I know my audience ranges. I have people in their 50s, people in their 60s, all the way down to in their 20s. And I appreciate all of you being here. I think it's important that we kind of do this little analysis. It's something different outside of what um, the overall space is discussing right now. So if you need a reprieve from the conversations that are currently happening, that is what I am here for. So congratulations. Thank you for finding me. All right, first things first, let's get this video shared. And then actually, I want to play the background song, but I want you guys to let me know if it's too loud because I think last time I did have it too loud. And where is my media? I see the media. It's going to come in loud to begin with, but no, actually I can adjust it now. I think here will be good. And if y'all could hit the like button for me, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let me see. Okay, hopefully that's not too loud. Is it too loud? Can you hear it? Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear it? Hey Brownie, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Is the background too loud? The background noise, background music? I'm gonna keep talking until somebody says yay or nay. Right now it doesn't look like it, so okay. Let's see. Hey, all right. Well, I'm glad to help you get through your workday because it's low. Okay, let me turn it up a little bit. I'm glad to help you get through your workday because I know a lot of people, when they go live, they help me get through mine. I know y'all are like, Kenji's on here all the time. It's because I work from home and I work on computers, so I have the ability to kind of like have it as noise in the background. And sometimes, I'll chime in the chats where I can. But yeah, I'm always happy to help somebody get through their workday, just like, people help me get through mine on here. So, all right, what was I doing? I lose my train of thought. I was sharing my screen. Okay. And actually, before we continue on, I'm gonna pause the music and no, I think I can. I'll turn it down just a bit while he's talking. Okay. All right, let's check out why the millennials and the Gen Zers are making all of the sacrifices. So I'm coming in hot. We're already shooting at you, Gen Xers, Boomers, and anybody left in the silent generation.
The boomers and the younger generations have beef is because we're making all the sacrifices and boomers aren't making any sacrifices, especially the rich boomers. Think about Social Security, not the boomers who need it to live, but the rich boomers. If you're making $500,000 a year on real estate and investments, why are you still collecting your Social Security check? Why don't you put that back into the system? Well, because I worked my whole life. You're not just going to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from me. That would be unfair. You know what's unfair? Adjusted for inflation since 1980, the average house today should be 200 grand. Instead, it's 400 grand. So because of your poor leadership over 30 years, we got fucked at a $200,000. And here's the hidden cost. $400,000 loan at 6% is another $500,000 of interest over 30 years. And then you like to remind us, well, we had 14% interest rates in the 80s. Yeah, for 15 minutes. And then you got to refinance. And what was your property tax on your $60,000 house? $600 a year? You know what our property taxes are because of the elevated prices? $3,000 to $5,000 a year. Over 30 years, that'll be another $150,000 to $200,000 stolen. And while we're waiting to save for a house, adjusted for inflation, we should have $900 rent. Instead, it's $1,500 to $2,000. We're now being screwed another.
Ooh, baby. He came in hot. Everything he said, everything that this man said was so true. If you even compared the housing prices, like, oh, I remember looking to buy a house probably 5, 6 years ago, and the cost difference in housing prices then versus housing prices now, insane, insane. And the rents, like, I don't know if COVID had anything to do with it. I don't really want to go into that too much, but I will say, just post COVID, the way that all the rents skyrocketed, it's insane. So like, I know that was a lot. He's rambling it off, but he's like fire, fire, rapid fire, boom, boom, boom. He's hitting points. So just stay with me. We're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna try and break some of this down afterwards.
Screwed another $10,000 a year every single year we wait to buy a house. You got to rent for $150 to $250 while you were saving for a house. Then you want to talk about college? Your generation told us, go to college, spend the 50 to 100,000, it'll work out. Didn't work out for all of us. The interest accrued. It takes 20 years for some people to pay that shit off. Another $100,000 that we were screwed out of. When you got to go to college in the 70s for a few $100s, a few $1,000s in the 80s, work at an ice cream joint in the summer and pay it off, and we're stuck with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt to an industry that's no longer even working for us. Then what about healthcare? When you were raising kids in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, what was your healthcare cost, boomers? Peanuts. It is now $27,000 for a family of four through an employer health care plan. What's that over 10 years? Another 300 grand? What about 20 years? Another 600 grand stolen from us because of the high healthcare prices. Again, nothing was done. And lastly, daycare, 12 to 1,500 per child. 2 children in daycare, $30,000 a year for some families. 2 years of 2 children in daycare, $60,000 stolen. 60 grand. That's probably what you paid for your house in the 80s. We, the millennials and Gen Zers, are being robbed, every single one of us, because of the cost of living and inflation and the $40 trillion of fucking debt. We are each being robbed $2 million a piece. And the boomers, not a single sacrifice made. You won't even let us build affordable housing near your neighborhoods because your housing price will go down 10 to 20%. And you know what you're going to write in the comments, boomers? I sacrificed. I got up every day and went to work. What the fuck do you think we're doing? How, if we're being robbed $2 million a piece, how are we not working 60, 70, 80 hours a week? Ask anyone 25 to 40 that you see how many hours a week they work and how many jobs they have. It is time for the rich, especially the rich boomers, to make this right. And the boomers who are still middle class and the boomers who are struggling themselves, let's be on the same team. Stop talking down to us and just recognize that we need to make a change in this country and help us. We're sick and tired of taking every single thing on the fucking chin and then being called lazy for it. The reason that the boom...
Yeah, y'all heard him. He was snapping. That man was hitting points. Hey, LA, welcome in. Silent. Let me make sure I got what you said. Hold on. You said you were looking at a house. When you were looking for a house, it was 68,000. The following year, yes, it was insane. It was insane, Silent. When I tell you, like, townhomes here were going anywhere from 80 to, I would say, 150 for a decent one, and to have the price go up to damn near double, I couldn't believe it. All I could do was just watch, like, okay. And hey, Marcelo, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through on the vertical. Thank you for being here. If you all could hit the like button for me, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. But yeah, like, the cost of everything has gone up. We're in the middle of inflation. They're talking about recession and all of these things. And in the meantime, you hear, go have a bunch of babies, go buy a house. This generation is lazy. All you want handouts. And it's like, who said that? Like, most of us are working. There aren't a whole lot of people out there who are proud welfare kings and queens, right? Most of us are either working a job, a regular 9 to 5, we're entrepreneurs, or we have hustle gig culture. And it's just insane to me, that thought process that we don't want to work to live. That's all we seem to be doing, is working to live. I don't know about y'all, but I work a hell of a lot. Even, outside of what I do for YouTube, I have an actual job, a regular 9 to 5, right? And I know, like, most of the people that I know do as well. So it's just, it's kind of, I don't know, the idea that people are just skating by, or like we all have this hippie sort of mindset. It's crazy to me, to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Like, bitch, how long am I supposed to hold these bootstraps for? I'm confused. I've been, you know what I mean? Um, Barb says the overall price of a house in Southern Ontario is roughly $839,000 Canadian, depending on your exact location. That's crazy. Okay, Marcella, you're gonna have to stop spamming the chat now. I don't know if you're here to play or what you're doing, but I'm gonna have you zapped if you don't stop spamming the chat. There's no point in doing that. Chill out. Okay, so I'm gonna take this down. Stage. One second. Okay, so essentially why you're here today is because I just kind of wanted to have a talk about, like, I don't even know how to verbiage this correctly. The generational relations, I guess is what we're going to call it. So I think every generation thinks the one before them is outdated and the one after them is doomed. Like, even down to the music. I heard somebody talk, I think it was 18th, if I'm not mistaken, the last time we had a discussion. I wanted to bring this up. I think the point missed me. But he was talking about like the golden age of music, which was like, I think he said like the 90s and how good the music was then. But I thought about it, and I thought, every generation thinks that their music is the best music, and that the music that comes after them is trash. Have y'all noticed that? Like, from the 70s, they thought that music was trash. Then the 80s came along, they thought that music was trash. Then the 90s came along, they thought that music was trash. The generations before never seemed to appreciate the creativity and the um, ingenuity of the generations that come after, because they just don't understand them. Hey, Third Ward, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. So I think when we look back through, like, the black community, and I'm using that term loosely because I know everybody feels like there's no community, okay? When we look back through the black community, I think these generational shifts that we see are not just about trends. For us, it was about survival. It was about evolution. It was about the triumphs or the traumas that we passed down, right? Um, Today we're going to be looking over like the last 5 generations, 5 or 6, I said. We might touch into the silent generation, which was the generation that raised the boomers. But the generations that I do kind of want to go over would be boomer, Gen X, millennial, Gen Z, and down to the alpha or Gen Alpha. And let me see. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. You said, nah, this that's out right now is straight trash. You know what? You might have a point, Choco Kitty. But I'm not gonna say all of it is bad. I was not a fan of the mumble rap. You know, so who knows? Who knows how generations after will view the current set of music, the trends that are popular today. I mean, some of it's repeating. Like, I see the baggy jeans, baggy clothes. That was the stuff that was worn in like the 90s during the grunge era. That stuff's coming back right now. The mom jeans and all of that. So, I mean, who knows? Even with the TikTok dances, I see a lot of people, my nieces, coming up to me wanting to show me her new TikTok dances that she learned. And it's music that was like part of my generation, and she's showing me the dance. I'm like, that's not the dance. That's not how we did that. But okay, I'll let you have that one. But um, I don't know. It's an interesting phenomenon. I saw something. Brownie said the creativity has degraded a lot. And do you think part of that is due to it becoming easier to be quote unquote creative? Like, for instance, when we have things like AI, where people are using that to substitute what would have been manually produced creativity. You think that that has a lot to do with it? Because the more technologically advanced we are getting, I think to some extent creativity grows in one way, but it's degrading in others. I think shortcuts, we kind of had this discussion a while ago about the shortcuts and how people will, quote unquote, cheat the system. Like I've been seeing people selling AI art and like having hundreds, like $100 price tags, more than a single hundred price tag on it. And I thought that was insanity. As an artist, as somebody who is a mixed media artist, and I don't really like go into that a whole lot on this channel, but to know that somebody can go and create something with AI using prompts for the most part, and then want to be paid hundreds of dollars for it. I mean, where there's a supply, there's a demand, and there's a sucker born every day. But I would rather learn how to do the AI myself than to, not to crap on anybody's hustle, but I'm just saying, hundreds? Are you kidding me? Okay, I probably sound like a boomer myself right now. I'm gonna let that go. Third says, I think the difference between the music of the 90s and the music of today, even though there was some derogatory music in the 90s as well, the 90s had love music, and that's what made people come together. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the 90s R&B was about love or love making. Today they sing about fucking. It's not about love making anymore. It's not about confessing your love. It's about how nasty, how down and dirty you can get. And I think that's the biggest difference. There's no love in it anymore. Um, you said the music today is about killing ops and being drug addicts. Yeah. Hey, Black Beauty, welcome in. May, welcome in. Thank you for coming through. Okay. And thank you, Tiff, for posting up the Cash App. I don't ask for Cash Apps, but if y'all ever feel generous enough to share, I am appreciative of every dollar. I just want to put that out there. So thank you for that. Let me see. LA. We got Randy in the house. He says, I don't know what the hell, what generation. I was born in 83. We are a mix of Gen X and Millennial. They're called Zillennials, I believe. Zillennial with an X, I think it is. XEL. Yeah, if you're on the cusp, there's like a 4-year period there that overlaps between Gen X and Millennial. You wouldn't really be considered upper millennial. You're like in that bracket, I believe. And said, Barb says, yes, no thought into it. Okay, I just want to make sure. Hello. Hey, Chakra Love, thank you for coming through. Coach Ferg, appreciate you coming in as well. Thank you so much. He said, AI will have all y'all kids begging in the street. You know what? We're implementing AI at my job, and I'll be honest with you, Coach Ferg. I used it lightly. Like I would use it to reform my own ideas, to sharpen them to some extent, to make sure that there were no errors and that kind of thing. And now I see that the job is pushing more towards us using it more heavily. And I don't know how to feel about that yet. I'm on this side of learning how to be I'm gonna leave that alone. Um, I don't want to go too much into my business, but I'm just gonna say I want to work with it rather than against it, but be on the side where you need me to run it more so than it's going to run me out of a job. I'll put it that way. Um, Third says, I think AI music nowadays is dumbed down because of the people of this new generation are dumbed down. We use devices called smartphones, but in reality, smartphones are making us dumber by the day. Hundreds of dollars for an AI painting. Yes, Fran, hundreds. Absolutely. I was shocked and appalled. Oh, okay. Then I thought, wait a minute. I'm not gonna hate on your hustle. Are people paying this? Like, are you actually getting sales? Because I might need to. We might need to talk. Um, we the people allow our electronic devices to think for us, and it's caused us to become lazy. We can look up information within seconds and minutes. Back in the day, we had to go to the library and search. Yes, yes. Now, third, I'm guessing you're an older millennial. Um, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna talk about. Do you remember there was a period in the when I was very young when you go to the library and you had to go like look up the number that the what did they call it? Damn, what did they call it? I want to say it's the Dewey Decimal System, and I could be wrong about that. Let me Google it. How do you even spell it? Dewey Decimal System. Is that right? Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm thinking of. When I was little, that's what we had. So to come from that's how you had to like go about finding your research to now, like you said, seconds, not even minutes, seconds. Okay. 90s music is the worst. It gave y'all Diddy and R. Kelly songs. You know how many of these 90s babies was probably born to a Diddy or R. Kelly song, if we keeping it real. You're an 80s baby and the music today is trash. You agree. So that's what we collective that's where we this is where we all come together as a community is to tell the world how much we hate the music of today. Is that what's happening? Okay. Um can somebody go over to the vertical and give Marcelo a timeout, please? Marcelo, I've been trying to let you rock, but you're doing the most right now. And I think you need a nap. Nap time. Night night. The military is bringing AI, and workers have been put on notice. The hard reset is coming in 2028 to replace automated workers by the millions. Yeah, we had to evolve, and we are getting ready for a new world, regardless if we like it or not. Exactly. I mean, you can fight it kicking and screaming, but whatever's going to happen is going to happen anyway. Like, I know I remember Baum talking about how we could kind of thwart AI in a way and start like giving it bad information or bad answers to make it less efficient. I mean, I heard what she said, but in the grand scheme of things, we've been heading this way for a long time. Like, they've been showing us Skynet movies forever. Like, we always knew that we were going to get to this point. I just don't know if we knew it would happen as quickly as it has, but it's coming, whether we want it to or not. You said you turned 36 in May. All right. Third, said the library made you read. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people do that today. Said they stole everything from you and they're giving it back. Yes, Dewey Decimal Systems made us smarter. Okay. Kids of the new generation don't even know what an encyclopedia is, let alone how to use one. Imagine, oh, and we're gonna get into that a little bit, but like, that's what the boomers had back then. Like rotary phones. I remember seeing my grannies, not excuse me, not my grannies, my great grandmother, rest her soul, had a rotary phone. And I used to go to her house and play with that phone. Every summer we would go down to Tennessee. And that was one of the highlights was being able to play with that dang rotary phone. Because you just didn't see it anywhere. Let me see. Uh, da, Barb says she loves her some R. Kelly music. She don't give a. All right, Barb, I hear you. I hear you. Look through those cards. Mm-hmm. You said you'll stay. Thank you, LA. Appreciate you. And Skynet. Absolutely. Listen, they've been telling us about Skynet for a long time. We knew we were getting to this point. I think I'm all caught up. So the 90s had some good music. You're going to have to disagree with Coach Ferd. You and your female coworkers used to always work and talk about music on Saturday. All right, got you. Got you. Okay. All right. Hello. Everybody has been addressed. If I missed you, I didn't mean to. Don't hold it against me. So let's talk about these boomers. Let's go right into the boomers. Now, why is the boomers like They're the everybody hates Chris of the generation. Why do y'all think that is? Um, to give context, and actually, what I wanted to do was go through the generations before I even get started. So, the silent generation was roughly the generation born 1928 to 1945. And what they were known for was like resilience and discipline, and they were the foundation of institutional civil rights, right? And then we had the boomer generation, which was born right under the silent. That's 1946 to 1964, roughly, right? They were about community organization and the peak of political activism, like the whole Black Power, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, like the people around that generation, right? Then you had Gen X, who were the children of the boomers. That would be 1965 to 1980, which would be my mama's generation. Um, they were about independence and adaptability, and I think I would also say probably navigating systemic integration. Then you had the millennials, which would be my generation, and that would be like the 1981 to 1996. And um, I think what would I say we are known for? Um, as far as Black people go, I'm specifically speaking on our, community. I would say maybe globalizing the fight for equality, Black equality. I would say probably like especially with the protests and things that have happened. Everybody's not going to agree with that, but that's just my personal opinion on it. And then we have Gen Z or like the Alpha generation that's 1997 into the present. And I want to say there may even be a Beta generation born now, like the 2000, no, excuse me, 2025 kids and up. Anyways, I would say Gen Z is probably more like radical authenticity, and they're trying to deconstruct the systemic normalities, like the traditions that were set forth before them. These Gen Z kids and the Gen Alpha kids are rejecting traditionalism as a whole overall from what I've seen. um, and again, let me go ahead and start with my little spiel. I am not an expert in anything. These are all my opinions, and we are here to have a conversation. This is just us doing social commentary on a topic that I felt like I wanted to explore with you, right? Um, okay, let me get caught up. I see some more comments have come in, and you says every generation thinks they were the best generation. That's true. That is very true. I think so. Every generation thinks that the previous generation was not as smart as them, and the next generation is going to be way dumber than them. That's what I have seen. You said you're the product of two boomers. And Barb says Gen X is fire. Okay. Third says, let's keep it a buck. Most people nowadays can't even remember people's phone numbers by photographic memory because us programming numbers into our phones has dumbed down our minds and memory skills. You know what? I don't even remember my mama's phone number. I have one friend whose phone number I know by heart, and it's because she's had that phone number for 20 years. That's sad. But I can vaguely probably guess my way through if I try to remember her number, but I do not remember my mom's number. I don't. Um, Gen X was the most equipped with job skills and work ethic. Well, you were the most independent out of all of them. Gen X is where the latchkey kids started because boomers, which we're going to get back into, boomers were so focused on money and working and building that was the primary focus was gaining as much as they could of the resources, which left a lot of the Gen Xers to be hyper independent because they had to do for themselves. Like the Gen X generation was the one that was pushed outside and left outside all day, and you couldn't come running back in and out of the houses. Even the millennials caught some of that too, but I feel like that was real heavy on the Gen X side of uh, get out the house, stay gone, and come back when it's time for those lights to come on, the street lights. He said, it's because different skill sets will be required in the new world. That is true. You're going to do a live stream about this. You and your homeboy was talking about it months ago. Well, everything almost, you said, hold on. It's hard to see. I can read, I promise y'all I can read, but I don't have my glasses on and it's hard to see. Live stream about this. You and your homeboy just talked about this months ago. The world will change forever with almost everything, especially when it comes to jobs, and robots are coming. They are coming. I mean, yeah, they're already here to some extent. They've like, I don't know if you guys saw, they had like the robot dog they had introduced in New York, which was like on an episode of Black Mirror too. That was freaky to see. And yeah, it's here. It's just a matter of getting it more refined to making it better. And yeah, I don't even know how far that's gonna go. I still remember my grandparents' house phone number by memory from the 90s. I wish. I used to remember our old house phone number. I have no idea what it is today. Couldn't tell you. I don't even remember my old cell phone numbers. When I go to like different places and they're like, put in your rewards number, and I type in the phone number I have now, and they're like, oh no, that's not it. Like, damn, what was my old number? I don't even remember my old phone number. No clue. I probably can go through and dig in like some file somewhere and find it, but I mean, yeah, that's not true. You said your parents were baby boomers, and your dad was born in 1954, and your mom was born in 1956. That's boomer. That's what I said for the dates. Boomers, I gave 1946 to 1964. Those are the dates roughly for the boomers. Has anyone ever told me that I have a librarian or teacher's voice? That's funny. You know what? I have heard the whole librarian reference before, and to some extent, it might be a part of my personality. But if you knew the rest of me, you probably say no. Let's see. Then we have the micro generations, Generation Jones, the Zillennials, Zennials, and Zillennials. Yes, oh, Generation Jones. That's one I haven't heard of. That's new to me. I might have to look that up. You consider yourself Gen X for a comment in the chat, even though by some you're not. Unless you can tell me with a second hand the time with the second hand clock, you are slow. I don't even think, do they have them? I don't even know. Like, I can't tell you when the last time I saw one. Ah, man, these kids might be screwed. Like, one of the things that I do notice though, the critical thinking skills are gone, and I don't know how we get them back. Like, for the newer generations, for some of these old people too, but for the newer generations. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go back into boomers now, y'all, and then I'll catch back up on the chat. Okay, so one of the things that I think boomers were really known for, and again, what did I say the dates were? Because Brandy, you threw me off with that. Let me go back and look. What did I say the dates were for boomers? 1946 to 64. We'll keep that in mind. Those are the people born in that range, right? That's the okay boomers. They grew up in a time during or immediately after the civil rights, right? So like, this was a time of first. They were the first generation, the first ones to integrate schools and corporate spaces, the first ones to make it into the suburbs. And so I think one of the things that kind of plagued the boomer generation would be the fact that they were like heavily policed, like their dress, their speech, their behavior. I think when people say we need to go back, like we need to start holding people accountable, I think what comes to mind is the behavior and the dress, the way that the boomer generation represented themselves. When I hear people say the community needs to hold the bad actors accountable, that's what I picture in my head, them talking about going back to a time when it was more like assembly line of people. And what I think people don't realize is that generation kind of had to be that way for the fact that they were they were assimilating into white culture, right? They were the generation that kind of had to cater to the white gaze. Boomers were wearing uniformity as like an armor for survival during that time frame. I mean, think about it. Like you are trying your hardest to fit into the dominant society and to places that you were never allowed before. They went from coloreds only to integration, and they were finding their way through. And respectability politics, in my opinion, is one of the ways that the boomer generation have found to survive. With that, though, I think came the whole pull yourself up mentality, right? Because they had to fight so hard to establish a black middle class, and they often looked at like the younger generations, the millennials, the Gen Xers that came after them as lazy. But I think like the video that I showed earlier pointed out, what boomers overlook is the fact that the economic landscape of today is significantly different than what they were dealing with housing, with inflation, with wages, with even how corporations look at their employees. It's no longer like the corporations and the jobs of yesteryear where you knew your boss's family and y'all might go out to eat. They looked at it more of like a family. The work culture was kind of considered family. He knew your wife's name, you knew his wife's name, and Marv could work at the company for 30 years. Good luck finding that today with the way that these corporations move. The business needs are going to come first. They don't give a damn about how you're going to feed your family. So the loyalty that was part of the generation of the boomers is not the same of what we work under today. The structures are completely different. Um, and then I think we see boomers as like hoarding resources, or we see them as rigid people. They see themselves as protectors because they sacrificed their peace so that their kids could have choices. And now they don't even understand the choices that the kids are making. And I think boomers are highly critical of the generations that came behind them, which has led to the whole okay boomer reference, right? Um, I would say some of the strengths of the boomer generation would be that they were very resilient, they were community building, and they were trailblazers, especially when it came to like I said, the integration aspect of it and building. I would say the weakness though, if we had to look at the weakness of the boomer generation, would be they were very emotionally rigid, right? And they prioritized financial security over mental wellness. And I know that probably sounds like a very millennial thing for me to say, right? But look around, like even the people in power right now, the most of the people in political power, we have all of these boomers. You got people in their 70s, people in their 80s who are making decisions for the entire country, right? And you would some of these younger generations, the Gen A, the alphas, I'm gonna call them alphas from here on out, alpha and then Gen Z are looking at these older generations, and there's such a gap there of a lack of really understanding because Gen A is like, wait a minute, you're not making these decisions for me, you're making them for your immediate needs. You're not really even considering what we want. Nobody's trying to hear us. And I think there's some validity to that when you look around, like the gentleman said in the video, like all of the decisions that were made by people of the past have impacted us today. And you're talking to us today as though we still have the same options you had with the same cost to, what is the word I'm looking for? Cost ratio, but I can't just put it this way. If we took the boomers of yesteryear and dropped them into today, I would love to hear how successful they would be with the choices we have now. Take them from yesteryear, bring them into today, at the ages they were back then. So when they were building their families, when they were buying their homes, when they were, starting their jobs. And I want to see how many of those boomers would be able to do as well as the current generations. I hope that makes sense, that what I'm trying to say there. Like, they still exist. Yes, I understand they're still alive, but I'm saying they're not starting at the same place we are to understand really the struggles. You good luck finding an $80,000 house today, where that was common. That was common for that generation, even less than that. So good luck finding one. If you find it today, it's probably been gutted. It's a shithole house, and you're gonna have to build it from the foundation up. Let me get caught up on some comments here. You said you really try to speak into the younger generation and not call them dumb and lazy. Me too, Chakra. Because you know what? Negative reinforcement, I don't think really helps anybody, to be honest with you. Like, correction of behavior, sure, but negative reinforcement only, in my opinion, and I'm not a therapist, but it will replay in your mind. And then so going into the whole for as he thinks, so is he, you will start to like, that becomes your reality to constantly hear, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're lazy, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're lazy. What benefit could that possibly have on somebody's mental? You think it's going to motivate them to not be stupid, dumb, or lazy? No. Generation Jones refers to the demographic cohort born between 1954 and 1965. I did not know that. Never heard of that. Okay. The Times has changed this for the comment. The Times has changed this for the comment. No one is reading books anymore unless the information is on a Google search. I'll be honest with you, Randy. I force myself to read. I have a Kindle. I used to be an avid reader. I have a Kindle, and I try to read, at least read 5 books a year. And I know that probably sounds like a real dumb number because it really doesn't make a difference, but just to keep my mind sharp. And then I listen to audiobooks a lot, but I try to read at least 5 books a year, and non-fictional, not the fictional books. Because I heard somebody say the other day, all women want to read is smut. Okay, if that's what you believe. But yeah, no, I try to read things that are going to help me stay alert, sharp, and grow my mind. Zennials, known as Zennials or the micro. Yes, I did hear about that. 1977 to 19. I don't know about that one, Chakra. I have an issue with that last number. And then Zillennials were born between 1993 and 1998. Okay. 18 says, I'm a millennial, but it seems to me like the 90s were the best era. The 90s bled into the early 2000s. It seems like people were a little more sharper today. More sharper than today. It seems like ignorance is glorified now. You might have a point. I mean, with Ratchet TV, as we call it, the baddies and all of the reality TV, we do reward a high level of ignorance, even on YouTube. Yeah, you could say that. We reward ignorance to some extent. The more degenerate, the more loud, the more obnoxious, the more engaging, the bigger the crowd usually. I mean, if I opened up my panel and let everybody come up and scream and curse each other out, and I'm sure we could probably have 1,000 in the chat if we really wanted to. But is it worth it though? Like, I don't know. You said you don't speak negatively about their music because it's not for me. My parents hated our music too. Exactly. That's what I was saying. All of the old generations, the generation before, hated the new generation's music. You go back to the 50s and 60s and they had the doo-wop bop music. I'm sure they loved that music. And as they started to hear, I remember seeing videos of them talking about how dangerous Elvis's music was. And now kids today probably have no idea who Elvis is if he don't pop up on a TikTok string. You know what I mean? So it just it's not for us. So I've grown to understand that even when I watch certain content creators, because I do watch some of the content creators who are in their 20s, and when they play their music, I be cringing. Ooh, cringe. I have to turn it all the way down. I'm gonna wait until you get through your 3 or 4 songs so I can turn this back up and hear whatever the content is you're about to present. But baby, some of that stuff I can't listen to. You've had this number for 20 years. Nah, Seneca, I couldn't do that. Sometimes I gotta cut some people off. That number gets changed. Technology has dumbed us down. Say sorry, you meant to say that people were sharper back then. I got you. I caught you, 18th. I follow. Hey Zero, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Yes, I do have the chopped and screwed music in the background. Hopefully it's not too loud and you guys can hear me. Nobody has said turn it down so far, so I've just kind of left it where it was. In the black community, we don't hold people accountable for the most part like we should. Um, you can't control a grown person. You're right. You can't control a grown person. People, that's the one thing. People have freedom to do whatever they want. The only thing that you can do is remove yourself from the person and or situation. If you don't like how a group of people are acting, like let's say I'm in a restaurant, like with the whole um, I forget the name of the restaurant. Something Berries, I think that was in Houston. And the owner went off. He was like going off on a group of women who were in there twerking. While I'm not one to go twerking in a restaurant, if I were bothered by the fact that somebody was doing something like that, I would just get up and leave. I can't make you stop doing what you're doing, but I can always remove myself from the situation. I don't have to be there. He said all that catering still didn't help them, and it doesn't work now. Good point. That is a fair point. Black Americans are the only group that built themselves up from nothing. We definitely, with the civil rights movement and all of the effort that were put in, shout out to the generation that did it. With all of the effort that was put in, our predecessors definitely paved the way for all of the other minority groups to have the benefits that they have to this day. I will credit our community for that. Said, you've always, and hey, Kelvin, sorry. Kelvin, welcome in. Sorry. I've always said two checks are better than one. They know that too. That was part of the reason also. The workers were priority. Now the companies are the high priority. Yes, they are. Hey, ABT, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. April, welcome in. Good to see you as well. Let's see. Some truth to it, but the alphas haven't had enough experience in life. Alphas can't even read cursive. Barb, you are right about that. However, the alphas do have a point. Like, who did not, who among us didn't think about why do we have to work as hard as we do to live the way that we live, right? Has that ever crossed your mind? Like, I have to go to work, make X amount of money just to be able to pay Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? And then to be able to afford all of these things just to be able to live. I understand it to some extent why Alpha rejects a lot of the ways that we live. Like it's a catch 22 paradox there, because on the one hand, I get why you would want to reject the pressures that people have just seen as the norm. The generations before you, we get up, we go to work, we make money, we pay our bills, we get up, we go to work, we make money, we pay our bills. Like it's a cycle that repeats itself. And I think somewhere along the way, from the boomer generation that did that, that's all they were doing, right? Then you get the millennial and the Gen Xers that came in, and they wanted to incorporate more of like a life balance, right? In fact, that's where we're going to go next, right into Gen X. So Gen X, um, let me see here. I did take notes on this. Gen X, I would say going back to Gen X. So that was the generation that was like the latchkey kid generation. They were the ones who, while the boomers were out making money, the Gen Xers were the ones who were like hyper independent, working basically by themselves for the most part. And so, because of their unique position in history, like bridging the gap between the pre-digital era and the digital era, they have become kind of like a lightning rod for social criticism, right? Um, I think they're often characterized as like the first truly digital generation. If you think about it, everything they had went from analog with the boomers to ushering in the whole digital era. We had the .com boom during that time frame. What else? Computers were on the rise. Like I remember our first computer was like a Windows 95, which again I had Gen X parents. Um, Let me see. The main thing I think the main thing that happened with the Gen X, I would say they were the skeptical generation. Like because of Watergate, because of the energy crisis, and like the way corporate downsizing started. Like so, remember I mentioned before during the Boomers time frame, they acted like all of these companies were family, and you knew everybody, and they were looking out for you, and it was pensions and all of this other great stuff. That they promoted. You could get a job at 19 and stay at that job, and then retire from that job and have had a nice life over the course of that time frame. So by the time you hit retirement as a boomer, you might have worked, 30, 40 years at one company. I think during Gen X is when they started to see that that wasn't still the mindset of how these corporations were running. And so skepticism seemed to kind of come into play with this generation. Not to mention by them being on their own as much as they were left to their own devices. So that caused them to have a lot of, I would say maybe um, thinking for themselves. Maybe the critical thinking really started to kick in then, even though the boomer generation considered them to be more lazy because their kids didn't work as hard as they did, or they didn't see them working as hard. Um, I think they saw them more as like slackers to some extent. And Gen Xers were, like I said, Gen X would be that. I want to make sure because I have all of these numbers in my head with the generations. Hold on. Okay, Gen X would be 1965 to 1980. So that's right after the civil rights movement. We got the 70s, Michael Jackson, the Jackson 5. We had the black exploitation era happening during this time frame as well. So like I said, I think, hold on, let me go back. I just want to 1965 to 1980. Okay, I don't. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Um. So what else? Oh, another thing that I wanted to mention. Gen X was the generation that started to really reject the church-centered spaces that the Boomers built. The Boomer generation was, I think, a lot more religious, a lot more traditional into the church, going every Sunday, and the Gen Xers started to kind of reject that a little bit more. Um, I would say the strengths of the Gen X would be that they were very self-reliant. They were cultural architects. We had the whole creation of hip hop that happened during that time frame, and I would say they were also more of like an unfiltered authenticity at that time, like the style of dress, the verbiage that happened during that time frame with like some of the colloquialisms. Ooh, say that three times fast. And what else? I think that was pretty much all I wanted to cover for the Gen Xers. I would say, as far as like some of the failures of the Gen X generation, when it came to us millennials, we we would probably say that they passed down the unaddressed household traumas, like the whole suck it up buttercup mentality, and they're the Gen Xers didn't do feelings. That is not the feeling generation. I would say that probably started more so with the millennials. That's when we started to tap into um, asking questions, and like going into like mental health and things like that. Um, if all of the Gen Xers that I know, nobody, like, they didn't have time to sit down and worry about how they felt today. It was more of a, you did it because you were supposed to do it, and that's how things got done generation. And then coming into the millennials, so millennial generation, I think was what did I say, 1981 to like 1996, roughly in that range. And so we were more of like the digital pioneers. So this was the generation that saw the blockbuster go away, where we no longer had these VHS tapes. Now we're going into CDs and things like that. That happened with, it happened under the Gen Xers, but it also happened with the millennials. And now we're going into streaming and Netflix and things like that. So we were more of um, digital pioneers. We're definitely also pioneers of these mental health conversations in Black spaces. Um, and I think a lot a lot of like the millennials they were choosing college. They saw that as a way out. I think some of the generations before, more people were choosing things like maybe the army or the military as their way out if they didn't go to college. More millennials were choosing education over, going into the military route. Um, if I had to say what I think our weaknesses are, we are hustle culture obsessed. There's a lot of validation seeking in the millennial generation, because you got to remember, we are the ones where we had the Facebook, we had the MySpace, we had all of the beginnings of social media. And so, like, for all of the things that people complain about that the kids do now, that started with us. That started with the millennials. I remember like the beginnings of Facebook and seeing people post, just had a coffee, just had a piece of toast, just had it. I'm like, damn, like, why do we care? If I was meant to know that you just took a shit, wouldn't I be in the house with you right now? Like, why are you telling the internet all of your business? But that started with the millennial generation. And so, the other thing that I would say that would be kind of a weakness for us, our generation, is the chronic burnout. I think we're often burning the candle from both ends, and we took what the Gen Xers started with, the whole work-life balance and rejecting the man, the system, or whatever, and we're reshaping, reforming that in our own way. And how I think we kind of fail Gen Z is, they would probably say that we stayed in toxic work systems and toxic places for too long, a lot of our generation. And then we're trying to fix the system instead of burning it down. I think Gen Z, Gen A, the alphas, are more about dismantling the system. The millennials are trying to figure out a way to patch it, to fix it, to adapt it. We were trying to go in like Neo and take over the Matrix, and they're like, "Fuck the Matrix, burn it." Um, hold on, my earbuds going out. Okay, okay. And then we get into the last generations, which would be Generation Z, which is 1997 to 2012, and then Generation Alpha, which is 2013, and it says to present, but I don't think I would count their dates to present, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a generation born 2025 that's considered a new generation. I'll have to look into that further. I don't even want to talk about the babies. Those kids, they don't. Whatever we're doing today is just going to impact them later. They're not a big enough part of the conversation yet to even really be focused on. Even though everything we do is going to impact them. They're just they don't have decision making. That's what I'm trying to say. So Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they are big on boundaries. I think they're very hyper aware of systemic injustice, and they refuse to code switch. A lot of that generation is as authentic could be, and love it or hate it, they're going to be them. Um, they have I think, like the weakness, going into their weaknesses, the short attention span. When you consider they have things like TikTok, short form content everywhere. Even like with my nieces and nephews who are they're in the Gen Z, Gen Alpha range, getting them to focus on a task for very long, I have to be creative to get that done because they're so used to what's next, what's next, what's next, what's next. And it's nothing long term, nothing long form. Even watching movies, like my younger nieces and nephews, like getting them to sit for a movie, yeah, that takes some coaxing. It's just because the way their minds work today, that the information comes at them in short bursts, and it's really kind of messed with their attention spans. They are overly reliant on like algorithms. We might be too. Like the digital spaces, like every time you look at a kid, they have some sort of device in their hand. There's a phone in their hand, there's some electronic, and they're plugged in to whatever, like I said, TikTok and whatever apps they have on there now. And then these are the generations that didn't go outside. They did not go outside to play. I think that probably ended with the millennials. We used to go outside and play. We did video games and whatnot as well. But these kids today, even watching them socialize, I'll have four of them in one room and everybody's got their face in the phone. I have to make them put their phones down to communicate with each other because that's how they socialize. Um, and what else? Um, I can't think of anything else as far as the Gen Z or Gen Alpha failures right now. Um, actually, I can. I would say right now the YN culture, a lot of that would be blamed on that generation, Generation Z, Generation Alpha, and um, while it's good that they have authenticity, I think rejecting the system so much that you act erratic, I don't think that that has been beneficial. So I would consider that like a fail or a weakness under the Gen Z. And then, let me not just put it all off on them because there are some old YNs too, as Stanley would say. We get your old YNs out here, the millennials who just haven't learned that you're too damn old to be doing what you're doing. But yeah. What else? I would say the main thing that I've noticed in having conversations with some of these older Gen Zs and older alphas is that they really want to abandon social norms. And that's where their culture is like drastically shifting. They're trying to get away as far away from anything that looks like us, that resembles us and what we chose to do over the years, going all the way up to boomer, all the way down to the millennials. Like um, a lot of them would rather work gigs instead of doing like the grind. They're dismantling grind culture, rejecting the 9 to 5 and climbing the corporate ladder. And historically, like I said before, we would do code switching, and somebody mentioned where it was not necessary before to do code switching. Gen Z doesn't seem to be about that life at all. Gen Alpha either. Like, they're authentically themselves, even to the point where people would consider it ghetto or ratchet, some of the authenticity. But I feel like people should be allowed to be themselves. The nuances in Black people should be celebrated, even if you don't necessarily understand it, you don't necessarily agree with it. There was a time when Gen Xers rejected the perm and the poof hair that came up in the 60s, and we went to these big, beautiful, sun kissed afros. They grew towards the sky. We picked them out and we held our fists up. We, not, well, I'm using we lightly because I'm not part of that generation, but we held our fists up and we celebrated our hair and our uniqueness, our divinity in that moment. And so the generations that came before that didn't really understand. I'm sure they felt like y'all look crazy, and all of the things that we did to try and assimilate, to show you how to act, you all rejected it. And I feel like that's what happens. That's what's happening right now with Gen Alpha, right? Gen Z. Now we went from the Afro to now they have pink hair and blue hair, whatever else hair they want to have, and I hear people saying like this is degeneracy, this is blah blah blah. I don't know. I it's not my style, but who am I to try and tell you how to express yourself? So I don't know. I kind of go back and forth with that. I'm not saying that everything should be celebrated, but I'm saying I don't want to stump out the next person's uniqueness. They should have the ability to choose for themselves. And I want to get back into some of these comments. Um, okay. You said they might commit suicide if they hadn't had as much peace and money left after paying bills. Yeah. You think once the kids of the entrepreneurs take over a new company, all the family values disappear. That is true. That is true. I've seen that in a lot of cases. Now the business is all about making money. When we come from family, hold on. Let me make sure I'm seeing what you were trying to say. They they welcome family, or maybe you mean we went from family to just workers. I think that's what he's saying there. Um, Chakra says the boomers are having a hard time passing the torch. They won't give it up. First of all, they don't trust us. The boomers think that all the generations that came after them are dumb and are lazy, and they don't trust us to pass the torch on. And we think that your time has passed and go sit the fuck down. That's how we see it. A lot of people. I'm not gonna say everybody because I know that there's some people here who don't. But most of the newer, younger generations feel like y'all are getting up in age and we're wondering when dementia's gonna kick in. And not to be disrespectful, but just knowing that some of us have histories of that in our family, we got to keep an eye out for it because you, the person experiencing it, won't know. And sometimes you got to take Granny's keys. She needs to stop driving. Okay. I have a lot of you guy friends that are in the 20 to 28 range and they're intelligent. The issue is a lot of young guys. Oh, you meant young. Okay, gotcha. Young guys lack information and knowledge. But you know what the thing about it, LA, Randy, where I don't give a lot of grace for the lack of knowledge is, as Third said, you can literally pull up anything you want to know in the matter of seconds. We have computers in our hands at all times. So anything that you want to know, you can find out if it truly interests you to learn it. Most people don't have that desire. Or if they do go looking something up, they look with the intent to have confirmation bias. They're not looking, and a lot of times they're not looking with an open lens. It is to back up the already preconceived thought patterns that they have. And that's for new information. I'm not just talking about like if you don't know how to change a tire or if you don't know how to check for your oil. I'm talking about when it comes to like some of the conversations that we have in these spaces, when people go looking up the research, tap, 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 what they end up doing is looking for things that are going to confirm the biases that they already have versus actually trying to gain new knowledge. May says she's a Zennial, and that's a strange combo. Yes, I can see that. Um, okay, I got you, Randy. Let's see. Your mom threw your Onyx t-shirt in the garbage and you still mad at her for that. I don't even know what Onyx is, but I can understand, Barb. If my mom had thrown some of my stuff away, I think I would have been pissed about it too. I'm not gonna hold you. I think the boomers were the first generation to refuse to retire, to get out of the way and let the next generation in. They're the gatekeepers. Man, they got that gate so locked down. They don't want to let you in and they don't want to get out of the way. And it's just like they're just gonna like most of them are gonna die in their positions. And again, I don't say this to disrespect any of the older generation. I'm just saying at some point you have to just let it go. If you did your job, here's the thing about my thoughts on parenting as a guardian and not a parent, okay? If you did your job the way that you were supposed to, you have to relinquish the reins and give them the opportunity to see what they're made of. You can't hold on tight forever. You have to allow them to go and test what they were taught. Otherwise, what was the whole point? Um, you have both Gen X and Gen Y tendencies. Yes, I can see that. Hey, Mahogany, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Um, Randy says he was born in 1983, last year of the Zennial, and this is for the okay, I got you. Clarifying. All right, let me just make sure I'm caught up. Hey, Tequila, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Hey, Irby, appreciate you coming in as well. Algorithm, unfiltered, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for coming through. And you say, work smart, not hard is your motto. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there too. Any opportunity where I am going to be able to get the job done without having to over exert myself, I'm going to do that. Why wouldn't I? You know, why wouldn't I? He said that's why robots are coming, supply and demand. Project Leroy, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much. You said some companies still respect their employees. Where you work, you're one of their favorites. You got away with a lot when you first started missing days and getting mad, leaving early. Now you're a supervisor. Well, congratulations on the progression, first of all, Randy. Congratulations. And there are some companies that still have more of a family feel to them, especially if you work for like a smaller company or a startup versus one of these larger corporations. But I still would sleep with one eye open, even dealing with them. Like no shade, but at the end of the day, the business needs are always going to supersede the needs of the individual. It's just that's just the way business works. And unless you are working for a mom and pop sort of situation and you're part of the family, that would be the only time that it's really a family environment, family atmosphere. Other than that, if y'all not family, you got to remember those are not your friends, those are your coworkers, and you come for a paycheck. The day they stop paying you is the day you're gonna probably stop showing up. And you don't do that with families. Let me get caught up here. Work is the new sharecropping. Yeah, life balance for Gen X is big. High productivity. Yeah, I believe that. I think I saw a lot of that. Cell phones and car phones. All of your managers know me and talk to you and all joke with you about the company, how the companies don't value employees. Gen X was the first to have the home computer. They were the first to have microwaves, car phones, pagers. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We went from analog to digital with a lot of things, starting with the Gen X generation. Um, you halfway remember not Windows 93? We didn't have 93. We got it in the 95. Yeah. Let's see. Washing Wall is it Waldo? Well, I'm just gonna call you Washington. Appreciate you coming through. Vietnam War, yeah, that was part of the generation. What was that? 70s? Hold on. Vietnam. That was 60s into 70s. No, let me not get that wrong. Hold on. 50s into 70s. My bad. 50s into 70s was the Vietnam War, but I thought it was 60s into 70s. Yeah, well, roughly. So that would have impacted both the boomers and the Gen Xers. Okay. Um, you have Gen X and boomer parent, a Gen X and a boomer parent. Macintosh, IBM. Yep, yep. Frieza, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Hey, Broke Lifestyle, welcome in. Appreciate you being here as well. And the world went live in the 90s. The Xerox changed the game when they introduced 401ks instead of pensions. Yes. Hey, Gas Mask, appreciate you being here. You said you always write. Okay. I don't know what you write about, but all right, I'll give you that. Let's see. Gen X created their own from scratch, entrepreneurs as kids. Yes. I mean, I think when I think of Gen X, I think of those being the ones who were the selling the lemonade outside kids, right? That was your generation, more so even than my generation. When we see that on TV, that was Gen Xers out there with their little lemonade stands, getting it how they live. Um, the birth of MTV and pop culture, the 80s babies who were kids during the 80s felt optimistic. I could see that for sure. And then leave it to leave it to us, the future generations, to ruin it. MTV is no longer MTV. It went from music videos to Ratchet TV to being completely shut down because nobody watches it. Uh, Look how times change, right? Okay. Randy says he's going to disagree. I don't know what with. Segregation and Jim Crow had a lot to do with that break. True. It's very true. You said you started the 3-on-3 basketball, hula hoops, and hopscotch. Yeah. Yeah. I remember my mom, my mother bought Jacks. How many people are familiar with Jacks? Do y'all remember that? I never had a set when I was a kid, but my mother found some. I don't even know where she found it, but she bought it for my nieces and nephews to play with so that they can learn how to play Jacks. Generational curses. We're going to go into some of that, Cynical One. Yes, generational curses are a thing. The 80s babies were the first to stop going to church. Exactly. Exactly. You said, what about Gen Z? I'm not ragging on Gen Z. I think Gen Z has a lot of good ideas, but I think in a lot of ways there's poor execution. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. And if you are out there, homegirl and or children, I'm not ragging on y'all, but I do want to bring up something that we kind of discussed. So, like I said, I have a friend of mine who is a Gen Xer and has Gen Z, Gen A living in her home currently, right? Or are they all Gen Z? I think they might all be Gen Z, except for the oldest. The oldest is a millennial, moved out on their own. But then she has these Gen Z kids that are rejecting the social norms. They think that we're crazy, that we, the older generations, are crazy for slaving away at jobs the way that we do, for putting in the hours that we do just to go out here and pay mortgages and car notes and this, that, and the other, right? However, they haven't left the nest. You work a part-time job, you out here YOLOing, living life to the fullest, enjoying being young, fancy, and free, right? But then you're also not taking into account the same people that you're criticizing for the choices that they made in following in the system and being cogs in the wheel are the same people that you benefit from. Because if they didn't go to work and work their 80 plus hour shifts, both of your parents, then they would not have the ability to have you stay in the home with them to cover the costs of the things that you're choosing not to participate in while you are bucking up against the system. I hope that makes sense. I know that was kind of long winded, but you got the right idea, you got the wrong execution in a lot of ways. Um, let's see here. Gen X parents had latchkey kids. They yes, they so that was another thing. So our Gen X parents then in turn made us also latchkey kids. You are absolutely correct about that. I remember, they had to work. And so I had to, being the oldest sibling, I was responsible for getting everybody home and making sure everybody got in safely and this, that, and the other. So there was a lot of responsibility that was put on the older kids as latchkey kids because we became the secondary set of parents. It was what it was. Um, you were raised in a multi-generational household, so you get it, okay? Low self-esteem became a thing with the millennials. That's interesting that you say that, Coach Ferg. And I'm going to drop the link. I want to know why you say that. Why do you think low self esteem became a thing with the millennials specifically? Is it because of the validation culture? Is that what you're referring to? You said Gen X had game rooms. Yeah, validating and chasing. Yep. You didn't grow up. You didn't grow up with MySpace. That didn't come out until your 20s. But well, you're an older. That's why I said I think you're more of a zennial than millennial, Randy. Yeah. Gen Z tells everything extreme. Yes. Gen X and boomers are to blame for a lot. Let me guess, Gas Mask, you are a millennial. Am I right? Because that I feel like that's what happens. We blame the generation way older and way younger for all of the mistakes. Let's see. Millennials are 80s kids and 90s teens in the early 2000s. We didn't have no social media. We are the originators of social media. That's what I'm saying. It started with us. We made it popular. Without our generation, I don't even know if you guys remember. First of all, Facebook started out as a college app. You had to have a school email, a college email in order to even use Facebook. And then they ended up extending Facebook and making it open to the wider public. But prior to, it was an app that was started specifically for college kids. I remember that because I was in college at the time. Um, my mic is crackling. Can you guys hear me? I did have to change it out. It did give me a low battery notice. So hopefully it's good now. It's better. Okay, good. Willing to win. Appreciate you coming in. Beige Lives Matters. Thank you so much for coming through as well. I'm just trying to get caught up. Said YN culture could be used as a benefit. The YNs have no leadership though. Yeah. They don't. They really don't. And you said YN is casualty of the crack era to you. I don't think so. I would not say that YN is a casualty of the crack era. First of all, the YNs and most of them are on pills and potions and overdosing. I wouldn't say it. Well, maybe. I don't know. Let me think about that one. Let me think. Let me get the link. Hold on. I didn't realize I've been talking for an hour and a half already. Hold on. All right, it's dropped. Let me pin it. Hey, Nightish, welcome in. Go ahead and pin this. Okay, so it's pinned. So, okay, let me get caught up here. You say you think once the kids of the... Hey, Nightish, welcome in. Appreciate you coming in. Let me read this off. I think once the kids of the entrepreneurs take over the company, all the family values disappear. And now the business is all about making more money. We're not even people to them, just numbers or workers. That's true. You know what? I used to tell my mom, like, I don't have the same sense of work ethic that she does. I will work and I'm going to do the best that I can while I'm at my job. But I've never gotten so comfortable that I felt like I used to have the attitude, I'll quit this job on a Monday and I'll have a new job by Friday. That was always the way that I looked at it, right? And she didn't understand why I had that sort of mentality. And it's because these companies don't care about you the way that you think that they do. I said, Mama, you could die at work today. You could die at work today and they'll have your position posted before they even send flowers to your family.
Yes, a love-hate relationship.
And welcome in. So I don't know how long you've been here, Nightish, or how much you've heard.
I've been listening for a minute.
Good.
The thing is this. I don't know if everybody's situation was this, but I'm an older gentleman. We were called latchkey kids
Mm-hmm.
because most of those parents was at work. So I would say when I was very young, I remember a community. But by the time I got into my teen years, that community had disintegrated. First, it was
Why do you?
black flight, then it was
Okay.
white flight, and then it was just kids. And they made a movie called Kids, and them kids was out of control.
I think I
So
remember that movie.
these younger people, a lot of them was had by younger people.
Mm-hmm.
And those younger people was different than like my grandmother. My grandmother had a bunch of kids. Well, I knew my great grandmothers on both sides and great great grandmothers on both sides. They had kids when they were super young, but for some reason, them uneducated women raised kids who became something. That
Mm-hmm.
next wave, though, when it came to us and the young people having the kids having kids, them kids is really kids. So you saw grandmama still out at the club. My
Mm.
grandmother wasn't out at the club.
Yeah.
She would wake up on Sunday morning reading her Bible, open up all the windows in the house, have some tea on the thing, and I'd be sitting at the table reading a book while she made sure I understood what blackness was. I don't know if everybody's still doing that.
I can tell you that from what I have seen, no. No. The parents that are my age and younger aren't doing that. And I think that's where the rejecting of previous generations' teachings, like I've always felt like you gotta chew the meat and spit the bones when it comes to information and what you want to do with your life. How you choose to raise your children, take the good where you can, reject the bad if you consider it to be bad, and try and do something different. What I'm noticing though is some of these people throw it all out, like the baby with the bathwater. And so the things that would have been considered positive from your grandmother's teachings have completely been ignored. That's why I think when you say kids raising kids, sometimes it's not even like kids raising kids. It's just these people aren't raising them. Eh,
It's the mentality.
Yeah.
Uh when I was younger, there was a pride in getting older. Like people say, Nightish, you 100 years old. I say, no, I just honored my elders. I remember back when a trench coat, a three-piece, a pinky ring, uh, Dob hats, all this stuff is what the old cats wore. So as soon
Hmm.
as I got old, I wore what the old people wore. I'm not running around here in track suits and tennis shoes trying to remember my teenage years. I'm looking like an old man. I wear button-down shirts and leather jackets. So the thing is, y'all don't want to be adults. Y'all
Mm.
don't want to be responsible. Y'all don't want to actually lead this community. Y'all want to be Wi-Fi activists. All that stuff y'all say on here, go take it outside and do it. Are you actively outside making sure these kids got their uniforms and their cleats? Are you outside at the schools taking the badges off the uniforms, giving them that? Where are you actively involved in the real world as an adult
And
over
when
the
you
age of 25?
okay, I was just about to ask you which generations are you talking to here? Is this millennial and down, or
I'm saying, so I'm a Gen Xer. I'm
mhm,
saying everything up under me. Are y'all doing the things that I did? Because what I hear on here a lot of time is don't listen to these old heads. My thing, you young people, is ask them old heads what was their active participation in government, schools, and their children's life. Was they married and all these things? Now, if that person never was married, never was involved in like, I'm not a voter. I don't really care nothing about it, but I
mhm.
have been involved with politics in my city on the lower levels and not necessarily voting actively. We used to go and clean park benches at beaches and stuff and get the barnacles off of them and get
Mhm.
bottles and stuff out of the sand, and we used to take a lot of kids out there with us. So actively being involved in life. If that person ain't done nothing but drank, smoked, and slept with something, He not involved in life. And a lot of y'all people have only done that. Smoke, drink, and slept with something.
Knight is just calling y'all out. I want y'all to hear me. He's calling you out right now. He said, "Put your money where your mouth is. Prove to me all of this that you talking on this internet about how you feel and what should be done and boomer get out the way. Well, show me where you're trying to lead in my absence or in the absence of these elderly people that we want to kick out of these spots."
Yeah,
I mean,
y'all
that's
don't
a
want to
fair
be
point.
stepfathers. Y'all don't want to be coaches. Y'all don't, or go do it. A lot of y'all be on here a lot of y'all are on here talking about all the things not to do. So if everybody walks away from everything, that's how we got here. That's where we are now. Y'all are very individualistic and y'all talk a lot about a lot of delineation. How can we separate ourselves?
Where do you think that stems from?
I really don't know. I listen to the things that people say on there. We used to go to family reunions and somebody would come home and talk about auntie blah 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 blah. Did they go to the next family reunion? So it doesn't matter what they said about auntie blah blah blah. They was there. You literally don't go to family reunions. Y'all don't even have them.
Ooh, Knight is
That's the difference.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. We used to go to family reunions every year when I was a kid and go down south to go to the family reunions. And I can tell you, I haven't been, I don't even think our family has attempted to organize another one after my great grandmother passed away. Those old people were the glue. Big Mama and them was the glue in a lot of cases. And when they passed away, like a lot of the things that we did to appease them, we stopped doing. I think a lot of times the family decided, like maybe the individualism came into play where some of these families were playing nice because we wanted to again appease the elders. And then once the elders passed, it was like, okay, I can breathe now. Fuck y'all, we're out. And that's not the case for all of the families, but I think for a lot of the families, now that you don't have to adhere and you can actually make your choice because you won't be disappointing them a lot of the time. That's what happened. And I want to
And
say
that is
hello.
it.
Hello to Chelsea. Welcome in. Or did I say that right? No. Is it Shaybum? The economy is forcing people out of retirement. The
Yeah.
next generation is moving back home. I'm seeing a lot of that too. A
I believe
lot of
that's she
people.
belief.
She belief. Ah, I see it. Thank you. She belief. And I want to welcome in Mahogany. Thank you so much for joining us, Mahogany.
Hi,
Hey,
Mahogany.
hi, y'all. Thank you for letting me up.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. So you tell me, and I'll jump where I fit in.
You go right ahead. I don't know how much of the content you've heard thus far, but like this is just a discussion we're having, multi-generational discussion, because I see the boomers are pointing it to me when I think about all of these generations and how we interact with each other. I don't know if you guys have seen that Spider-Man meme where you've got the three different Spider-Man and they're all pointing at each other. And it's like, you're to blame. No, you're to blame. No, you're to blame. No, you're to blame. That's how I see the generations looking at each other. We're all looking at each other and seeing faults amongst each other.
Oh,
Well, I think so this is where I look at it because like I said, I'm Gen Xer, right? So my father's a silent generation and my mom is a boomer.
Mhm.
The silent generation almost was grunting. They barely would talk. They were the generation of kids and women are to be seen and not heard.
Mhm.
So you could just be around, live in events, and when I need something from you, just give it to me, and I'll grunt and come get. I'm just gonna come home after work, sit in my recliner chair, bring me my big piece of chicken, and tell them kids to shut up because I need to go to sleep. That's the silent generation. The
Mhm.
boomers was pampered and pedestalized by the silent generation. So the boomers are the one who made Gen Xers the latchkey kids. Because the boomers was the ones who was burning their bras, doing drugs. They was in the disco. They was having their best life.
Mhm.
Then by my generation, we didn't want to be like the boomers. So we pedestalized the kids. Like We're not gonna whoop the kids because we got whooped. We're not finna cuss out the kids because we got cussed out. So we pampered the kids. Now them kids that was pampered don't believe in nothing else other than themselves. They're very individualistic. They don't even think about working with each other. That's the way I see it.
That's actually a pretty in-depth breakdown, and I think I would agree with you. I would say that the boomer generation were the neglectful parent. Not neglectful, okay, take the negativity out of the word and just put it as they left those kids to fend for themselves. I remember my mom saying my grandma would take them down because they moved from Tennessee to Chicago. And then when they would go back to visit her family, she would drop those kids off at like one of her sister's houses or her mother's house and just dip. She'd be gone. And they were like, "You didn't leave us with no money. You just left us here and like figure it out." Y'all are the figure it out generation for sure.
Yes. That was like the norm. You either was left with an aunt or you was left with your older sibling. So me and my brothers was left with my older sister. So when my older sister got 16, she said, "I'm out. I don't want to be these kids' mamas." She was gone at 16. She didn't emancipate herself. She just left. And other family members helped her leave. But my grandmother, on both sides, on my father's side and my mother's side, they was the catch-all house. Everybody left their kids there. So you just had a bunch of kids at grandma's house, and she older, and we just running around wild because ain't no younger adults around us. And then they had two waves of children. So the uncles I have two uncles. One of my uncles is a year younger than my sister. One of my uncles is the same age as my sister. And another one of my uncles is a year older than my sister. Then my father is 30 years older. That's 13 kids.
Wow.
And the boys was at the end of it. All my aunts are older women. And my father's the oldest boy. So my uncles was young when I was young.
So y'all grew up more like cousins then, right?
Yeah. So what is they gonna tell you? They probably gonna pass you the joint, pass you the drink. I remember sitting in the room with my uncles listening to the Isleys and the OJs and the Stylistics, and they passing the joint around and the beer around. Oh, that ain't gonna hurt him. Go ahead, let him smoke. That ain't gonna hurt him. Go ahead and let him drink.
Hey, H&M. I wanted to say something if it's okay, Nightish. Are you done? Well, I was just going to say, because I've been back and forth. I was here in the beginning and I left and I came back. So maybe some of the things I might say might forgive me if I'm repeating it. But for me, because I can't really say which generation did more or whatever. I haven't done enough research. But I will say this, and then I think it is also based on, like, I guess they call it anecdotal, like personal experience. But I will say that what I would like for each generation to do is just ask themselves what they can do better than the last generation. Like me, my mom, I love my mom to pieces. She did the best she could with what she had and all that stuff. But there were things that she did that I did not, that I knew that I wasn't going to repeat when I had children. My mom grew up in a very strict type of household, and basically her grandmother, no one ever said they loved their children. No one ever really did a whole lot of hugging and touching. In my household, every morning before we go to school, every night before we go to bed, "I love you, give me some sugar, give me a hug." Lots of love, lots of hugs and kisses. And so that's implemented in my household, because I didn't get that a lot as a kid. So I think it would be helpful, instead of pointing the finger, for generations to just be appreciative for the good things, but, also try and do something a little bit better than the last generation. And I will say this too, because I feel like, honestly, Candy, and maybe Nightish will agree. I don't know how old everybody is up here. Speaking of Geminis, I'm a Gemini.
I'm 56. I'm 56.
I'm 47. I just turned 47. But yes.
41.
Yes. So, but what I'm
Happy
saying is,
belated, by the way. You said your birthday just
yeah.
passed. Happy
So
belated.
thank you. I saw your post, and I was gonna say something, but thank you, thank you. I feel
Yeah,
pretty
happy
good.
birthday, man.
47.
Happy
Shout out
belated.
to my Geminis. My homegirl
Shout out
birthday is
to
in a couple
Gemini.
more
Yeah.
days. Hers is June 11th. Shout out to my Geminis. Go
Yes.
ahead.
And I heard you, Candy, when she was saying she gets along with Geminis, that she has a lot of Geminis in her life. I was like
Mm-hmm.
smiling. But anyway, I'm gonna tell you this.
Even though y'all
I
toothpaste,
feel
we
like
still
our
love you.
generation, I feel like for me, I'm not only thinking about future generations, I'm at the age now where we all are probably at the age where we're having to take care of older folks, like our parents, our aunts, and our uncles. And so that is a huge part of my life. And it was never discussed. Like, no one ever told me how hard it is getting older, the aches, the pains. No one ever told me about this. A lot of things that I'm learning now, I wish I knew. So now, me and my son, we have discussions about what to do with me. God forbid if I start to develop dementia or if I get Alzheimer's. These conversations need to be had while the person is still very much in their mental capacity. And so basically, I just think we need to learn from each generation. Like, I learn from my son all the time with the tech stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very tech. So instead of pointing fingers, just try and learn from maybe the other generations.
What is the discussion that you would have while you're lucid? Are you saying that once the pains get to whatever, you tell them to pull the plug?
Well, we've had a lot of discussions. Actually, with me and his dad have had conversations about my will, and that's another thing. Everybody needs a will because you never know. Get it done, honey, because you never know when it's going to come. But we've had discussions about who to call, what to do, because it's really scary. If you've lost somebody and you're in charge and you have to figure out how to get the family, how to get everybody together. So yes, we have a plan. He is to call his godfather. His godfather is to call everybody else. And we have a book literally full of phone numbers. I heard y'all up here talking about family reunions. Perfect example. Every year, pass it on to. Hey, sweetheart. Every year, passing on to a new generation of people. Don't let the same people do the family reunions every year. Things like that. Y'all give me a second. I got to mute up for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, wills, trusts, your 401ks, your IRAs, and if you're still working, all that stuff is important. That's interesting. Don't have the same person do the family reunions every. We have one cousin that does the family reunions every year and been doing it for years. And that woman gets so disrespected. People talk so much crap about her.
And the funny thing is, it goes right. This is why I paused on Chakra Love's comment here. And she says she knows that we stopped having family reunions because boomers were too controlling and wanted it done a certain way. You know what? I can kind of see that. I can kind of see it for sure.
Candy, your mic is I'm sorry, but your mic is kind of breaking up, just so you know.
Yeah, but we hear you. It's crackling a little bit, but we can hear you.
Oh man. Let me see if I can change it out. It might be getting low again on the battery. Hold on.
Well, it stopped. You sound okay now. Okay. But I was just, like, we do need to start having those conversations. And so those are things you could be talking about with the young people, but also like learn from them. I learned so much about social media and networking. And like I said, even the older people, I used to love sitting with my grandmother and getting recipes, and every generation has something to give. And I know I sound corny, but that's true. We all have something to give.
That's not corny. That's a beautiful thing. I wish I got some of the recipes from my grandmother or some of the things she used to make that I never got. That's not corny.
It's not corny at all. And actually, before my great grandmother passed away, I sat her down and I did an interview with her and just asked her to go through her life. Like, it's something I never even thought about doing. In all the years I would be around her, and it just never dawned on me to get a record in her own words of what her life was like from the time that she was young through marriage, through all of that, because she died at 107. So she lived a long time, was able to see a lot that I don't know. It was important to me to try and capture
Could you
something from her.
could you imagine if you had a video of her talking about all that and then her saying it in her own words?
I do. I had her. Well, the problem is she in her later years was like half lucid, half with the dementia. So she at some point in the video she does start to repeat herself as it's kicking in. But she was able to tell me about her husband. I never got the chance to meet her husband. He was dead long before I was born. And
Yeah.
so, it's not corny that you mentioned that, Mahogany. I think again, it just depends on the family. Like Chakra Love brought up also, one of the things that we have to stop doing is romanticizing the past. A lot of the times when we speak on these elders, we speak with so much like positivity and remembering all the good times, but not everybody had a positive family. Not everybody had a loving, caring family. And a lot of times what we saw as normal was in a lot of ways abuse, toxicity, and neglect that was being passed down as well. And those are the parts of the conversation that we don't really talk about out loud.
I think people focus specifically on the abuse and all that other stuff. It's almost as if nobody loved them, as if they didn't have nobody around that cared about them. And to me, I just think that's a kind of unfair and unbalanced. Yeah, all that stuff happened as well. Some negative things did happen. I think we just focus too much on just the negative things.
Well, it's so interesting that we're talking about this because today I watched a video where some young women, it was a feminist channel, but they were talking about what their grandmothers went through. And I know this is a topic that we've had in the space and nobody wants to talk about it, but it's just facts. A lot of our older generations of families did go through things that we don't have to go through, because we've got it much easier now. But I think it's a good thing to talk about it. Like I was saying, the way my mom treated us, I just used that as fuel, and I said I was not going to do that to my children. So negative things, even abusive situations, we can learn from those things and turn them right on around.
That's if you have the mindset to do so, though. You got to keep in mind that's how generational curses start, is because a lot of people, I think, do have the mindset of I'm going to do better. That every generation should want to do better than the previous generation with their next, like with their upcoming kids, right? You want to do better for the next generation. We should always be progressing. But then there are some people who don't, and just whatever they dealt with as a kid, they're going to replicate that to the 19th power. And that's where those curses and things start to come into play. What would you say about that, Nightish?
I hear that a lot of times, but again, I think that's focusing on only the bad stuff. So I look at it like this: which parent actually stayed there? And the parent that actually stayed there, I still was a latchkey kid. That person still wasn't around. I still was alone a lot of time. But that's the person who I got tattooed on my right arm is my mother's name, because she's the actual parent that stayed around. And I think she's one of the strongest people I've known in life. So that's why I can't really be like angry at women on here. But I'm not saying she's beyond reproach. I'm just saying it was good and bad, and the good outweighed the bad.
You know what I hate, y'all? I hate when I totally feel what you're saying, Nightish. But a way that people do it in a bad way, people will say things like, well, I never had a father. And then they'll turn right around and not be in their kid's life. Or they'll say things like, well, I'll never forget what, well, I was watching another YouTuber and they were basically saying, well, my mother did this and my mother did this, or my grandmother used to wash the clothes on hand. These women don't have nothing to complain about. See, that's an example of not wanting to, like what Candy just said, not wanting to make changes. Because just because your grandparents did something a certain way doesn't mean it was the right way, and it doesn't mean it's the right way for you and your family.
Do you understand that conversation, huh?
Oh yeah,
I remember cloth diapers. You have to watch that cloth diaper out and then put it back on the regular. I remember washboards. I remember clotheslines.
Honey, I certain things, and ladies know we still wash our stockings on hand, so we know a little bit about washing things. I'm just saying that, but you hear people say that women need to go back to this or women need to go back to that, and it's just it's
I
It's
find
never
those.
it's wishful. It's never going to happen. I remember the red plastic bottle in the bathroom with the white thing hanging off of it. People. I forget what they call that. Is it a water bottle? What is that? Rubber.
Are you talking about a dish?
Yeah, that thing used to be in the shower when I used to go take a shower.
Well, they shouldn't have been using those, but we learned later on that those weren't really very good for you. But I get what you're saying, Nightish. I just feel like
The question I'm asking is it not a softer, better time now? I remember my grandmother making everything from scratch. I never had Jiffy when I was younger.
And
we didn't have a microwave.
But Nightish, that's my point. For instance, because I was listening to the panel, some of the men were saying they wish they, like, basically, what are the women complaining about? They're not doing this from scratch and they're not doing that. But the difference is, we were living in a different time. Now we're living in a time my grandmother didn't work. So she had time to bake pies from scratch and stuff like that. She had a lot of kids, but she had time. In most family households, both people are working. So we don't have the time that we used to have. And now we got machines for convenience, like microwaves and stuff that we didn't have back then. So we're just living in different times, and we got to accept that.
But
it's a one-sided conversation, though. That's the part that I don't like about it. When you talk about all of the conveniences of the appliances that we have today that allow us to do things more efficiently or faster, yes, that's true. We have microwaves. We have all of these new age things, dishwashers, washing machines. But you know what they don't talk about? And I hate to do a tit for tat, but you talked about your grandmother washing things by hand. My grandfather built a house for my great grandmother by hand. These men aren't doing that today. So don't ask for a level of traditionalism or talk about how women should basically shut up and be happy because they have it easier today, because you do as well.
Yeah. And that's what so you understand that, Night, is what she's saying is that basically the non-traditional woman is kind of gone to some extent, but so is the man, because times have changed. That's what I think. That's what Candy's saying.
Right. Yeah. It's used to weaponize to make that's what I've seen. I've seen men say this, and again, y'all know I don't gender war, so this is not me gender banging, gender warring. This is me coming from a very base level position of telling you my observation. I don't like how men today try to shame women as though we are not, as though we don't have just as much pressure in society as our foremothers did, because we do. Just because she went and washed it at a creek by hand doesn't mean that the work that we do today is any less valuable. I don't like that
True
notion.
Yeah, I think it's a different conversation though, because I think the conversation where it gets blurred at is that women literally have more rights than dudes.
Huh?
Women have more rights than dudes.
How?
Not to mention they're more protected.
I can't stop you from your autonomy or your body being your choice or none of that stuff. That's
I can't
one.
stop you either.
Second,
that's equal.
But they will tell men what they need to do. I can tell you that.
No. And here's the other thing also. I can build a house from scratch also. Don't nobody care. They'll just sit out there and watch my 56-year-old behind get up and out of my wheelchair and build
That's what you're supposed to do.
Hey man, you and listen, that's what, and the response would be, that's what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. Thank you. Right.
So respectfully, I don't really believe in the gender banging either. But if you fought for equal opportunity and now you have it plus more.
No.
And you're doing it plus. If you're going to work the same time as me, you don't have to come home and cook nothing. You don't have to wash no diapers at the creek.
That's not true. Some men still are wanting. Let me just say this, Nice, then I'll be quiet and let somebody else talk, because H&M hasn't even said anything. I'm sorry. But you're so sweet. What was I gonna say? Nightish. Oh, there was a point. Lord, I'm getting old. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
I
H&M.
don't have nothing else to say. Go ahead, H&M.
Yeah. Not to piggyback off what Nightish was saying. Yep, that's how it is. Back in the day, men were highly appreciated, honored, and respected for, being the head of the household, or in some cases, building a house from scratch. Fast forward to our generation, now it's like I said, that's what he's supposed to do. So it's more of a human obligation rather than personal appreciation for what we're doing.
Nobody's expecting you to build a house. That's disingenuous.
I don't mean literally.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Will not build a house, but in
literally.
be provider and protector. Period. Why?
Exactly.
I've heard multiple people say, if I need any of your money, if I say let's be in a 70-30 relationship, if I need any of your money, I'm not a man.
Well, that's one person, Nightish. All women don't feel that way. But I will say that is the major difference, is that women are expected to do
not fences.
Let me just can I just say one
let me say this.
Can I just say one thing, Candy?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not starting it on you. I'm queuing it up.
Oh yeah, I love Fences, honey. That's one of my favorite movies. But basically, Nightish and H&M, in some ways, because I've done the research because I'm a nerd, but in some ways, women and men are a lot unhappier, and that is because there is pressure. There is pressure on both, and it's for the women. It is different. It's different pressure because you're expected to take care of the household and everything, right? But you're also, as far as society is concerned, you're expected to also bring home the bacon. Most of us, not all of us, but a lot of times. So and then women put a lot of pressure on themselves, and so do men. So it's a different, like I said, it's just a different world we're living in. And it's hard to compare the two, our grandparents versus us. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. Now, y'all was saying something about times have changed, because there was a time where the woman stayed home and took care of the house while the man went out to work. I understand times have changing, but why do we have to, how should I put this? Why should the tropes that kept people together have to change as well? Nowadays, women work, men work. We rather just be independent from each other and do our own thing instead of just working together. That's a change that I'm really not too keen for. Yes, go to work and get a job. Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on a second. Yes, if you want to work as a woman, that's fine. But don't walk around this whole independent boss, I don't need a man type attitude. That's not going to get you a man. That's right there. Was
you're going into gender war. You're going into gender war on me.
I'm just kidding. I know how you feel about it, but I just had to bring it up. Well, these folks started it, so don't look at me.
Well, here's the thing about what you're saying. First of all, it's factually incorrect that everybody has this idea that women back in those days didn't work and they just sat at home. That is not true for all women. A lot of our mothers had jobs. Even back in those days, they were maids, they were cooks, they were nannies. So to diminish the work that they did outside of the house, and why did they have to go out? Because their husbands could not afford to take care of them on a single income. That was not the reality for everybody. So to make it sound like everybody had this cookie cutout life, that's not how it was for all Black people. I don't like the fact that we do that. Again, it's romanticizing a time that you weren't even alive for.
And the thing right there, if you wait, hustle muscle. Let me say this. So I love what Candy Cane just said. That's people that was comfortable with living modestly. The new thing is nobody wants to live modestly. They want lavish luxury lives. And if you can provide a lavish luxury life, somehow you are lesser than being. If somebody is comfortable with a modest life, everything would be perfect. And I think a lot of people need to be able to accept that most people are average and you can have a modest life. And they used to say settling down. Why? Because that's what you're going to end up having to do. He going to be tired. You going to be tired. She got to work if she's a maid or whatever else. He got to work. The movie is Claudine, right? James Earl Jones and Diane Carroll. He was a garbage man. She was a maid with a bunch of kids. He decided to be a stepfather. I don't mind being a stepfather if you can accept the level of money that I have. I just want companionship at that time. He's not trying to have no new kids. He an older man. She's an older woman. She got her 4 kids. Some of them kids is grown. I just, want a companion. And if you're okay with a modest life, we can make this thing happen. That's what Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin was talking about.
What I'm hearing you say is that you want somebody that will cooperate with you.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm perfectly fine with that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If that's how you want your dynamic to be, the thing that I think that gets tricky is when we start using the term like modest, because your idea of modesty versus the next man idea of a modest life might be completely different depending on your income bracket.
Yes. Most people make about $53,000 a year. And they say ladies make something like $37,000 a year. If you combine them incomes, we just almost close to $100,000 a year, and everything is inflated now. So if you're okay with a $83,000 a year income, that's what I mean by modest. What we averagely make. But to go to a man and make $53,000 and to go to a woman and make $37,000 and say, baby, you can make a couple more dollars, or baby, you can make a couple more dollars. Why not just live within our means, maybe below our means?
I don't know that that's really possible depending on the geographic location today, though, Nightish. Like, you're not going to be able to do very much with $80,000 in New York, or even you living in California.
Leave Oakland. Yes, leave. I need to leave. Literally. It costs too much.
And I want to welcome to the stage. I have Tiff Ratat up here. And
hi, Tiff.
Hi, Tiff.
And by the way, maybe I didn't say that correctly, because it's true. Women have always worked, but they always had soft, delicate jobs and left all the scary, hard stuff to the
No, that wasn't a soft, delicate job.
I know you didn't. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Don't do that. Don't do the soft, delicate stuff.
If you think, go ahead.
So, okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
There's nothing soft and delicate about being a housekeeper. They were still manual labor jobs. Yeah. No, she wasn't out there working on an oil rig, but she was still using her body to make money.
Hard work
and
still.
Putting up with racist
that is
people.
Work.
And she probably was being violated by her boss. Her boss was probably trying to touch on her too.
Yes.
Absolutely. So that's why I say I don't like it when we get into the oppression Olympics amongst these genders, because you will bring up a point and then I can have a counterpoint, and like that back and forth not basketball, tennis game that we played, it doesn't help the conversation move forward.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. Because the other thing you got to think about this. The other thing you got to think about this too, Hustle and Most, is that we black also. They'll tell a black woman in a hospital she has a pain threshold that's higher than anybody else. So this woman is in there dealing with who knows what, and they playing games and arguing with her instead of trying to help her deal with her situation. I've talked about all these things. We got to stop making it seem like we're the same as just people in general. No, we're in a place that's not our home, being violated by a group of people that's comfortable with disrespecting us. And if we look at each other as what we really are, I got to love my sister and love my brother and understand that they don't have a problem with disrespecting her, and they don't have a problem with disrespecting him.
I get you. And for the record, I don't mind the backlash. I'm wrong on something, please call me out on it. Educate me, please. That's why I'm transparent.
It's all good.
Like, Tiff, did you want to jump in before I play this clip from Fences? I know probably everybody has seen it, but I do still want to show it regardless.
Training Day is still his best film 26 years later.
No, go ahead. I'm actually catching up. So, yeah, go ahead and play the clip.
This is when he talked to his son, Candy?
Yes, that's what I wanted to play.
That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part.
And the reason I'm playing this is because I feel like it goes, you be nice. I feel like it shows the mentality, the difference in the mentality. What generation? When did this come out? This was supposed to be the 50s, no?
Yeah. So Denzel would have been silent generation.
Right.
He that
Man,
old?
some
Yeah.
Yeah, in that movie, he was silent generation. His son was a boomer.
Oh, you mean the movie characters? Okay.
right.
Yeah, the characters in the movie. The characters in the movie.
All right.
So he's
let
a
me
boomer. So he was born like in. My mom's a boomer, born in '49. So he's probably born in the late '40s or something, I guess, or '50s.
Yeah.
Both my parents are boomers. Dad was born in '46. Mom was born in '49. So hey.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play.
You ain't never liked me. What law is there say I got to like you? None. All right then.
Sir.
You eat every day.
Yes, sir.
Got a roof over your head.
Yes, sir.
Got clothes on your back.
Yes, sir.
Why you think that is?
Because of you?
Hell, I know it's because of me. But why do you think that is?
Because you like me.
Like you. I go out of here every morning. I bust my butt putting up with them crackers every day because I like you. You're about the biggest fool I ever saw. It's my job. It's my responsibility. A man is supposed to take care of his family. You live in my house, fill your belly with my food, put your behind on my bed because you're my son. Because I like you, because it's my duty to take care of you. I owe a responsibility to you. Now don't you go through life worrying about whether somebody like you or not. You best be making sure they're doing right by you. You understand what I'm saying?
How come you ain't never liked me?
Ooh, I love
Damn.
that scene, honey. I love
That's
that.
deep. Now that's deep. Don't worry about if anybody
I
like
don't-
you, but make sure they're doing good.
I
doing
don't.
right
I
by
don't
you.
think
That's
people
deep.
understand it though.
And that's why I played it because I feel like it fits in with the conversation, and I want to break that down. What do you understand that to mean, Nidish?
I think it's kind of hurtful that them old people felt like I just have a duty and I'm utility. I think it's I don't really like the scene. Because with
you
my
feel like you-
sons, I made it a point to tell them, no, I love you. My son said to me one day, I sound kind of gay.
Kind of what?
He's
Gay.
Why?
For telling them that you love them?
Yeah, I used to tell them I love them every night. I used to go through the house at night and look in the room on them and check all the doors throughout the house because I got OCDs, obsessive compulsive disorder. I check the door 2 or 3 times to make sure it's locked. I look in the room and make sure they sleep and everything. They said they thought at some point it was kind of gay
To tell
I
your
mean,
own
that's-
son that you love him. Now that
to
people
think
tell
hear
you're-
my own son, yes, my creation, that I love him. Because I don't say it sometime. I used to say it to him every day. I used to kiss him on the cheek until they got older.
Okay. I don't know, but to be fair, it don't feel the same coming from a man than it would a woman, or in this case, the mom. I mean, two brothers telling each other that they love him. Some people say
Then that's a
great.
problem. What's wrong with a father
don't
telling
agree
his
with
son
that.
that he loved them?
I don't agree with that,
Mhm.
but I'm just saying, okay.
What's wrong
There's
with a
gonna
father
come a
telling his son
day-
he loved them?
Nothing.
you're-
Nothing. I didn't say that.
There-
Nothing. You need to do
There
it.
is going to come a day when Nidish is no longer here, and those sons are going to regret pushing away their father's love. They're going to miss hearing his voice, and they're going to remember the fact that their father loved them and gave them kisses. You mark my words. I don't
Look,
agree with them.
my son's birthday was June the 2nd. He's in the army, my oldest son.
Mhm.
I said happy birthday to him. He acts shocked when I've been saying happy birthday to him his whole life. Oh, thanks, Dad. I'm gonna be in the town recently. I'm going to visit my little brother. I'm gonna be coming by there, but in July. I'm like, I really don't understand it. What's shocking about your dad saying that he love you or saying happy birthday or happy new year?
Right. I mean, you can say that to another man without it coming off as being homo.
No, I'm not saying it to another man. I'm saying it to the damn thing that I created.
And that's why I want to say it's not gay. It's probably just their generation. How old are your sons? You said one is 20 what?
Let me see. My youngest son is 21, about to turn 20. Well, he turned 22 on March the 5th, and my other son is 27. He turned 27 on June the 2nd.
So they're Gen Zers. Okay.
So, because you remember, I did the whole stream on the whole pause word and blah blah blah. We
Yeah,
had no
that's
no
their
homo.
generation. Yes,
That's what
yes.
I'm saying. So that's probably more so why they were like, "Oh, Dad, you sound gay," because everything is "you sound gay." Gay is supposed to be, an insult that is overly and widely used amongst that group of that generation. I want to say welcome in, Brownie. Appreciate you hitting the link.
Hey,
And
Brownie.
Hey, Brownie.
Hey y'all, how y'all
Salute,
doing?
Brownie.
then
Good.
good.
Hey,
I'm
Brandon.
outside. I'm trying to make my way home. Hello. I hope y'all had a great Monday.
For
Yeah.
I have
sure.
so far. Yes,
That's
definitely.
good.
Any day above ground.
Absolutely. I had a beautiful day today. So I was gonna
Good
say to
to
that night
hear.
is, kids don't like their parents being all affectionate after they get a certain age. Like, I think kids just naturally like kind of reject it. Like, I remember when mom wasn't really affectionate, but even like my dad, like he would try, and I'd be like, bro, like he'd start calling me the ice queen, because you just naturally reject. At a certain age, you naturally like gonna want to reject your parents' affection. Even looking back on it, hindsight 2020, like we appreciate it now because we understand. But as a teenager, you don't understand.
My youngest son came here last year with his baby and his girlfriend. I made him hug me.
You made
See,
them
and
hug
I'm
you.
I'm different. Like I get mad at my mom if I'm on the phone with her and I be like, "I love you," and if she don't say it back, I said, "So you ain't gonna say it back? You what? You didn't hear me? Oh no, I didn't hear you." And so like they didn't really do that. She didn't like my grandmother was not the "I love you" type. So I pushed my mother into it. You gonna tell me you love me? Like we're not. You know what I'm saying? I know you showed me over the years growing up, like what you said, where she had a more of a colder parent. I love my grandma to death. And Lord knows I got a different granny than she got as a mother. But the relationship that I have with my mother, she chose to do like Mahogany said, the opposite of what her mom did. She was very affectionate as a child. I mean, when I was a kid, I still remember a lot of those moments. I remember watching her with my brother. He was the youngest, and him sitting on her lap, holding like one of her cheeks with his first finger and his thumb. And he'd just be sitting there sucking his thumb, staring her in the face, like just things like that. So I recognized that I got a really good mom because of the fact that she felt like she had a very uh, hands off mom. She wanted to be the opposite of what she saw growing up. Um, so I forget where I was even going with that. Damn, I just lost my point. I just
I,
lost my entire point.
I think my sons want to fight me so bad.
But oh,
They just
that's where
want
I
to
was
have a
going.
boxing match with me so bad.
That's where I'm going. So there was a period in time where I did kind of reject the affection. I like Brownie said, after a certain age, it's like, oh, mom, stop being like, mom, stop. But as I get older now, it comes back. As I'm watching them age, that's why I say, you better tell me you love me, like that kind of thing, because I don't know how much longer, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to ever feel like, damn, I wish I had said I love you more. I wish I had showed it more. I wish I had honored you more when I had the opportunity. And that
Right.
comes from having lost a lot of people in my life. Like it's made me more appreciative of the ones that are still here. And I try to make a point to give them their flowers in life so that I can't or don't ever have to say I only gave them in death.
Well, hindsight is a motherfucker. A lot of people in hindsight, blah, blah, blah. So I lost my wife when my son was 14 and the other one was 19.
Mhm.
So they were so upset about losing their mother that they wanted to fight somebody. And I think most of the time they wanted to fight me because they was angry about their mama passing away. And I think they still a little angry still.
Can I ask you a personal question about that?
Sure.
How did you get along with your wife? Like, was it a pleasant relationship? I'm trying to kind of get into their
She
head.
she she was my best friend because I'm an asshole. I don't like people.
Okay.
So she not only my best friend, my only friend. She used to say to me, "Why don't I get some friends?" Because I just with just her, and I'm okay with being alone. I'm a loner. I'm an Aquarius. They say that has something to do with it.
It makes me wonder, like, if your sons had lost you instead of your wife, I wonder if it would have been the same sort of scenario, being mad at mom.
I kind of think sadly they'd have been okay with me going.
Really?
A little bit.
Why?
I kind of think that. I just think that.
I don't believe that's true. I think
I don't either.
When people handle grief, how they handle grief, it just happens, and part of that is having like irrational like thoughts and things like that and feelings. So it's misguided, but I still feel like that loss would have been there, to where they still would have been upset that their dad ain't there. Like, I don't think that like your presence is completely like ignored, and they like in a heart of hearts they like fuck him, like he ain't do shit. Like clearly you did a lot because you helped raise them by yourself. So I feel like at the most that's probably just how they handle grief, and being so young as a teenager, you don't know how to handle grief.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sometimes we take it out on the person closest to us.
Yeah, all I was thinking was that the youngest one was 14. One time he came to me and said he thought his mama was haunting him. I said, why would you think your mama don't love you even though she passed away?
Well, haunting and love, that's two different things. Maybe he was like thought he was seeing her, and was trying to share that with you. And I don't know.
Yeah, we had that was a horrible conversation to have, but we had it. And I said, no, if anything, your mother's protecting you if you see in her spirit.
Let me just tell you, I am a punk. When it comes to anything supernatural, I done told all my spirit guys to stay in the spirit. Don't come tell me nothing. Do it in a dream if you got to. But if I feel like you moving stuff in my house or tapping me on the shoulder, don't do that. Don't do that.
So
hey, who just said that?
I did.
Candy.
Who is I?
Candy.
Listen, Candy, I'm the same way. I don't want to see no damn spirits and nothing else either. I bought this house and I hear shit creaking and moving and doing whatever else. I say I'm too poor to move out this bitch. If you are a spirit, listen, I don't want to see your motherfucking ass either.
Yeah,
So
don't do it.
One of you. So I take it either one of y'all ever tried a Ouija board at any point in your life, right?
Absolutely not.
I don't mess with Ouija boards. I don't mess with conjurers and all these people that's messing with. I ain't burnt no sage in this bitch. I just accept, okay, it sounds, I hear the sounds, I hear the creaks, whatever else. It just is what it is. But don't come out. Don't be, I don't want to see no aliens or ghosts.
I personally don't believe in all that supernatural stuff, but I can tell you one thing. I had a home.
I believe it's real. I believe it's real.
I know it's real. I ain't fooling with it.
I had a home.
I know it's real. I know it's real.
I had a home girl. They used to do security at one point or whatever, and her office is literally across the street from a cemetery. And she told me one time she heard voices or some shit from across the street. And now people walking past, because remember, it's 12:30 in the morning. Who the fuck walking past a cemetery that time of night? So she thinks she was hearing voices or some shit.
Listen, hustler and muscler. When I was younger, I spent most of my time in a library called Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King Library is on 69th and East 14th. You know what's right across the street from Martin Luther King Library?
What?
A place called C.P. Bannon. It's the damn mortuary.
Oh.
See?
You been hearing shit around there too?
Listen, man. It is what it is, brother. So I don't play around with the hoodoo, voodoo, spirituality, blah, blah, blah. No, not while I'm alive. I don't need to see no hosts, guests, ghosts, none of that. I'm Gucci. And I'm happy I haven't seen none so far.
Yeah, I'm scared of that stuff. I really am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared.
That's the only genre of horror that I just don't really too much fool with, and it's because I know it to be true, and so because I know that a lot of the I just don't like. I would consider myself a spiritual person, non-religious, right?
Hmm.
But spiritual. So I do have some spiritual practices that I do. But messing with the dead is not one of them. And I
Yeah.
have made a point to let it be known to any of my people. Once you have passed along, you can come to me in a dream, and no other way. I don't do it to me. Don't do it.
My uncles have sat down with me and told me that what my aunties was involved with, and that I don't remember the names of all this stuff because I try not to remember it. But y'all, please don't come visit me in none of them ways. I love y'all, but I don't want to see y'all like that. Please don't do that to me. Y'all gonna scare the hell out of me.
Right.
No seances, no.
None of that. And listen, they said that my aunties and my grandmas and all of them was deep into this Verdun, Ogun, Shogun. I'm like, yeah, don't do that to me. I'm cool.
Where
Yeah,
where are
So
they
you don't
from?
want
Are
to
they
align with the African spirits.
There's some witch doctors, or this part of a cult.
What do I
The
align
African
with
power.
them?
Well, not
I
align,
don't.
but you don't.
I don't want to
'Cause-
see them. Just protect me, but don't come and visit me and say, yeah, you don't have to touch me or none of this stuff. I was talking to a lady the other day who said a spirit came and put a monkey bite on her and left
a
no,
monkey
I don't
bite.
know poltergeist type stuff happening to me. I'm cool.
No,
Yeah.
nobody want that.
I'm gonna tell one of my silly stories, but it's the truth. The reason I don't mess with it, my mom told me years ago that she used to dip and dab in it. That's why, and I also come from a really, really religious family, and so we were always taught not to do certain things. And she, anyway, she told us the story how she dipped and dabbed in it, and she had a book, and she actually years ago, cast a spell, but she was saying how she felt like she called the wrong spirit. Anyway, it really freaked me out. And all I know is I remember when I was little, there was I swear I'm not trying to freak y'all out, but my father died when I was a baby. And
okay?
I honestly feel for the longest time when I was a little girl, he used to come to me. I asked my mom and my grandmother, hey, what did he look like? And sure enough, when my mom showed me a picture, the man that used to come to me in my dreams looked just like him. And my grandmother, they said a prayer over me. And she basically told my father to leave me alone. She's okay. Don't worry about her. And then after that, my grandmother told me, because I was a little baby, little girl. She said that after that, I stopped crying because I used to wake up in the middle of the night crying. And she knew it was my dad checking on me. Everybody talked about how much he loved me. He died when I was a baby. So it was like he had a hard time letting me go. But basically, she said that after that, I stopped having those nightmares. So I've always been really scared of spiritual things. I don't know.
I think that's a real thing. And I think
Yeah.
people don't understand that they're being a conjurer, you can conjure spirits. And if enough people get in the room and conjure up some stuff, you can conjure some. That's why I say I get away from those people. I don't need, and they comfortable with it. They love to conjure up something and have something come, and then they can talk about, ooh, did you see the power of that spirit that we conjured? Just imagine if they can get 30 people, 50 people, 200 people.
I mean,
to all
people do that with religion right now. Like
and conjure something.
people conjuring up Jesus. You know how many different forms of Jesus is out there? You think Chinese Jesus look like, the white Jesus that they parade around here?
Then
Before
people
we get too far into spirituality, I do want to take it back to the fences conversation because we didn't dive into that, and I wanted to do a breakdown of what y'all thought Denzel was, what he meant. Like, I know you started Nightish, but I think we kind of veered off.
Yeah, he's a silent generation that's saying that I'm doing what's supposed to be done. Can you respect the fact that you got a roof over? See, that's something I can say to my sons, and I don't think that's enough for them.
You think that should
I
be enough?
understand what Denzel is saying. You got food in your stomach, right? You got a roof over your head, right? The lights is on, right? My wife passed away. My son's 14. We still in the same. I said these same things to him. We're in the same house, right? Because we didn't leave the house until like 4 years later. My wife
But do you
passed
think
away
that's enough?
at
Because
the
I think
foot
the
of my bed.
question that was asked in that clip was, "Why don't you like me?" And instead of answering that question, he went around the damn world on a tangent, telling you, well, all the things that he does, which you're supposed to do as a parent, because you brought a life into this world. So,
Right. So
did he ever
like is
answer the question?
unimportant. Yeah, like is unimportant. As a
Well,
man,
and I
you
see why
talking
a lot
about
of people
living.
these days are, choosing not to have children because, like, don't you think your children like should feel love and like from you?
Oh, that's a good conversation. Let's do that. So, what is your purpose on this planet?
My purpose, like sole purpose, individually or
What
in
did
general?
God say that men and women are supposed to do?
Okay, see, like that's me personally. I don't agree with that whole notion of my only purpose on earth is to quote unquote give birth. When he said, when the Bible said be fruitful and multiply, we're not just talking about going out here and just, spreading our legs and busting out babies, right? No, it's about creativity. It's about innovation. And yes, procreation is one of them. But once again, why bring children in this world you don't like?
Well, let's say right there, you said creativity and motivation for who? Because if there ain't nothing living,
Innovation.
Okay, creativity and innovation for who? If there's nothing existing.
I get that, but still,
No. Slow down, please.
No, I am slowing down, but
Hold on,
like I
hold
said,
on.
nobody answered the question.
I don't want y'all to
Nobody's
argue.
arguing. I'm not arguing. I just want nobody's answering the question. So why shouldn't he ask his father, why don't you like me? And I feel like that question wasn't answered. Instead, he made a list of things. Okay, we'll see. And you wonder why the birth rate is low.
I want to dive into that though. Why? Explain to me why you feel like you don't have to like your kids. Make that make sense for me, because I understood what Denzel was saying as he said it to his son. I didn't understand the why.
Right. So the thing I think people don't understand is he's literally saying, I love you. And this is what love looks like. But why do I have to say it? Love looks like keeping your stomach full. Love looks like the water's on. Love looks like the PG&E is on. Love looks like
love and like
I'm here around you. That's what love looks like. But why do I have to say it when I'm literally doing it?
He's not asking him, why don't you love me? He asked him, why don't you like me? Like, I don't know why that's a hard question.
Right. So like and love is two different things, right?
Exactly.
So
you're speaking of act of love as a parent, what you do, because guess what? The lights are on. He got a roof over his head. He got clothes on his back, right? Like, there's a person that, like, people kidnap, they kidnap people and keep, them with shelter and some food in their stomach, and you're gonna call that love?
So
they'll call that love. But I'm talking about from a parent to a child. If my parents told me they did not like me, I think I'll feel away, because it's why
slow down, twin. He didn't say he didn't like him. He didn't answer the question. He never said I don't like you.
But that's a good conversation.
I'm saying he never answered the question, so I'm trying to figure out
But that's why I want to answer it. Love and like both have 4 letters. Houdini said this, right? Love and like both have 4 letters.
Lord.
Liking you is something special. Loving you is dutiful.
And that's what
I love the world. Love is dutiful. In order for me to like you, you got to like me. And you know what liking me is like? In order for me to like you, you have to like me. Like is something that you want to be around. It's fun. It's exciting. It's a good time. Love is dutiful. So love is something you do for the world, period. It's dutiful. So in order for me to like you, son, you can't say I'm gay. You can't say me saying I love you is gay. You can't say that the fact that the lights is on and all this other stuff is somehow gay. You can't do that.
I'm going to say I disagree, Nightish. I don't think in order for me to like you, you have to like me. There are plenty of people, even I'm sure, even in the social media or parasocial relationships that we build out here, there are people that can say that they like you that you may not care for, and vice versa. So I'm going to stop you there with that point. But when it comes to the whole duty, does duty automatically equal love? Why do we equate duty with love? Because in that moment, I understand what you're saying. Because I did these things for you, that should have proven to you that I love you. So it shouldn't matter that I like you. But as your child is sitting here and he had a very hurt look in his face, I know everybody hates feelings, right? I
Yeah,
know everybody
for
hates
sure.
feelings.
Definitely, yes.
But here's this boy telling his father that I don't even think you like me. So he couldn't even see the duty as an expression of love. He looked at it as just this is what you were supposed to do, so you did it. And whether it were me or any other kid here, you'd have done it because you see it as duty, not because of love.
Okay, so let's stay right there. So should people hate God?
See, I'm the wrong person to do to God because I'm not religious. I'm
No,
Yeah.
not about religion. You have oxygen. You live and breathe air and whatever else. And I think that's a dutiful thing. So should you hate God because he's not coming around and saying, you know what, Candy Cane, I like you individualistically.
You're going to have to see. Here's the problem with that: the concept of should you hate God? I'm sure there are people out there right now today, because of their experiences on this earth, blame God for what he allowed them to go through and do hate him.
Exactly. You
So
making my point. You making my point.
Okay, break that down for me. How am I making your point?
Our very existence is because of him. That's a dutiful thing. That's not a like you thing.
How does that equate to love, though? That's what I'm saying.
Right. So our very existence, I believe, is love.
But that's not the
fact that
Nightish. I know you like the.
Let me finish.
It's very gaslighting, right? Because once again, it's not
gaslighting at all. It's not gaslighting at all. It's not I believe God created the devil. I believe God is the reason why wars take place. I believe God is why my mama is gone. He's it, everything and all. But I also believe that he's the reason why I exist. Everybody don't believe that the reason why their mama's gone is because of God. Their daddy is gone because of God. Because these wars take place because of God.
I mean, my daddy gone because of stroke and congestive heart failure. I don't think God took him out.
God let it exist. God could have ended that. Your daddy could have lived for 1,000
well,
years.
why is your God letting things like that exist in the world? Then, if why not just get rid of it? Why not just get rid of it?
Exactly. That's
what you mean
point.
Exactly.
Hold on. I'm still not understanding the connection of how you are equating that to love. It's not clicking for me. Maybe you're not making that analogy make sense. Hold on 1 second. I got Chicago Rilla in the back.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome in, Chicago Rilla. Thank you for hitting the panel.
Hello.
Man, peace to the guys. Peace to you, Candy Cane.
Yeah.
And peace to my brother Nightish.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
That's so backward, right?
Assalamu alaikum. And then, shout out to Brownie. Brownie, hey, the weather good, Brownie.
She's at work. She might be on mute. Y'all had good weather. I had rain. Okay, I'm mad at that.
No, we had rain last night.
I know
we've been raining down here too.
Yeah, it was terrible. That joint woke me up last night. But go ahead.
You know, I'm right there with you, but a little bit offshoot. I'm adjacent, and it's been raining for most of the day. So
yes, ma'am.
Chicago, you the perfect. No, you don't. Chicago, you the perfect person for this conversation. The conversation we having right now is love versus like.
So I don't know if you saw when I played the Fences clip from Denzel when his son was asking him why doesn't he like him.
That's Fences.
Yeah, why you don't like him?
No, that's Fences. But actually, is that Candy saying that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, Candy. James Earl Jones versus who's married to Angela Bassett? Courtney B. Vance.
Courtney B. Vance. Yeah.
That one. That's the one you want to play. But go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a different Fences, you saying?
Oh
No,
man.
the same sentence. Same
It's
sentence.
no,
just
but
in a
it's
play.
intense.
It's in a play.
It's way more intense. But fair enough. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
So what I was trying to get Nightish to break down, because we watched the clip, right? And he says he doesn't like it. He was like trying to say most people don't understand this clip. What I took away from it was Denzel is saying, I don't have to like you. I do my duty for you. And that's all you need to worry about is how I treat you. And I'm trying to understand how he's saying that equates to love. Duty equals love. I'm trying to like, make that make sense.
Yeah, so Chicago and me had these kind of conversations all the time.
Indeed.
So Chicago, what I'm saying is that it's Bronx Tale, right?
Yes.
Shoot,
far beyond
when he tells dude, when you go and see her and you open the car door, exactly. So love and like is two different things.
Yes.
And I'm saying that love is dutiful. It don't have nothing to do with feelings.
And
when you bring when you make it up,
he asked her, why don't you like me? And for some reason you keep going back to love.
Because feelings don't have.
We're not talking about love, we're talking about like.
Right, like is a feelings thing.
Yeah. So
basically, he was asking his father, how do you feel about me?
So listen, rest in peace to the GOAT, August Wilson. Right.
Okay.
August Wilson wrote that play, Fences. Right. And he wrote that play, and it was actually supposed to be like decades of like what he witnessed in Pittsburgh, right?
Okay.
And so when we look at that in Fences specifically, if you look at the the energy between, because that was man to man.
Yes.
And he's asking him specific questions like, yo, like what governing body, right, says that I have to love you? And
like you.
He said
like you.
Listen,
and I interject love you, right? Either way.
I know y'all keep trying to interject love, but if that's two different things, then how was stuck on the word?
Oh, shout out to
I was stuck on love
Tiff,
when he's saying like.
Yeah, no, you super dope. I followed you for a minute.
Thank you.
No, I'm so serious. I followed you for a minute.
No, I've seen you on Fight Club when I used to troll. I used to get blocked.
I ain't never been over there like that. But you
not
seen
like that. But I seen like you on maybe
and
around.
So I know we on sacred ground. And what I'm saying is when we look at that, because I'm not a big fan on doing movies and theater and accolades, but I do think that particular because I understand August Wilson, and I understand that conversation between him and his son. Between I can't even think of the main character's name and his son, and he's telling him, I don't have an obligation to love you
like.
Thank you for pulling up James Earl Jones.
This is what I was trying to find.
This is
the version.
No, this is it.
Yeah. James Earl. Yeah.
Yeah, please pull this one up. This is the one.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let it play through.
Thank you, Candy. Thank you.
Candy, you want to speed up the playback speed, the 150,
so you don't get flagged.
Yeah.
This is the one. Shout out to James Earl Jones, and that's Courtney B. Vance.
Courtney B. and James Earl, yeah.
Where do I go to speed it up? I've never done that before.
Normally, I just do the 3 dots. Look for the 3 dots.
But she's doing it from IG, Nightish. So
shit, that's Angela Bassett's husband, Courtney B. Vance. Shout out to him. He's been around a long time too, just like James Earl Jones.
Yes.
Let me look closer. Let me make this full screen. Let me see let me give me a second, Candy Cane.
All right.
because you got to speed it up a little bit. So see the three dots over there on the white part of the thing where it says the name over there, the three dots
to the far right.
Yeah, right there. Click that. It don't say playback speed. This
is Instagram. I'm playing it off Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, play it then.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, sis.
Yeah, I think it should be okay.
Don't you eat every day? Answer me when I talk to you. Don't you eat every day? Yeah. Nigga, as long as you living in my house, you put a sir on the end of it when you talk to me. Yes, sir. You eat every day. Yes, sir. Got a roof over your head. Yes, sir. And clothes on your back. Yes, sir. Why you think that is? Because of you. Hell, I know it's because of me. Why do you think that is?
Because you like me.
Like I go out of here every morning and bust my butt putting up with them crackers all day long because I like you. You is the biggest fool I ever saw. It is my job. It is my responsibility. You understand that? A man got to take care of his family. You live in my house. You sleep your behind on my bedclothes. You put my food in your belly because you are my son. You are my flesh and blood, not because I like you. It is my duty to take care of you. I owe a responsibility to you. Wait now. Let's get this straight right now. But go along any further. I ain't got to like you. Mr. Rand, don't give me my money come payday because he liked me. He give me because he owe me. Now, I didn't give you everything I had to give you. I gave you your life. Don't you eat every day? And
so, before y'all go, this is why I say obligation and duty to me does not equate to love. You can do all those things for your child and still put them down every day, still tell them they ain't never gonna be nothing every day. You can think about the last show that I had when I was talking about Uncle Ruckus syndrome and how that happened. Those Clarence Thomas was sent to live with his grandfather, who took care of him. He kept a roof over his head. He put him in private school. He did everything duty-wise, responsibility-wise that he was supposed to do, and he still tore him down mentally. Tell me where the love is in that.
That's
Tell me what the like is.
That wait 1 second. Let's slow it down a little bit. That added part is what we was talking about earlier. Some people focus on the negative aspects of things. But the fact that you being kept alive and all these other things is love. So that's why I brought that other part in. So love and like is two different things. Like is cool to be around you. I can have fun with you. Love is making sure that you exist.
Wait. Nighty, stay right there. Because I wanna dive into what Candy Cane is pulling up in this, because I believe this is the greatest adaptation of Fences. My personal opinion. Right?
I agree with you. But when she first brought it up, I brought up Houdini. And the song is One Love. He said the word love and like both have four letters, but they're two different things all together. He explained it very greatly. All you gotta do is remember
this is me and my favorite cousin, favorite song. And my favorite cousin is a female, and we both sing this when we get in the family functions, and we both 52. Well, she gonna be 53 this year,
Yeah, so when she found out that the person didn't really love her, she gave back all of his stuff. Because you don't like me.
Yeah.
Take all this shit back there.
Yeah, like
you don't like
in my day. Yeah. Oh God, 90.
I'm still trying to. So 90.
No. Let's go to Fences. Go ahead.
It's hard. So what I'm saying is, he just also used an example in here. I go to my job every day and get paid. I do my duty as an employee, not because I love my job, but because it's my responsibility.
As a father, as a parent, to take care of. Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, Chicago. Before we continue, it's like we having conversations, but somehow the conversations break up. I used to say to my kids all the time that I love them, and I will kiss them on the cheek, and they somehow felt that was gay, being kissed on the cheek by their dad. And when they got to a certain age, we had to stop doing that, and that's cool and okay. I said that I just talked to my son who's 27, right? Let me see, I'm 30, I'm 56. He's 27 right now. And he act like he's shocked that I'm saying happy birthday to him when I've been saying it to him his whole life. So it's never been what I experienced when I was younger. Is when you get your nigga ass in this stove, don't touch nothing, don't ask for nothing, don't do nothing. I never did none of that stuff. That's a different generation. But there was a generation where it was abusive, right? They didn't really like you.
Yeah, that's the fences. Right.
That's fences. Yes, that's fences. They didn't really like you.
But Nightdish, for me,
that's what I was saying, Candy. Like, was I speaking in layman? Like,
is that
what's
Tiff?
that? The backward language? Like, was I
No,
speaking
Tiff, I'm
backwards?
not disagreeing with you. Tiff, God doggone, gosh,
I'm trying to figure out, like, I understand the premise. Trust me, I've seen this movie. Like, okay,
James
I've
Earl
never seen the
Jones.
play, right? I've seen the
James Earl
movie a few
Jones was
times.
my
I've never
granddad.
seen.
I'm
But
Courtney
I'm
B.
saying,
Vance.
but
I'm
Chicago,
Courtney B. Vance.
but Chicago, if it's James Earl Jones, or even if it's Denzel, what did he call him? Little monkey boy, little nigga ass boy, because you know parents used to be very disrespectful,
Correct.
and said that they was loving you. But in Fences, where did he do that? In the play, where did he do that?
He was trying to prepare him for the real world, but Miss Tiff, because I really do rock with Miss Tiff. Tiff, I'm telling you, I'm Courtney B. Vance. James Earl Jones, and this is no impunity on his character. I absolutely revere August Wilson. I wish more niggas knew about August Wilson. But James Earl Jones was my granddad. And listen, I'm not his son. My granddad, I'm obviously not my son. I'm saying in this scene that Miss Candy is laying out for you, James Earl Jones is my granddad, and I'm Courtney B. Vance.
So basically, your granddad didn't like you either.
No, you missed it. If you think James Earl Jones didn't like Courtney B. Vance, then you missed it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking because
Okay, but see, y'all added something to it. That the
I'm not adding. Okay, like if you let me finish,
Miss Tiff, I'm answering
Mr.
you
Chicago
directly.
Rilla,
No,
I mean, okay, no, okay, but okay, like I was saying earlier before I got cut off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I never seen the play version, right? I've seen the
Yes,
movie,
ma'am.
a few times. So I'm just going by the clip Candy played first. Now
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
playing the play version. That's a different, it's kind of still the same. But once again, where does the light come in? Because he's telling him, "Well, I love you," because like you said, trying to prepare him somewhat for the world and get him ready. But once again, it just showed that they're having kids because what, out of duty?
No, Miss Tiff.
Like, why not
what he's saying is, I have a duty to you because I birthed you. It's the same as when he goes back to I don't know who his wife is in this Broadway play, but it's the same as I have an obligation to you for duty, right? And so I'm raising you to be a particular type of man, right? So look when he tells them, I give you food, I put food in your belly, all the things, and this, that, and the third, wooty woo. Like my granddad did not play no games. He did not. I'm sorry, he did not.
I think
Go ahead,
the
Nightdish.
blurred line is that when it comes to black children, when us as parents are raising you, the conversation is that it's against all odds. Society ain't gonna love you like I love you. The
You
world is
had
against you.
you
The
you
world is against you, not me. I love you. You my baby.
You know that sound like a cult leader. See, ain't
no,
nothing
you
else
gotta
in the world
do.
for you. Nobody can love you like I love you. So once again, I'm talking about the word like.
So
Wait. So let. Oh, this is
I
perfect.
want to.
Wonderful.
I'm
So wait.
stuck
Let's
on.
stay
I'm
right
stuck
here.
on the
This is
word like.
perfect.
Cause we're not getting past that. I'm sorry. I'm not
Right.
gonna
So
let y'all
let's stay
stay
right.
by
So
us that
let's.
see,
easy.
I'm
Right.
not even
So
I'm
let's.
not even focused on the like. I'm not even focused on like.
But
What I'm
listen.
trying
Let's
to
stay
get.
right. Let's stay right there. Cool.
Well, I guess it's just me. Well, I'm gonna
Even
pass
though.
it then. Since I'm the only one stuck
Well,
on
no,
it, I would like
because
I'm trying
what
to
I'm
get clarity, but you know.
so hold on. Let me see if I can bottle this up a bit for you, Tiff. What I'm seeing him say is, I don't have to like you because I'm showing you that I love you because of the duty that I do what I do for you. What I am
Mm.
saying though is, I personally believe you can do those duties and still not love that child. I
I
don't think that duty,
Fact.
I
adhering.
understand. I understand exactly what you said the first time you said that. And what I'm saying is that our experience as black men in this world is that our people can love us, but the world hate us. The world is
Oh
trying
my
to
God.
kick our ass. So I'm not finna raise you to believe that everybody gonna like you.
Everybody
Just
So
don't
because
that
have
I
to.
that
just
should start
because
at home, right?
That's Tiff's point. Everybody don't have to, but wanting your parents to like you, I get it. Even in relationships, I'm not gonna always like my man. Sometimes I'm gonna hate his ass. You're gonna get on my fucking nerves.
Right,
But I'm
right.
still gonna operate out of love because of the fact that of the connection that is there. I just
well, so that's perfect. That's why we need to have these conversations. If you liked me, you ain't never gonna have what you just said. Liking me is cool all the time. The people that I like, I ain't got no smoke with. We like each other. The people that I love, I feel an obligation to. So even when I don't like them, I'm still trying to look out for them. But the people that I like, I want to be around. Those are my people. They're two different things. And what happens is people start talking about feelings and emotions. Men are not supposed to lead. Not that men don't have emotions also, but men are not supposed to lead with emotions. And you're not supposed to teach your men to be focused on emotion. You're supposed to teach your men to lead with duty. And it's crazy that women are up here saying that men are supposed to think like women.
Did I say that? Now you putting
Man,
words in my
shit.
mouth. Now you putting words in my
Feelings.
mouth.
1 second.
hold
1
on.
second,
Did I
man.
ever
Wait,
Let me
wait,
just
wait,
say
wait,
this.
wait,
Let me
wait,
just
wait. I
say
need
this.
everybody to stop. Just stop.
I didn't say that.
Stop. Everybody stop. Focus on here. This is a man. In Too Deep is a man who has posted this. I paused it here on this question or this comment for a reason. My dad didn't like me, and we argued a lot. But then I found out when he passed that he was jealous of me. I was able to get things to come. He was jealous because I was able to get things to come to me easily. Now I understand. It's different. So you're sitting here saying that we're trying to lead as women because this boy or young man wanted to have a conversation with his father. Imagine, I can't imagine. Actually, I can. Let me correct myself. I'm going to say, I'm glad that I had the mother that I had because I can't imagine growing up in a house with a father that I felt like didn't. I don't even want to say didn't like because he's asking him if he likes him, but I feel more like he felt like, okay, I'm using feelings. Y'all gonna let that go. I just from the clips I've seen from seeing the movie, I feel like you felt like your father didn't even love you. And he's trying to tell you that me adhering to my duty was how I showed you love. And then I'm telling you that you may see it that way, but if he's asking you this question, then he does not see it that way. So what is the problem with saying either I love you or expressing it? And I know, Nightish, you said you have said it to your sons, and your sons say that,
All
that's
the
gay.
time, to the point that he said it was gay. So as a
I guess
man, why would you say it if you're gonna be called gay?
that's a good question.
That's an honest question. That's just an honest question. And I understand what this brother is saying. If that man didn't like you, he didn't love you either.
Exactly.
So that's two different things. And that's why I'm confused about the confusion. I know for a fact that I love my babies. And I told them their whole life, I'm going to love them till my heart stop beating. And they said that sounds gay to them. No, my purpose on earth is to make sure that y'all are okay. And I do everything in my power to make sure that y'all are good. And y'all keep telling me y'all good. So what's the smoke? The smoke is your feelings. I don't have to like you. And the reason why I don't like you is because you got a problem with me loving you. You call me gay. When I was young, if I'd have called my father gay, he'd have probably beat the hell out of me.
Absolutely. Without question. I wouldn't even, there's certain things, I don't even curse in front of my parents to this day. If I do, it's slipped out because I was so angry. And then I'm going to get corrected immediately to this day.
Miss Candy, I never wanted to disappoint my elders. My grandmother Lois used to smoke weed with me, but I would never cuss around her. Grandson, you got some weed for me? Sure, Grandma. But I would never cuss around her because I honored her so much.
Miss Candy, did you hear that part?
Yeah, because he honored her so much, he wouldn't do it.
That's most of us.
That's most of us.
For our elders. Even when we knew they was wrong and saw them bad.
When we knew they was wrong.
Listen, that's why Tupac, Dear Mama.
Yes.
That's why even Tupac, Dear Mama, we honored them regardless.
But you know what happened, Chicago? We had a race of babies that hate the ladies.
That make the babies.
I
say that all the time, and they think I'm lying, fam. That Nightish, that's why you tell me
I be saying all the time, I love you, Chicago.
I know, but that's why you tell me I'm tweaking.
That you believe.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We literally, Miss Candy, we literally are in the age of the race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies. And I'm literally trying to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, stop hating your mama. Stop hating your sister. Stop hating your cousin. Why are you hating them? I literally be on here saying that, and you know what they say? They have arguments with me on panel. You a simp. You a sucker. You a trick. Angrily.
Well, I believe most children, for the most part, love their parents, love their mother. But like you said, maybe they just don't like them sometimes because they're wrong.
Hey, Miss Tiff, do they tolerate? Do you see instances of where they tolerate the custodial guardian?
Yeah.
Tolerate? I mean,
the custodial guardian is the key word that I'm using.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that, ma'am?
I say yes.
I
tolerated mine for sure.
Because I'm only saying that because
Chicago.
I'm here in Chicago.
Let her answer.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, dude. Because that's literally my situation. My kids tolerate me, and I find that hilarious.
So you're personalizing a lot of this conversation, huh?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people take that toleration as meaning something. I think it's unmeaningful.
Hey, y'all. Can I say something? Because I've been listening while I've been on my
Go ahead, Brownie.
Brownie, where you at? Brownie, where you at?
Shit, I'm in the hood now.
Shout out to my nigga Brownie. Yeah. Already. What up, Brownie?
I'm chilling. But I wanted to say, I think the disconnect is love isn't paying fucking bills and feeding me some fucking food. That's what you're supposed to do when you have a child. And doing the minimum of what you're supposed to do and then saying that you love me is crazy. Like, if you love me, you're going to care for me. If you're going to care for me, you're going to care for my mental, my emotional well-being. And you ain't got to like me. Like, Mama ain't like me. We went through portions of our life where she didn't really like me.
Mm-hmm.
But she cared for me. If I was going through it, she would be there. She would support me in the things that I like. she wouldn't tear me down just because me and her into it. She wouldn't talk to me crazy. So
do you think, Brownie, that I was reaching like Candy and Brownie? So do y'all think I'm focusing too much on the word like? Because is it just the parent thing we're talking about? Because even in the movie, can we ask him like, did he like his wife? Because we talking about love. Well, he loved because he stayed, and did we do as a father? But then he said,
a lot of men back then used to think that doing that shit equated love, so they could cheat on you. They could do all this other extra shit, but they're like, I'm paying the bills. On her? And that's who. No, I'm just saying an example.
Yeah, he had a whole side baby. Yeah.
He had a side baby in Fences.
I take care of you. I love you.
I never
go to
watched
work.
Fences.
If he ain't had no kids, he would still have to clock in on that white man clock.
Yeah, he had
exactly.
Yeah, she had a side baby.
Exactly.
In Fences. Yeah,
he had a side. Okay, all right. That even straight from
yes, he did.
You see what I'm saying? So hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, pause. Hold on, Brownie. I hate to cut you off. So now that you over here fighting tooth and nails, trying to take up for him. You haven't really seen the movie?
I'm not fighting for him.
No,
I never
Troy,
seen Fences.
Troy had
I
a
only
baby.
seen them clips.
Yeah. No.
I never seen Fences. It's not my thing.
No, I had to read.
My thing is this though. I didn't have no side babies.
But Nidus, we're not talking about you, though,
right? But the thing is this: y'all make it seem like everybody is the color purple or everybody is Fences.
No,
we're not.
Wait. When y'all keep saying that, if he just paid the bills and everything else, but he had a side baby. He paid his bills and everything else, but he knocked her head between the washer and the dryer. Why is it always a negative aspect?
That's not fair, Nidus, because you know that's not why I brought up that clip.
I didn't say that. But
you making
and I'm
it
not
sound
even
like
saying that now. What just happened is
and
that
that's not what
we
I
are
was
talking.
saying. I was saying that when you love somebody, that you're doing more than paying bills, and if you equate you going to work, you paying bills and providing food as love,
right?
Then your love is kind of empty.
What's the No, Chicago. I like this because me and Brownie, we cool.
That's why
Brownie,
I think it's important to listen to understand
more?
versus listen to respond.
Yeah.
You know?
What's the more? No, I'm having a conversation. Yeah, what's the more?
Caring about that person, like how they actually feel, valuing their opinion and their thoughts, and them as an individual. And just because you feeding me, that don't mean that you're doing that.
Right. And what I'm saying is that the majority of people, the average people, are doing exactly that. So Fences is a horrible thing to have this conversation about. The color purple is a horrible thing to have this conversation about. And what's that other one where Angela Bassett burned up the fucking car?
Hold on.
Wait, hold on.
Pause for me, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hold on. Candy's talking.
Sorry, Candy.
So the reason I brought up Fences to show was because we just went through and did a breakdown of each of the different generations and the complaints that came with those generations. Yeah. I brought this up to show how you just said boomer generation relating to the silent generation.
Yeah.
Why would this be a bad example to show if we're having a multi-generational conversation? And then Taz, I have a question for you. I want to ask you after Nidus answers this. Why would you say that that's wrong?
So Denzel in this movie is silent generation, right? Right. So silent generation was the kids that didn't have no work hour time, right? They was the ones that was abused the most, right?
I would say yes.
Right. So an abused person, I mean, this is easy work. It's a hurt person hurting people. He don't know no better.
But you just said the same thing to your kids too. So you saying you don't know no better either?
I'm not silent generation. I'm Generation X.
But you got
to say there's certain things that can be passed down from generation to generation, correct?
1 second, man. We have to stay in the same conversation. So I'm
trying to keep us there.
We have to follow the flow of the conversation. I want to have a
right.
conversation.
You follow the flow of the conversation.
Silent generation was abused. So
right. And do you know what happens that can be passed down from generation to generation? So my thing is when
wrong.
Okay.
So now
if you were here earlier,
no. Hey, y'all can't keep cutting each other off. Y'all gotta let each other finish the thought. You got to.
So go ahead.
I gotta let
Tiff.
each other finish your thought.
Go ahead,
So
go ahead,
let her
Tiff,
go,
go ahead.
and then you go next, Night.
Yes, yeah, I'll wait.
I guess my point is like when you know better, you know, I see it with this generation. They say, you know, they're just running wild and rampant because, you know, I guess the parents are not exuding a lot of the same treatment or behavior that, you know, we went through, or the boomers or the silent generation. So I'm just trying to understand, like, are we just talking from that point in time, or are we just talking like across, like, how does it affect us in general? Because we're just staying there, then I completely understand, you know, like the mindset, like that's a different time and age. But I guess are we talking about how it relates today, or are we just staying in one time zone?
Are you asking me? Or are you asking the panel? Or are you asking Night?
I think in general, because then maybe that would help me kind of figure out that maybe I can be more, like, I guess, grounded in one aspect.
So,
because I'm still trying to get understanding why, you know, like, nobody answered the question why, you know, you wouldn't like your children, but you would love them. I still don't understand that concept. It's
So
going
when
on.
I came on the panel, I had a conversation about the different generations. I talked about the silent generation. I talked about the boomers. Then I talked about Gen X because I'm a Gen Xer. So the silent generation was abused. The silent generation didn't have work hours. They used to work to what you call from cane to cane. So they would go to work in the dark and come back from work in the dark. They were abused. So they pedestalized the boomers. The boomers was pampered. And the boomers is around in the 70s kind of era. So they was the ones that was hippies and drug addicts and whatever else. So that would have been my parents. My parents made me a latchkey kid. They wasn't at home. They left me with my older siblings or my uncles and whatever else. And I said that my generation did this with my kids. We did not call them out of their names. We didn't abuse them. See, when I was younger, I got whipped with race car tracks, with chancletas, with extension cords and belts. I was beat to blood. I wouldn't beat my kids to blood. So it's just different generations. You got to understand them so we can stay on the same conversations. So with my kids, I kissed them and loved them and told, no, let me finish, please. I kissed them and told them I loved them, whatever else. And around about their teenage years, they was like, damn, Dad, you're too loving. You're kind of gay.
My
why are you kissing me so much?
Like
why are you telling me you love me so much? No, it's not personal. Most Gen Xers, one second.
We overcorrected.
Most Gen Xers overcorrected.
That's what Nightish is saying.
And now these new men that y'all talk to in this generation, y'all say they sassy and zesty and they want to argue with women. But the women said that my generation, Gen X, didn't talk. So I got married when I was 24. My wife used to say, you barely speak. Can you fucking talk, sir? I started talking when I turned about 30 or something. Because what was the point of talking? And why was I like that? Because my father's a silent generation. He didn't talk.
That's a fact.
But do you realize all you're saying is that we've been passing on generational trauma?
No,
so
but that we realize
Chicago,
that.
1 second. If I passed on one second, y'all. If I passed on generational trauma, I would be like my dad and never talk to my kids. I would say that your mama and you should be silent. Facts. I would be just like him. No, I overcorrected.
Correct.
And why? Because I grew up with Leave It to Beaver, The Cosby Show, all these shows where dads talk to their kids. Andy Griffith Show. I talk about this all the time. I'm more of an emotional, patient, understanding. When I was little, you know what used to be said before we went to the store? Your little motherfucking ass better not ask me for shit when we get in the store.
Don't
ask me for nothing. Don't touch nothing.
Yes.
I never did that to my children. So no, I did not pass down them generational curses.
All right. I will give you that. You've been consistently saying that since you got on here that you did tell your kids every night that you love them and that they kind of rebelled against it. Taz, I have a question for you.
What up, though? What up, though?
Welcome to the panel. Appreciate you joining.
Taz smoke.
Hey, Dad.
What up?
So you've seen this clip, right? This clip from Fences with Courtney B. Vance and James Earl Jones, or the Denzel equivalent.
Oh no, never.
No, never.
Never.
Is there a particular reason you haven't seen it? Have you been avoiding it, or?
Nah, I ain't avoiding it. I just don't really. I hate fake shit. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's enough reality to never look at a movie for an example or nothing. Like,
wait. Cass. Oh, gosh. I'm eating too. My bad. Cass. So when Nina Simone says the duty of an artist is to reflect the times, you don't think the playwrights, because this is from a playwright. So even if we don't say Denzel and Courtney B. Vance, Candy could pull up, who was that? James
Nikki
Earl Jones.
Giovanni and James Baldwin.
No, James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones. And
this is why James Earl Jones is a bad example. Because James Earl Jones was married to a white woman, just like the boxer.
I don't want to get away too far from my question, y'all.
Like, come on, stay on track, bro.
I'm on mute.
I need y'all to focus. I got this. All right. The point of this clip, as I understand it, he wrote about his family, Taz, and we're reviewing it because, I don't have anybody else's family to show, any other example, so I'm bringing this one up. It's the author's recollection or whatever. I do want to show this clip to you real quick, and then I'm going to ask you your opinion on it. All right?
All right.
So this started out with him basically asking his father, "Do you like me?" And this is the answer that the father's given.
Boomer acts in a silent generation, Taz. Or Boomer acts in a silent generation.
don't give context, Nitus. let Taz experience this.
Y'all talking through it. How he gonna hear it?
It ain't up yet. It ain't up.
And it's not on the
Shit.
stage.
My bad. I'm watching it behind the stage. That's on me, y'all. My bad. I thought it was playing the whole time. My bad. Okay, let me refresh.
Don't you eat every day? Answer me when I talk to you.
Y'all can see it now, right? Yeah. I see it.
Yes.
My bad.
Don't you eat every day?
Yeah.
Nigga, as long as you living in my house, you put a sir on the end of it when you talk to me.
Yes, sir.
You eat every day.
Yes, sir.
Got a roof over your head.
Yes, sir.
And clothes on your back.
Yes, sir.
Why you think that is?
Because of you.
Hell, I know it's because of me. Why do you think that is?
Because you like me.
Like you. I go out of here every morning and bust my butt putting up with them crackers all day long because I like you. You is the biggest fool I ever saw. It is my job. It is my responsibility. You understand that? A man got to take care of his family. You live in my house. You sleep your behind on my bedclothes. You put my food in your belly because you are my son. You are my flesh and blood, not because I like you. It is my duty to take care of you. I owe a responsibility to you. Wait now. Let's get this straight right now. We'll go along any further. I ain't got to like you. Mr. Rand, don't give me my money come payday because he liked me. He give me because he owe me. Now, I didn't give you everything I had to give you. I gave you your life. Don't you?
All right. So my question to you, Taz. He's just basically the takeaway that how I interpreted this was he's explaining to him the world doesn't have to like you. Don't worry about whether you're liked or not. Worry about how you were treated. And he's describing how he feels like he showed his son love. It was my duty to take care of you. I met that duty. I put food in your belly. I provided a roof over your head. All of these things that are duty bound and obligation bound that he's describing. But my question to you is, I personally feel like you can adhere to duty, and that does not equate to love. But they're saying to me that this man didn't have to say, I like you, son, because he showed him he loved him in the fact that he did those duty bound things. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, all that shit go out the window when you start talking that fly shit. Like that shit sounds great and I understand, but again, when that's that stupid ass movie shit. Like just on some real shit, I just don't think that shit fly. If you want your kids to be respectful, if you want your kids to even respect you, that's not how you treat them. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me right there, that stupid shit that I just watched, that is the problem right now with our people. For some reason, we think it's cool to sit up there, put on goofy ass movies, treat our kids like shit, and then call that shit parenting. No other group does that shit and shows it to the world as a fucking culture. It's embarrassing. It's stupid. That's not fatherhood, and it's a disgrace. I'm tired of us positioning ourselves to look stupid in front of the world like we're bad fathers. That is bad fatherhood.
Chaz, let me ask. Can I ask Chaz a quick? Chaz, what do you think society see us as? You think they see us
violent,
as
quick to judge, bad parent?
Yeah, fuck what society see us as, fam.
No. 1 second, Chicago.
Okay.
Do you think society look at us as people and just black people or brothers or whatever? Do they not see us as? Do they see us?
So,
do they not? 1 second, brother. Do they not see us as niggas?
No, not all society. No,
I think they do.
I think they do.
I do.
I mean, too many black people are successful to keep running around using this fake ass bullshit.
But Chaz, I would say that's the minority, especially juxtaposed against what you just said, right? And you and I both know what we just watched is our granddads and great granddads talking.
And that's why conflation is important.
No. Wait, let me say this. No. Okay, I'm saying collectively, because you have friends. Certainly, you have friends that talk like that. And if you didn't, I'm telling you, my granddad talked like that, right? And it's the number one reason why me and you rebelled against that ideology. Is that fair to say?
You said that's why we rebelled?
Yeah, against that ideology of, because when you go into the depth of we talking James Earl Jones and Courtney B. Vance and August Wilson, and I understood exactly what
I don't know who those people, but really, fuck them niggas. I don't know who them niggas is.
Yeah,
I don't like movie motherfuckers. I don't
it's not movie.
Fuck them people. Fuck James Earl Jones and all that shit. When it comes to what we represent, but when it comes to what we represent in society, a lot of that's got to do with men openly not being there for their kids, openly saying.
I agree with that part too. I agree with that part.
Right. So let's stay
but
right there.
I think in that time, no, Taz, art imitated life. Would you agree with that?
And that's the thing. It's about conflation in time. So that's why this is a perfect conversation to have with Taz, because Taz really do mess with history and whatever else.
Absolutely.
Taz, are you saying that the silent generation are just like this generation? This time we in now? The people that was born in the 40s and 30s?
In what aspect? In what aspect?
And the aspect of they was abused and battered. It wasn't no damn childhood laws. Then people was going to work from dark time to dark time. They was working 16 hours and not getting
from
paid
KC to KC.
They was abused. They was neglected. So that's why they was all angry and shit like that. So if you understand this movie, so-called in this time frame, this is a silent generation person talking to a boomer.
Neglect is still there. Like it's like you doing this generational, but you're not understanding that the crack epidemic, heroin epidemic, 70s, 80s, they was ignoring kids. Niggas ignoring their kids now to get on social media. Ain't none of that shit changed.
I agree with you about that aspect of it, though. But during this time, See, this is the thing, and I love this. It's perfect.
During that time, that
So-
bitch ass
so
nigga
during
should have been
this
talking to a white man like that, not his son. He was pussy. He was pussy.
Oh yeah, I agree with that part. He was defeated.
I
He was-
disagree.
He did have an aspect. No. You can't disagree about that part, Chicago.
I
He was
disagree with
definitely
Troy.
drinking. He probably was on heroin. He was defeated, and that's why he was talking like that.
I
that's-
disagree with
That's
Troy.
for sure a fact. But that's my point.
I disagree
if
with
we
that
deal with
assessment on
all
Troy.
these,
Chicago, you gotta let him finish. You gotta get a man a chance to finish a thought, or we're gonna be just in a circle. Come on, finish it, Nightish.
no, y'all. Taz got it. Taz is more a historian than I am.
Yeah, but we talking about an opinion on history though, right now.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, Taz. I hear what you're saying, and normally I don't like movies to represent life either, because they can be not an accurate representation. But I will tell you, as Chicago said, that this was grandfather. It was my granddad. This was my granddad, and this was the relationship that he had with one of my uncles. My uncle, to this day, who's in his 50s, will tell me that he feels like his dad may have spoken to him a total of 10 times in his life that he can remember. And they grew up in the same household. He was there until his death.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say to you is, even though that was the relationship my granddad had with my uncle, that was not the relationship my granddad had with me. He loved him some me. So I'm having a hard time. Like, I get what you're saying about it not being real and wanting to throw it away. The problem of what I'm trying to say is, for some families, this is an accurate representation. And what I'm trying to understand is the why. I was being told basically, this is how you keep men from being soft. I don't agree with that. I don't think that you have to take out love and like for your children to keep your sons from being soft. I think, yes, there should be a duty that you teach them. There's manhood. There's things that I don't understand that men will pass down to other men, right? From father to son. But my whole point in this showing was that love was removed and it was replaced with the word duty, and duty was supposed to substitute love. And it's accurate for some families.
Yeah, but Miss
Hey,
Candy.
can I ask you a question, Candy?
No, go ahead, Mr. Steph. You've been quiet. Go ahead.
Just right quick to respond to that. So again, fuck that generation, because that motherfucker was probably beating his motherfucking wife. He'd have beat that kid ass. He'd have beat that motherfucking child ass. He'd have beat anybody motherfucking ass who don't bow down and kiss his ass. Fuck that generation and fuck that mentality.
Yeah, I don't say that.
Because see, that's the question. Because that's the question I want to ask you, Candy. Because you just said how he barely said 10 words to your father, but loves from you.
No, my uncle. My uncle.
Oh, your uncle. Okay, your uncle.
Yeah.
But it's why not show your kids if not even that same type of love that you give your grandchildren? Can I get even in the day, the grandparents are doing way more for the kids because they're able to. They're not the parents, so I get it's another level of treatment interaction. But just to I think that's kind of problematic in a way,
it's very weird to me because I feel a level, not to be funny, but I feel kind of a level of guilt when I have a conversation with my mother, with my uncles and my aunties, because they will all say the same thing. The grandkids didn't get the same man that they got as a father, and he did his duty. He was also a preacher. He was also a garbage man. He was, he did exactly the going to the work and to taking care of his family and all of the obligatory things that he was supposed to do. But they all will tell you he barely talked to them. They didn't know if that man liked them. But I knew he loved me without question.
But Miss Candy, and I don't want to turn this into an agenda, this is the part where I because I know I understand what Taz's saying. I really do. But when we look at this and put it in perspective, where is the understanding for the granddad, the great granddad? You're talking about people that may have went through Reconstruction, Jim Crow, all of those things, right? Yeah. And there was no recourse for them. There was no outlet. Who they gonna go to tell about they day that they had with the white man while they subjugated this, that, and the third, whoopty woo, and made to bow down while they being called a boy in front of their woman? Who they supposed to go to? They gonna
run to.
No, oh, who said that? Tiff, you right.
That's my fault.
No, that's
I mean, I hear you
no,
though.
Tiff, that's
get
my
it.
point.
I think that's
Who
still
can I
giving a
run to,
point.
right? And
Let
so
him
I
finish,
don't
Tiff. Let him
listen.
finish.
Wait. Let me say
Okay.
this. I don't hold my granddad under that same scrutiny. It wasn't until my granddad passed that I understood exactly what the F he was trying to do for our family. It wasn't until he passed that I actually understood who he was as a man. Right?
I'm not taking away, and I don't want you to feel
And
like
I'm
I'm
personal,
ragging
and
on
I
you.
am personalizing. You're right, Candy.
I'm not
Yes,
trying
ma'am.
to take away or rag on the older generation.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
telling you that I hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to take away from any of the struggles that they went through. All I'm telling you is that I had a conversation with my 50-year-old uncle who is still impacted by the fact that he grew up in a
Oh,
household where his
1000%.
father,
Yeah.
barely, he said, spoke 10 sentences to him.
One
Yet he could go
1000%.
out. Yet he could go out and be a preacher and a minister to the world and pray over people, and they can call in the
1000.
middle of the night. Like, do you see where my disconnect with that comes in?
No, Candy. Listen,
Mm.
my uncle, my favorite uncle. When y'all hear me talk, player Mac, pimping, and all that other stuff, that's my favorite uncle, right? And I hear all the stories from him, right? So I understand what you're saying. I promise you, I do, because his stories now at 70 is different than what I grew up to know him at. If that makes sense, right? The point still remains that I can't compare him to what I have to deal with today. Even my cousins, like that he's birthed, right? I have cousins that are birthed by him. I can't compare them to him. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I say can I add something to that, please?
Oh, shout out, Doc.
Appreciate it. And shows out to everybody on the
Hey,
on the
DJ.
panel, right? What I would say
Salute,
is,
Doc. Salute, Big J.
salute. What I
Big
would
J.
say is
Big J.
my dad talked crazy too. I ain't gonna hold you. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? But later on in life, me and him, I caught him in some vulnerable moments when he didn't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think and that's just a movie clip, but I don't think every dude talking to the kids like they necessarily don't love them or don't like them. Like is some bullshit. Like trying to be like that some diva shit. But love, you know what I'm saying? I don't think every parent talking like they necessarily don't love their kids, because you're not just doing it because you gotta do it. Like what the like that's what you that to me that sounds like some surface level outside shit, but you gotta have some side of love for even doing this shit. Love and like is not the same thing. I might not like you today or like you tomorrow, but the love that I got for you is more deep rooted, that is gonna make me still fuck with you and do whatever I gotta do to take care of you. So I don't take it as I don't think it really affect me that crazy. Maybe because I did see my dad in vulnerable moments when he did say how he really feel and shit like that. But his default setting, that's not it at all. You know what I mean?
But Doc, you also on record of how, at least from when I met you, of how much your dad instilled into you, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the lessons that you got from him. You know?
What I learned from him in that aspect is, regardless of how you feel at the moment, you gotta do what you gotta do. Love is not a moment. Love is not a thing right now. If let me knock on wood, not you, but if somebody and the old lady was to divorce now, you're not gonna stop loving her right now just because y'all divorced. As a matter of fact, the shit you going through is because the
That's a
shit you might be
fact.
going through is because you still love her.
Yeah.
So it's not something you could snap on and snap off and tell somebody, oh, I
Yeah.
don't love you. Nah, you still love the kid. This is why you doing all of that shit for the
Well,
kid.
I don't think the love is in question though, DJ. Based off the couple of clips that we watched from the play version and the movie version, his whole thing was, I don't have to like you, right?
Well, my point
my
was the
duty.
love was taken out.
Okay.
That's what I was asking. But
The
go
love
ahead.
was taken out. Oh, okay.
Well,
So you said
because
it was play for
because
duty.
right, because he kept focusing on the duty aspect of it. Even as he was talking to him, like I hear what you're saying about he was talking to like your some dads talk to you crazy, and I understand what Chicago is saying. The world beat them down, so they're not going to be soft men. I understand some men don't have an off switch, right? They don't know how to
I
turn
mean,
it off.
I don't think that's being soft, but even like, okay, coming from a boomer myself,
Them
I'm a
niggas
child of
soft.
both boomer parents. Like my
Niggas
dad
soft.
talked crazy
Oh,
as
that's
hell,
They
dope.
white
Okay,
boys
Tip.
to no white man.
right?
They were
You know
soft.
what I'm saying? He talked crazy. He would talk crazy to us and everything, but then like Taz, I hate to even give Taz this, but it's like come to the white man,
Oh,
like he'll go toe to
Taz.
toe with him, but it's still some sort of kind of. So my point is, it's like I remember my dad used to say a lot. Well, just because y'all don't mean I don't love you. I said, well, just because like I'm supposed to allow you to talk to me any kind of way, but that's supposed to be love. So we used to have. See, what I'm saying is, this is real life conversation. Like I used to have with my dad because I used to have a lot of vulnerable moments with him because that's what he chose. But there was another side where it's like, do as I say, not as I do. But your
Correct.
actions sometimes don't follow up with your words. And so, like, I agree with Taz. Like, y'all went like, you know what? Let me not even say Taz. I'm probably
You
going to
know,
shake the
it's
table with
crazy.
this statement, right? Let me
Because yeah,
shake the
Taz
table a
on
little
some
bit with this
bullshit right
statement.
now.
I want to say that Black men, y'all come up with more excuses because, like I said, both of my parents were boomers, right? A year apart. I've never heard my mom speak in a way like my father with the system and the white man and all that holding y'all down. My mom had to get out there and do what she had to do. But my dad can have 101 excuses to why he can't do what he do, but then look at my mom and rag her his little finger and say, well, you out there working for the white man, little petty shit like that. So my point is, it seemed like even listening to Chicago Rilla, Nightish, even like DJ kind of coming up, it's like I understand because once again I was raised by one, but there's a way to say what you need to say and be effective without having to tear somebody down. Because like I said, I never heard my father say he didn't like me, right? Maybe there's probably times he did, I didn't like him either, but it was the same thing. Like, well, who put food on the table? Who put clothes on your back? To be honest, mama did most of the time. So, but if I said that, then I'll probably get slapped in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'll take those hits because
Hey, Miss Tiff.
I think in this generation, one thing I like about
I
these
think
kids,
it
hold on, I'm
teaches.
almost done.
Let me say
Okay,
this.
I
my
like
bad.
about these
Hold on,
kids,
let
they're
her
very
finish her
vocal.
thought.
Let it rock.
Hold
Let her
on,
finish
let her
it.
finish
Right,
her
Big
hold
thought.
on,
J.
I'm
Big J
almost
wanted to
done.
go next, then Chicago.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Okay,
let
yes.
her finish her thought, Big
I'm
J,
landing my
Chicago.
plane now. One thing I love about this generation, they're very vocal. Like I know sometimes you look at them and we look at them and say, if that was us, our parents would put hands and feet or paws on us. But it's like I love that the fact they can be vocal, but there's a way you can say it without, it can sound disrespectful, but if the kids or they're trying to get clarity of what you're saying, why shut them down instead of, stay in a child's place? But how long can they stay in a child's place? Because according to even to my father, I'm still his child until the day he died. Right.
Can I
And,
go after
as an adult.
Chicago?
So yeah.
Yes.
But that's my point. Listen, y'all know I gotta be on the opposition. But anyway, let me go
That's
plug my
Now,
okay.
peace
laptop
to you,
up.
Tip.
That's okay.
Let me
Shout
say
out to
this.
y'all.
Shout out to you, Tiff. What's going on, y'all? Here's the
What's
thing, though.
going on, Big J?
So I don't. What's going on? So I don't know why y'all keep using that movie Fences, because here's the problem with that movie Fences. Older black men are jealous of younger black men. It's time to start. No. That is the truth, because I've seen it all the time, and I got a gripe against you, baby boomer niggas. You're always on the street corner. You're always on the street corner drinking liquor, and y'all got your mouth on everybody else.
Hey, Doc, I'm gonna tell you this right now.
I remember growing up.
Subliminal.
I remember growing up as a millennial. I always see you
And
niggas.
Taz gonna agree with this when I say this.
No, hold on. It's always you older head niggas always at the street corner. You baby boomers sitting there got your mouth on everybody. Now thank God I have a grandpa who passed away about 5-6 years ago. I still have my grandparents still. Most of them are still here, right? Most of my grandparents still here. They're in the late 80s, early 90s. But the thing is, I wish y'all stop using movie clips and all that as a barometer of what they went through, because we don't know what they went through. And you know, and this whole idea of them talking crazy, in their outlet. I mean, some you can't put that jacket on every one of them. And I think that's kind of unfair on that angle. But like I said,
but don't y'all think is a big difference between somebody, because there's parents that could say that they love their kids but don't do none of them stuff for them and it's just words. Don't you think that is teaching somebody to recognize action over just words? Because a lot of people, a lot of young ladies and a lot of young men fall for sweet words, gravitate to who can tell them the sweetest words rather than somebody who's fulfilling their
I'll see my space, Candy.
Oh, my fault. I think
No, Doc, you good. No. For whoever's just said they want to jump in there.
That was me. I want to jump in because while you all were talking, that was actually something that was on my mind. Do you realize that maybe a lot of people have messed up relationships today? Like we're talking about dad to son, right? Dad taught son, I can talk to you crazy any old kind of way, but the actions of how I took care of you should have told you that I loved you. Now translate that over to a relationship, romantic relationship. Doesn't that explain why some people are in bad relationships?
Some of it. Is that Candy?
That's a good question.
I can't see the what's the name. So Candy, did you miss the part? And I think Nida said this too and agreed with me, where we overcorrect. Gen X has overcorrected consistently.
It's not even just.
No. I'm saying Gen X. I'm not even saying no, Candy. I'm not even talking about my granddad. I understand what it was with my granddad. Guess what? I give him grades. I've given my granddad and my uncles and them and all them before me, all them that was on heroin, all them that did all the things.
Do you understand what my question was, Chicago?
Okay, go ahead. I didn't hear the question. I
didn't think so.
I heard the statement. I didn't hear the question. Go ahead.
So the question is, when I see this sort of setup where you're talking about you grew up with them talking crazy to you, do you not see how that can translate to this man now getting into a relationship with his wife and she be talking crazy to him, but she cooks his food, she washes his clothes, she irons his shirts, but she's talking out the side of her neck and why somebody might. And I'm just using this as an example because this is what we just saw. I'm talking about patterns repeating themselves. Starting
Candy, I conceded that.
Wait, Chicago.
I think I did say yes.
Wait, Chicago.
No, when
let me
just let me just answer her really quick, Nidish. When you said that, Candy, I conceded that. I said yes.
What you conceding to?
When she said aside, because that's why I went back to the granddads, right? When she said, "Hey, can you understand that when we see XYZ and this person doing this and the disconnect from that?" I said yes. I agree with you. I said that's why we overcorrected for our children, and not only that, for our relationships with our women, because we didn't want to be. A lot of us was like, we're not finna do what we saw. A lot of us in Gen X was like that. I'm not finna do the same thing that I saw my granddad do, my uncle and them do. They out here drinking and wilding and whoop-de-woo and treating their women, and they got 2-3 women and whoop-de-woo. Like, are those things still gonna happen? Absolutely, yes. But a lot of us deviate for that. That's why you get Night saying, I was with my woman for X amount of years.
Yeah, but that's I want her to ask her a question again because I didn't hear the
go
question.
ahead. My bad. I'm on mute.
So the question was basically, the example that we watched is that the father grew up basically where the son didn't know that he loved him. He's asking him, "Do you even like me?" And now he's saying, as he's cursing him out and calling him a nigger or monkey or whatever he called him, In the
Nigga. He
same
said
breath,
nigga. Yeah, he said nigga.
in the same breath as you are talking crazy to him, you're trying to prove on the back end all the ways that you showed your love. I'm saying, do you not see how that can translate into even our romantic relationship practices? Because you could have a situation where this man now equates, it doesn't matter how you talk to me, it just matters what you do for me out of duty. So then he could have married a woman who talks crazy to his ass, cheats on him, but she comes home, she cooks, she cleans, she does X, Y, and Z. I guess I'm trying.
Yeah, I understand now. So I think the book was called Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. That's the book. I'm talking to Candy. Have you heard of that book, Candy?
I have.
Yeah.
We don't talk the same. So we don't talk the same.
Okay.
So that's one thing. We don't talk the same, right? I agree with Taz and Chicago though about the time frame. There was some dudes that was pussy ass niggas that didn't do nothing. But let's think about that time frame again. And this is why history is important. And Taz is a history dude. I watch a lot of Taz stuff. In the 60s, when James Brown said, "I'm black and I'm proud," niggas was burning these cities down. They was revolting. So I'm confused about the pussy part. We've always
Was
revolted.
he also beating women's asses too?
Yes, and women was getting their ass whipped too. That's a fact. So I agree with
James
both
Brown
of
was putting
them.
paws on them, right? Okay.
Whooping their ass. Because when I'm saying shut the fuck up, I'm got to go out here and burn some shit down. You want to fight with me and tell me, no, baby, we gonna die and blah blah.
But that also happened
we gotta
within the
burn
Black
this
Party.
motherfucker to the ground.
But sis, that
we gotta
also
burn this-
happened within the Black Panther Party.
1 second. I was quiet.
My bad, Nidish.
We got to burn this motherfucker down, and you're saying,
Correct.
no, what about the family? No, I don't want to fight with you. I
Correct.
got this shit over here to do. And you want me to sit still and kiss your ass because of your feelings and love. So both things are a fact. So when Taz said them niggas was cowards, some were. Others was trying to burn this motherfucker to the ground. That's a fact. We always revolted. And I hate when people do that. They make it seem like it's one thing when it's a bunch of things. The silent generations was shitted on, fucked over. I keep repeating the same thing. That's why they were not human feeling. That's why they were robotic. My dad is a silent generation dude. So I'm the child of a silent generation motherfucker that wasn't finna talk to this woman and try to make you feel some kind of way or make me feel some kind of way. My father, I got my ear pierced. You're gay. I had a ducktail.
That's a fact.
You're gay.
Yeah, that's a
I
fact.
brought a full woman to my house. That's a boy. This is a damn girl. Where this nigga just
Well,
was.
isn't that interesting? Now you're telling your children you love them, and they're calling you gay. Like the cycle just repeating itself.
No.
Like, what's
But
going
see,
on?
why are you cutting me off to make that point? So let's talk about that point then. Let's talk about that point then.
I
So
mean, I shouldn't.
No, cool. We can
shouldn't.
say that. That's okay. You perfectly fine. The pendulum
Because y'all keep
swung
trying to
this way.
personalize it, so if we're gonna personalize
No,
it,
we can
like,
personalize. I'm okay with that.
Why-
I'm perfectly
why do
fine
y'all
with
gotta-
that.
why-
I'm a
why-
fully
why?
developed person. I can have this
Going on mute,
conversation.
Candy, my bad.
So the pendulum swung this way, where I watch The Courtship of Eddie Father, Father Knows Best, The Cosby Show, Leave It to Beaver, Andy Griffith Show. All those things were about dads who had a lot of conversations with their kids.
y'all keep going
So
to TV
I
shows.
never
So y'all didn't have
wanted
no
to.
real life experiences.
My real life experience is me loving my kids and not beating the fuck out of them and calling them nigga and telling them
Well, we
when you
keep
go in the
going to
store, shut the
TV
fuck
shows
up
and
and not do
movies,
this.
like,
Well,
shit.
now I'm talking about real life and you don't care about
Y'all
the
look
real
at,
life
you know,
because you
Dr.
want to
Huxtable as
dominate
the
me.
model
And the
father, but then
problem
real
is
life,
this:
like Dr.
what's
Huxtable
what's
was,
wrong with the
you know,
real life I'm
beating
talking
the
about
fuck
now,
out of kids.
and how I
Like,
didn't talk over
oh,
you
we
when
talking
you
about
were
the
talking?
archetype.
Why, when I'm talking about real life now with my actual sons and how I treat them and how I love on them and all this other stuff,
That's
that's
great. I
irrelevant
think that's
because
wonderful.
I'm talking about the TV shows that I looked at. In my experience, it wasn't no men around. I know my great grandmother, their husbands wasn't around no more. They passed away in their 30s. I talk about my grandmothers, their husbands wasn't around no more. They passed away in their 30s. So it wasn't a lot of men around. So I come up out of a matriarchy, mostly women. And on both sides of the family, whether it's my mother's side or my father's side had the most kids. Those were 13 kids, 8 women, 5 boys. The boys passed away and the women still around. So it's still a matriarchy. And I'll be trying to have real conversations. I am not a mean person with my babies. So they never heard or went through the things that I went through. I got beat to blood. They never been whooped. If they was whooped, it was they got popped 5 times with my hand, maybe. But when I listen to them talk, their story sounds just like mine because they live vicariously through other stories. They didn't really go through those things. So I just want to have real conversations with people. And the fact that people say, well, you're talking about movies and these other things, because those things were influential to me. So that's why I bring them up.
See,
influential to us.
Hold on. This is why I went back to the whole explaining the reason for showing the movie. It was a demonstration, because again, I can't go tap my granddaddy. He's passed away. I can't tap him and my uncle and say, come have this conversation in front of the people so they could see what it was like.
Right.
Them movies fucked you niggas up.
Not at all.
Which ones?
I've been saying that shit since I got on this internet. Them movies fucked you niggas up.
But which
nigga.
not at all. Name 2.
Yeah, not at all.
Claudine, for example. That's one of those movies that got niggas running around saying dumb shit.
Okay, fair enough.
Superfly, The Mac.
That definitely got it.
Oh yeah, that's all.
Goofy.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
But go back to Claudine though. So Taz, you think it's bad to be a stepfather?
No, I think it's bad to present it as they took the man out the house. Look at the movie Claudine. They tell you all about it.
No,
nigga, it's a real fucking history there. Don't watch no fucking Claudine.
No, Chicago. 1 second. Claudine is about a man accepting a baby mama who had, I think, 4 or 5 kids. It's a bad thing for men to be stepfathers.
But that's not what came out of it. Because here's the thing, if what positive came out of it was it's good for men to be stepfathers, I wouldn't be talking about it. I've never seen Claudine. I only hear what people reference, and every time it's some dumb nigga talking about the government kicking somebody out.
Well, that's not what
Wait, Chicago. Let me have this little piece with Taz for a moment. So Taz for a moment. In the 90s, a lot of dudes was being stepdads. So this whole thing about not being stepdads is a more recent thing in the 2000s. In the 90s, a lot of dudes was okay with being mentors. In the 90s, a lot of dudes was okay with being coaches. What I'm seeing now in the later 2000s, I want to say about 2005 and forward, men are just walking away from everything. 2005. So I think that Claudine had a positive
in
effect.
1965. They were walking away when Claudine was out. This is what I'm trying to make you understand.
I disagree.
I know you because you don't know shit either. You watch movies.
I do know shit.
Your understanding comes from movies. I'm telling you,
I'm not talking
I
about
can go
movies.
back to people. I can go back to
you said a movie, and
No,
I was born in 1970. So in the 70s and 80s, it was plenty guys comfortable with being stepdads. I know plenty of them. I know at least 30.
I'm not talking about being a stepdad.
No, well,
that's not what's cited from that movie. People don't say I don't want to be a stepdad because of Claudine. They say the government gonna kick you out your house because of Claudine.
No, sir. What happens, sir, is that people will say, y'all motherfuckers just talk about movies and music. No, I'm talking about lived experience and when those movies were supposed to be a big deal. During the time those movies were supposed to be a big deal, in real life, I could go to 90 people's houses and get flour and sugar. I could take a note to the fucking liquor store because the fucking liquor store owner was a black person. That's a real thing. So when I talk about these things, those are things that happen at the same time, truly. But in real life, there was some other things happening. That's why I talk about white flight. Then I talk about black flight. When black flight happened, all those black liquor store owners, restaurant owners, and all those other people went into the hills and separated from black folks. And now you got Arabs and Asians and who the fuck now, and it's a whole different thing. But I'm just talking about lived experience while those things were taking place, those particular movies. The 70s and 80s was mostly blaxploitation and kung fu movies, right?
You have not referred one time to what I actually said. You keep talking some stupid shit that I ain't said nothing about. What
You're
I
saying
said,
that the movie Claudine was so influential that it made niggas stop being stepfathers. Is that not what you said?
that's what your stupid ass said. Nightish, what the fuck you talking about?
I'm
No, I
saying
ain't say
that
that.
the most,
I don't even know
I'm
what the
saying that the
argument is.
most stepfathers, the most mentors,
Oh my
the
God.
most football coaches,
Nightish.
the most black
That is
teachers, the
not
most of these people
what
was in the
I
70s
said.
and 80s and early 90s. They start being eliminated in the early 2000s. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with the idea that
I'm
you
going to say it
can't deal with
again.
what I
Was
said.
black
Oh my
people
God.
actually a community and around in the 70s, early 80s, and 90s as teachers, as mentors, as
no.
restaurant owners, as
Motherfuck
liquor
no.
store owners?
Fuck
That's what
no.
I'm saying. You just yelling to yell. I still love you, Taz, though.
I'm not yelling at you. There's people up here that have watched me break this shit down for 2-3 years. No, nigga. That's y'all
Yeah,
belief
you're just
watching
yelling to yell.
stupid ass
You're
movies.
just yelling to yell. I'm not talking about movies. I'm talking about actual life, lived
Right,
experience.
I'm
And
talking
you
about
keep
actual
focusing
life. There
back
was
on
no
the movie.
community. There was no community. The most of the community you saw was in a fucking movie like Claudine. There
No,
was
it
no
was in
community.
my
It
actual
was
life.
it was heroin
It was my
hell in the
lived
70s,
experience.
crack in
It
the
was my
80s.
lived
Oh my
experience.
God. Right, that's your personal experience, but take it outside of yourself and look around you.
Yes, look around me. When the crack epidemic happened, everything ended.
No, everything was going before that. They had already took the jobs out of black communities. The steel foundries was already closed. Literally, you have no benefit for black men because all of these things are closed. Now they start to let women on welfare. Now welfare becomes a fucking generational curse. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no family structure in the 70s and 80s.
So I thought NAFTA happened in the 90s and the fucking factories. I thought people was getting out of fucking high school going right to factory jobs in the 80s. I thought that shit didn't happen until like 92 or 93.
Right, you thought wrong. 70s.
Then I'm not thinking wrong because I know my actual family
70s.
members that went directly from fucking high school to the fucking factory jobs that was right by our fucking house. You didn't even have to go that fucking far. I literally saw fucking.
This is insane.
No. So that's cool. I hear
I
what
want
you're
to open
saying.
up the panel though, Nightish. We're not gonna have it just be you and Taz with a back and forth. You got a bunch of other people up there too who might want to chime in. Yeah, go ahead, Brown.
This is like, I think what Taz is saying is like that movie Claudine had the effects that like this Manafort shit is gonna have on generations going down. Like, yeah, like y'all might have started out and it might have been one way, but it got processed and digested a whole different way down the line. So you comparing it to your lived experience because you was alive when it came out. But Taz is talking about the only way he hear niggas reference or talk about the movie in the movie sound fucked up, or these niggas use that movie as a talking point to validate their argument, and it's not necessarily true in real life.
Is that accurate?
No.
Go ahead, Taz.
No, she's right. That's what they use from that movie specifically. That's why I said Claudine. It's not accurate with history. I can't determine his lived experience, but what's said about that movie and the welfare system and whatnot. Yes, fam, these people have the history fucked up. This is why people run around saying they kicked my daddy out the house. That's why they're saying that. They've been saying it for generations.
I agree with you. I agree with you with that,
And that's why I'm disagreeing. They may have said that, but your daddy was still around.
No. Let's just deviate away from movies. So, Taz, what periodicals or books can we look to, right, to validate the experience of blacks in America from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and I don't even want to do the 90s, right? Because we've been sitting up here talking about our granddads and great granddads. Yeah. The whole time. So what periodicals would you direct us to?
I mean, you can read any black newspaper. They talk about black
Well,
families,
what book?
often, like
book?
the Pittsburgh Courier and many other newspapers.
No, I have a couple that I'm looking at, but I'm saying, what book would you say that we should look at?
None.
Because I agree with you in terms of deviating away from.
Wait, you said none?
Yeah, but I'm
None.
saying because we use movies a lot of times. And I tend to lean on Nina Simone, who says the duty of an artist to reflect the times. And so I agree with Gordon Parks, right? When he depicts something. I agree with Spike Lee or John Singleton when they depict something that reflects our time. So
Well,
now
you know
we're
what's so
saying,
funny? You want the PR codes, but then when someone want to bring up was it Alice Walker who wrote The Color Purple? When
Yeah.
people want to bring that up, then it's a problem.
yeah,
Not saying
when
that
have
I'm trying to
you,
go down
sis,
that
when have you
way,
ever heard
but
me disagree with anybody bringing up The Color Purple?
That wasn't a factual book, though.
No, hold on, Willie. Hold on. Don't do that. No, hold
also
on.
we tend to invalidate this.
No. I
Wait a
just
minute, but if
Are we
y'all
gonna
don't
do that
use
now?
movies, right? We don't.
No.
Everybody don't know the same people, but everybody. could
Correct.
see
That's what.
movies. Just an
Okay.
example to start a
Shout out to Doc.
conversation.
That's the point that I'm making. You typically use movies because it's a grounding point that everybody can point to and say, "Oh, I know what you mean when you say old dog in Color Purple." I mean, not Color Purple. My bad. Minister Society.
Yeah, you got it right the
But
first time.
You
Okay,
ain't Color Purple. Cut it out, Tiff. When
Well,
when
Rilla,
you say Minister Society, and
Here we
when
go,
I
paid
am
in full.
no, not even paid in full. But if I invoke O-Dog, that's a character that resonates. And even Doughboy, that's a character that resonates for that time in the 90s, the time that me and Nightish grew up and came of age. All of us could relate to that.
but that's
Right?
not as valuable as historical
Hold
fact.
on, Willie. Hold on, because I'm going mute in a second.
You say all of
So
us can.
now what
You know,
I'm asking for, against what Doc is saying, respectfully, Doc, I'm just asking for, tell me the book that I could lean to, that I could identify and say, okay, this is an accurate depiction that I need to read through for our period in history.
I'm trying to figure out why would it be in a book?
Well, because we don't want to use movies.
Yeah, we diminish the movie, so book.
Why can't we just use ourselves?
No,
Okay,
because
so
that's
then if you-
anecdotal.
Wait, yes, because
Why can't we
anecdotal
count
was just
down,
attacked.
you know,
Tiff, because it's anecdotal and it
Because yes,
doesn't count.
anecdotal was just attacked. But let me ask this, because Chicago, how old are you?
I'm 52.
It was. Okay, you're 52.
No, it
Was
made
there
me
ever a time, Chicago, you can go to a store with just a note and get food because your grandmother wrote a note?
Yes. I've
So
told the
how is that a
story.
movie?
I've told
When
the
I'm
story
talking
before.
about actual shit that's happening, and I'm talking
Nobody
about white
asked
fight
that,
and black
though.
fight, that's an
No,
actual
no.
thing. So
But
when he
Taz,
talks
nobody
about
asked
Claude
that,
D
but you
as the
making up these
movie,
stupid-ass
my
scenarios
thing
that
is
ain't nobody
this is
asking
about
about.
what the
That wasn't the
70s were, what the
Motherfuckers
80s
go to
were,
the store
what the
today with a
90s
note,
were,
nigga.
and the man is
Talking about.
Taz, you win, Taz.
So, Rilla,
If
let
you
me
want to
answer
call
you,
me
right?
pussies and fags,
Wait,
whatever.
I ain't
hold
calling you
on,
none of that. I
Willie.
ain't calling you none of that, nigga. Don't do that.
So,
I ain't
Rilla,
calling
Hey,
you.
you
wait.
asked
Well,
for
I
a
just
book,
want
right?
Taz. I
That's
just want
cool,
Taz to
brother.
tell me the
Weird.
book
Right,
that
Rilla?
we can
I
use.
said the souls of
Anybody
black.
that want to say all that crazy
Hold
shit,
on,
y'all
hold
win.
on.
Y'all realize
don't
that
ever
the
Hold on,
want to
audience
Nadi.
cannot hear you when you
My
all
mic.
talking over
Right.
each
Yes,
other,
ma'am.
right?
So,
Y'all,
Rilla,
everybody on
I,
here has been on the panel before.
I would simply say if you asking for one book, right? I would say the Souls of Blacks is somewhere where you could begin. The only thing that gets left out in that, right,
Who's the
is
author?
that's W.E.B. Du Bois. But why I believe in focusing on the actual historical facts even more, because the Souls of Blacks leaves out the fact that W.E.B. Du Bois made a complete pivot on everything he stood on at the end of his life. That gets missed if you're just focusing on what's going on with the book. So if you're
Did you,
focusing on the actual historical
Willie?
facts,
Willie,
that
did you pay attention to this conversation we just had?
absolutely.
If you paid attention to this conversation that we just had, then you know that there's been a multi-generation. I think I've said from my great granddad to my granddad to this and the third, and then we use movie references to bridge the gap.
Yeah, and that's
And
goofy.
well, that didn't suffice. And so if you tell me something about W.E.B. Du Bois, sorry, that's not tracking.
You asked me about a book. I gave you a specific book, The
Yes.
Souls of Blacks, right? But I'm
Yes. To
saying,
connect in
wait,
2026.
but you're not letting me make the
Wait,
point.
but
The
hold
point
on.
is, if you only focus
2026.
on the book, if you
But
only focus
we've
on
been
the
in the
book,
50s, 60s,
you
and
don't
70s.
factor in the
I
historical
agree with you, Tiff.
facts.
That's what I'm saying. That was
Hold on. You
that
don't.
was that was dismissed.
I ain't gonna take that long,
I
brother.
agree
I
with you,
promise.
Tiff. No, my
If
bad,
you only
Willie.
focus on the book, The Souls of Blacks, you don't understand the historical facts of what happened with WEB's life after. So I think it's more important to focus on the actual historical events. I don't think books or movies are the source that we should be focused on.
Bro, let me say this. Books and movies is not a source if you're talking about historical accuracy.
I
But
agree.
if we're talking of a conversation, bruh, sometimes we might make up a story as an example. So instead of making up a story, for example, let's play a story that we all seen before so we could save some time and just have something to spark the conversation. I don't think nobody's arguing historical accuracy in all these movies. A lot of these
I
movies is
am.
fictional.
Yes, I am. I'm
That's got to
definitely
be a part of the
if
conversation.
anybody who know me knows that is the problem. I listen to a bunch of dumb ass niggas who ain't read shit try to tell me our history. So when Rilla says, well, what book would it be in? I don't know, because these niggas read the dumb shit out of books. What we talking about? These niggas read this shit out of books. So you know what I'm saying? Like you have to have the desire to want to know the history. And I'm saying niggas would rather repeat this shit than go and start tracking moments, tracking years, looking at real, actual documented history, not nobody's opinion, something documented. I don't think we want that as a community. We like the stories.
But Taz, they just having a conversation about some. I don't think that they're using the movie as historical references. That would be crazy. I don't think that is the case.
They are.
But then
For
the question
example, let me
is,
give you
what
an
are you
example,
doing?
DJ. Let me give you an example. Watch this. When niggas talk about the color purple, nigga, they act like them motherfuckers live for real,
Cut it out,
nigga.
Taz. Nobody
I'm just
invoked.
my nigga. Them niggas, them niggas act like the color purple really happened, nigga. For real, bro.
No, that's in other spaces. Nobody invoked that on this stage.
I ain't gonna lie. When I was young, I thought Roots was real. When I was young, I thought before I come to America, I ain't gonna hold you. I thought Roots was like
There
some
are elements of all that. Taz tweaking. There's elements of all that that's real. Roots and
I think movies
A
like
lot of
Roots
these
can
dudes
be
was
but not in a
valuable
Dr.
in
way.
Huxtable
putting
as
our
they,
story out there.
stepping daddy.
Not in a
How
way
many
that
how many
cats tend to
dudes has
use
said
this
Dr.
in the
Huxtable was
manosphere
they
space.
stepping daddy?
No, that's a
What?
fact. The same way they looked at god doggone Carl Winslow. Yes.
Yeah. That
I
All
want
these
to
was
TV
give
dads. So
Brown
where
because
y'all
Brownie
dads
was
at?
trying to tap in. I want to give Brownie a chance to speak. She has been quiet
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
while.
Oh, what's up, Brownie?
I was saying, that's the reason them niggas was mad when the newest Color Purple just got released a couple years ago. It was stream struck up. That's why they don't like that girl Haley Bailey right now, because she was in the Color Purple. That was the first gripe against her. She was in the Color Purple, and then the shit happened with DDG. Them niggas mad.
I pull that back up, Candy Cane. Who
But
said
see,
that?
sis, even with that though, like certain stories like shouldn't even be touched. If I'm gonna even go with the book in the movie, right? Like recreating it and changing it, it only convolutes the conversation even more. You'll
I
never
got
see
you
a
on bridal.
remake
I'm
of
on mute for
Schindler's
30
List.
minutes. I hope that helps. I'm on mute for 30 minutes.
You'll never see a remake of Schindler's List.
You
won't.
might. You
Because
might.
in its original format, that is what
I
the
mean, I
small
don't know,
hat
because a
community
lot of these
felt
people
was
are
a
turning
good
those
story
movies
to
into
promote. Yeah,
They
my
turn them
fault.
into
like they're turning into
historical
musicals.
references, and they
Yeah,
can't
so
be
you might.
Yeah, they didn't recreate the story. The new Color Purple was a complete remake of the original movie. It was very different. I didn't like
Wasn't it
neither
more like a
one
musical?
personally. No, I'm
Well,
talking
the
about
original Color Purple was a
the
musical
movie.
too.
Yeah. Well, no, the remake movie was a musical. I see what.
Yes, Tiff, you're
I
right.
see
It
what
was
sis is
a
Because they
musical.
did the same thing with The Wizard of Oz. They made it a musical and call it Wicked. Like, so you never know. Schindler's List might just come up as a movie.
That wasn't a remake of The Wizard of Oz, though.
It gave us like a backstory.
Wicked was a very. I had race issues with that, right? Yeah, putting that black woman in there as a green lady, and she wants to change the color of her skin and all of that. Some of these movies can be more problematic than beneficial.
Well, I think it's more symbolic than that, but that's not even the topic. Like, I don't want to get off the topic here. Sorry, that's my bad.
Willie, was you trying to go next? I know you haven't said anything really since you got on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, to that conversation, when I brought up, like, the Souls of Blacks, that is a valuable source of history, right? But it doesn't tell the full story, because 30 years after that, W.E.B. Du Bois is reversing on all of that. So I think what's more valuable is to know the actual history of these people and, you know, how these things played out, more so than a movie or a book.
I'm glad Unc just said this. Chicago, you were in the chat and you posted something, and I wanted to ask you a question on it. And this comment just reminded me of that. Non-select and low self-esteem men run to be stepdads if they under 35. The self-esteem part is what I want to talk about. Somebody, was it you, Chicago, that typed in something about us having low self-esteem? No, that was Coach Ferg. Never mind, my bad. Coach Ferg is not even here. Coach Ferg said that the millennial generation basically started with low self-esteem. And I was really trying to understand where that point came from, because like hearing y'all talk about, you know, the Huxtables and fatherhood and like it teaching you what
I have
good
no
families.
idea why we saying that, and why we having these conversations around non-select and low self-esteem. The cats that want to have seeds and, you know what I'm saying, and raise families, you know, they're positioning. Well, let me say this for me. I got 3 boys. Okay, my 3 boys are positioning themselves. They want to raise family. My son, that my grandma, my grandma, his great grandma, is immediately concerned about him. Like, you ain't rushing in, right? He's very particular, and my youngest son is very particular. 2 of my sons are married. They're very deliberate and particular about bringing a seed into this world because they know what that means. That makes sense. So I don't understand what we talking about, fam.
I think
go ahead, whoever that is.
I think theatrical things can have value, right? They can push a movement forward, push a doctrine forward, but it doesn't.
You said
stop
theatrical?
Yeah. Like, even if you move outside of blacks, right? Even if you're talking about Birth of a Nation, right? That is cited in things that cause. That's cited in things that cause Wilmington burning, right? So I'm saying, even with black people, we can weaponize those same things in a different way. I do think that A Different World was responsible for a lot of black kids looking at the college experience. It's
You're
just
right.
about how you use it. But I think
I wanted that experience when I was young and watching that. It was the reason I went to college. Sure was one of them.
Right, but I think once we get past that,
yeah,
once we get past getting people
this is the
involved,
thing that I tend to agree with
it's
y'all.
the history that matters.
No, Willie, this is the thing that I tend to agree with. Again, Nina Simone said the duty of an artist is to what?
Right.
Reflect.
I'm with you.
Reflect the time.
But it
a lot of what you will hear, and I know Nightish is out of there, but what you
I'm
will
not
hear,
out of there. I'm perfectly woke. Don't do that to me,
my man. No, salute. So, no, I you know, brother. I'm saying a lot of what you hear us talk about is a reflection of the time that
now
we
here we go with
lived
the old
in.
shit.
No, I'm
Chill,
serious.
Nightish, I'm messing with you. Chill.
It's a reflection of the time that we lived in. When we look at the 70s and the 60s, we are absolutely assessing those times, Taz. but we're not taking cues from those times.
The
Right?
problem, though, Rilla, is
Please tell me the problem.
those theatrical things, right, are how people start to
I
preface
think
their
we are
arguments.
taking cues from those times, though.
So that is
And those
okay. So
arguments need to
let's
be
dive
based
into
in
that. What
facts.
will we be taking cues from? Because that's blaxploitation area. Lord Jesus, era.
All of it, Chicago, all of
Yeah.
it.
So we
Yeah.
took
All of it.
cues from what, Nightish? We took cues
So
and emulated
for
that.
example, Run DMC started wearing leather jacket and dive hats. So you had people wearing Lee's leather jacket and dive hats. Somebody said
Nope.
my Adidas and people started wearing Adidas.
No.
No.
We
Oh,
talking
they
about
didn't?
movies.
Rilla. Let him finish, Rilla.
Okay, so let's
No, we
go
talking
with
about
movies.
movies because y'all
Nobody
said
so
theatrical.
nobody cool.
Yeah.
So nobody try to look like Shaft. Nobody try to look like the Mac.
When the
Well,
Nobody
who
try to
did
look
that?
like
movie
No,
came out,
Nightish.
everyone
Nobody
That's what-
had no
wearing
perms. Nobody was walking
No,
around
no.
here with curls in their
No,
hair. Nobody did
Nightish,
none
that's
of
not
these
what I'm
things.
saying. Where did those movies get their cue from? Those movies didn't. Again, the duty of an artist is to reflect the times. So if you tell
Right.
me about Shaft,
No.
then
Chicago, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
I'm saying that art can imitate life,
Mad at no
and then
scrub.
life can imitate art. That's all I'm saying.
I get that
And the
point.
Well,
thing is
let's
this. So what I'm
let's
saying is, so like that lady said, she looked at a different world and that made her want to go to college. Then back then we was wearing what? African medallions because of the
That's a
hip hop
fact.
videos. We started wearing kente cloth
But
and all that other stuff. So when I'm saying these things and people try to diminish it and go, oh no. And I say I agree with both. It was a bunch of coward dudes, and there was a bunch of dudes that was getting locked up and deleted.
So my only issue, Nightish, is the follow through, right? It can't just end with wearing an X cap and going to see the movie. Now you have to have that hunger to go hear the Ballad of the Bullet speech and apply the actual
But that was happening during
historical
that time, though. Chill, Will.
Literally.
That was
So
my
that-
point,
that-
though. I'm saying, yes, there can be a beneficial element of it, but it has to be weaponized very purposefully. And I'll give Spike that with that one movie. Spike has other movies for me that are very problematic. But with the X movie, yeah, I do think it intrigued people to learn more about Malcolm's speeches and be able to know more about his history. If that's how it's being implemented, then nah, I ain't shooting at it. But like, I don't see that coming from like a color purple. I don't see that.
It was some dudes that had some money that was hitting your grandmama upside the head.
See what I'm saying? Nightish, leave my grandmother out of this, man.
Maybe not
Men
your
and women are a real
grandmother.
thing. That's crazy. Shout out April.
But you get my point, though,
and
Nightish.
this one,
It's about the follow.
but chill, Will. This is what I'm saying. The whole conversation has been around up to now, right? About not using movies, right? So that's what I'm saying. The cultural references. I'm saying the cultural references is a reflection of what was going on in real time.
I got you. Here's the other problem with that, right?
The 5% were a real thing.
Hold on, but look. But here's the problem where we can get misdirected. When
Shout out
Black
to Huff
Panther
Lemma.
comes out and we playing Jim Bays
You went
and
way
wearing Pentacloth, and then we find out that Marvel was one of the biggest contributors to the Donald's campaign. Did we do ourselves a favor?
What was it, Marvel or
an
was it
injustice?
Disney?
I think it was Disney, but I'm not sure about the Marvel part of it.
Right. Again, this is why. Go ahead, Nightish. My bad.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, only thing I was gonna say to Miss Candy Cane was that's why I was asking for books, because we're saying, hey, let's not use cinematic references. Okay, cool. I agree with you. Let's not use no documentaries, no movies, no none of that. Right? Let's use books. So now I'm asking for yes
about not using the visuals. I understand what Taz is saying, because he's saying y'all lock into what happens in movies too much, and these movies,
Agreed.
while they star us, they're not written usually by us. You
Agreed.
have white directors with agendas and all of these things that people
Hello,
want to say is
Preminger.
happening
Yeah,
with
I
Hollywood,
agree.
Hollywood, right? I
Look at
understand the
sinners.
point,
Yeah.
but how else would
Sinners.
we get to a point to, huh?
Wall Street Willie said Sinners. I said Otto Preminger. I was talking about Dorothy Dandridge, but go ahead.
How else would we get to the point where like, Taz, give me a better way to show a visualization, right? If I say I want to show an interaction between different generations and how, like, to tie into my whole conversation, this was about multi-generations, right? And each one of the things, each generation, what they may have gone through and how they relate to all of the remaining generations or the generations that came before. So how else would you show that if we aren't supposed to use easily identifiable, easily digestible references?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm dumb. I try to do it with newspapers and things that were actually around, you know, the primaries. So, you know, I mean, I know that's kind of stupid
But
to
see,
do.
I know, no. But,
Like-
see, but you coming from a historian, like, Taz, like, when you do it, I understand why you do
He's
it.
gonna use the defender and everything. Taz, cut it
Yeah,
out, man.
Taz got to cut it the fuck out. Taz, make up your mind, brother. Are you the historian or not?
Nah, bro. Like, no, I'm saying, like, I'm telling the truth though. I think we are, like, if we talk in history, anybody who's not reading an old newspaper, where are they getting that from? Some story they heard. We can't trust that. And all I'm saying is there hasn't been a focus on accuracy for our stories. So while it may be great to see a movie set in the 1870s, I might not like it because it's inaccurate. We need accuracy. We don't need
here's the difference. I'm not going back to 1870. I'm going back to, like, the movie we're showing is what, from the 50s or 60s. The
Yeah,
people
something
who
like
I
that.
can go to for a reference on the accuracy of this are still alive today.
Yeah.
What's the Dorothy Dandridge movie, Carmen?
The accuracy on what? Because I'm saying, and you know, somebody can get mad, whatever. You talking about accuracy from uneducated niggas?
Yes.
Partially.
And
And
the
I'm
majority of
saying,
us,
I'm saying the dumb shit they tell you can be debunked a lot of times.
yeah. And I'm saying the majority of us is dumb motherfuckers. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but we ain't gotta be dumb though.
Right.
We don't have to listen to these old stories and take them verbatim. We can actually look into some of these things and start to understand that maybe it is just urban legend, story passed down. This is what people have always believed, and it wasn't challenged.
Right. So do you disagree that W.B. Du Bois' problem with the talented 10th is that they abandoned their people? They went and got educated, got their money, and they said, fuck, excuse me, F them people.
No, I don't agree with that. There's a lot with that talented 10th issue, but again, I think if you're talking to just regular people, like, how do you feel about
I'm talking to
W.E.B.
you.
Boyd? Right. And I'm saying I can sit here and give you a 2-hour conversation based on history. How else we gonna get it?
So the D9 is not the bourgeoisie. They are not engaged.
That's not the
and
conversation.
Just to respond, historically speaking, no. They would be your original voice. They would be part of your original voice. Now they're the bootleg because niggas done made it.
Yeah.
What we talking about?
Oh, I got questions for you, Tay.
And the problem is,
I'm just
without
saying, man,
understanding-
no, you right. I just
The
got
problem
questions.
is,
I'm saying
without
my own
understanding
curiosity.
that
I got
WEB
questions now.
went to Fisk, right? A
Yeah.
black university, without understanding that there was the whole massacre in Atlanta, right? And his wife wanted him to get up out of there. You can't even put that book about the souls of blacks in the context, right? 'Cause
Wait,
you
what
do have
happened
to
in
understand
Atlanta?
At the end of all of that, what's not written in that book is WEB made an about face on that. He had a
It's
very
about 1906, I think.
he had a very different opinion. You get what I'm saying? when he
The
passed.
massacre in Atlanta. That was where did that occur, Taz?
1906.
No,
In
I'm
Atlanta.
saying not when, but where. Is that Auburn
You
Ave?
just
Is
said
that
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
You just said
I don't
Atlanta.
know.
No.
I can't do the greater Atlanta with you.
Okay,
though.
thank you. I'm
Yeah,
asking
I
specific.
know what you mean, but I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, brother.
Okay, so what about this question that's on the screen?
Okay.
We have to look into who writes the news, who
Yes.
writes the history.
Yeah.
That's right, the victors. If you're reading that, could that be hearsay too? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
No, I don't agree.
Because you got
This
the
is-
Chicago Defender and the Atlanta. Oh, damn,
That's what people have said, and again, this is why I hate dumbass niggas movie watching motherfuckers, because that's what they'll say to prevent from reading. No, I'm just telling you the real. That's how they prevent reading. That's how they say, well, don't read nothing. Don't read the actual history. Take this fucking story I'm about to tell you. Believe me when I tell you this story that I don't have a source for. That's where that comes from.
What's
So
more
to the
beneficial
victors,
is
the
going through
spoils
that
don't
history
go.
with a fine tooth comb.
No, not in history. No, that again, these are talking points. If we talk in reality, we've told our own history. Black people told our history. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to see it?
No, Chicago. I literally watched Taz channel, and I literally watched the stuff that he
Me too.
shows. So when he says this stuff right here, he goes wacko because that's his thing, that's his niche. I just let him rock out. Fucking.
How am I doing wacko?
No, you Gucci.
I don't think that you're going wacko. I will say though, for the purpose, like I get it, Taz. The only way that I know how to show a depiction, and I'm telling you, like the story that I show with the fences, while it's not the exact story of my family, I can relate to it because of the
Yes.
accurate storytelling from the person still alive to tell the story, and it related to that. That's why I
Yes.
showed it. And I
Yeah,
think
but when we
other
deal with that conversation from an aspect of it all being hearsay, you got to understand there were Rayford Logans at that time who were combing through that information to give us our truth, right? So it's not all hearsay. There were black people that were literally putting in work then. And shout out to my man Taz for
Yeah,
putting
you
in work now.
undermine the work of Ida B. Wells and many other black journalists
right,
when you say
right.
shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because I'm not saying
That's
go
why I
grab
said
any
Chicago
white.
Defender.
Yeah, I ain't saying go grab any white newspaper and repeat what's in it, but don't undermine newspapers.
Correct.
And there's
lot of
one in
those
Detroit. I
newspapers
forget
were
the
black.
Detroit. I think it's Detroit Free Press. And then I forget. I think Atlanta. It's Atlanta Voice or something like that. But those are the three that I know because those are the three cities that I've lived in.
Rilla,
And
Alexander
I'm familiar with.
Manley wrote an editorial that facilitated Wilmington burning. We did have our
Reese
own
Cup, cut
newspapers.
that
We
out.
were telling our own history.
Leave Reese alone.
I bet you don't know what was in that editorial though, little nigga.
He said, yeah, you white boys coming down to our communities, right? Like patronizing it. Come on,
No,
Dad.
no, nigga, no. Just a quick historical record. Wilmington burned because that man actually had the audacity to tell a white woman, "We don't want y'all."
Hey, wait. Was this the
And
whole
audacity, you white boys
1919? The summer.
claiming
The
we
summer.
want them.
No, this
Coming here to buy our women.
This
Yeah, that's
1896.
It's not the summer of red. Okay.
No, this is 1896.
Okay.
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Actual coup in U.S. history. They ran black politicians up out of the state. I'm saying
No. Listen, Willie, we was cowards and we was scared and we never revolted and we never fought back.
That's a bad
None of this
argument.
other bullshit.
Not never. But them 50s niggas was soft. I ain't gonna say never, but them 50s niggas was soft. Let's get to it, bro.
No. I understand about when they got into the heroin and needed methadone and all that. Listen, I look at the damn channel, brother. Come on, cut it out.
Wait, who was
I got smoke for niggas like Neely Fuller. I don't like niggas like that. Like niggas who was there back then come back now and tell us we ain't shit, we weak. We're appear to be weak because when you were our age, you ain't do shit.
Yeah.
You didn't do nothing. So now you come back and tell us white supremacy has its foot on your neck and you'll never be shit. Why? Because you ain't shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of fucked up, bro. That's why
but Taz, when you let me ask you this though. When you assess, right? Especially when you doing the coverage on the Carmelo Anthony case, man. Like I don't have no like I can't disagree too much.
What do you? Okay, so Chicago, what do you agree with then?
Yeah, the very fact that some people I would just not want to live in community with, fam. The idea that
Wait, do you
You're
understand
saying it
that
about
four?
Carmelo?
Do you understand it was more than just the two brothers? There was like four people trying to jump on that man.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, all of that. Shout out to Stanley. Yeah, all of that.
No, not shout out to Stan
No,
Shit.
cut it
Let
out.
Stan Shit
Shout out to
rest in her
Gas Man.
femininity.
Yeah, shout out to
Rilla, you don't think
Gas
it's
Man.
gross how hard certain black men are going
I just
to
think
bury
it's.
that boy? You don't
I
think
think
that's
I
gross?
think we have, man. Listen, shout out to New Era Detroit, right? I look at some of where we have regressed as black men. I look at some of the stances that Taz takes, and Nightish is right. I'm over there too. And Witch Doctor, no, like I admire his commentary too, regardless of what.
Can I say this one thing
Yes,
before I
sir.
did, bro? Because of this space, like a red pill manosphere space, a lot of dudes in this space got conservative views, right?
Facts.
And with that being said, a lot of dudes say shit so they could get cool points with other conservative people, i.e.,
Oh.
I'm not
And you ain't
like the
calling
rest
none
of
of that
them.
out, Rilla.
Who? They,
No,
they like,
but
I'm not-
no. But I'm
wait,
saying
wait,
Doc
wait,
is
let
not
me
with
just
none
finish.
of
Let me
that.
just say
Let
this
him
because I'm
finish,
about to
Willie.
slide, right?
Yeah,
A
salute.
lot of
Doc.
black people, every time an issue with black people arise, they try to take the side of, oh, I'm not like the rest of them. So they don't even try to give their own kind a chance. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. Like, I'm actually about to talk about some of that shit probably sometime later on this week. But that shit is crazy because no other race of people be doing no shit like that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
They go from making arguments for Mr. Chow, right, about him being overcharged and it was
Nah, you
okay
ain't hear what Doc
that he
say.
beat
And if
that
you really
cage.
listen to Doc say, hey man, I ain't standing in y'all way. Whatever y'all got going on with that FBA and this, that, and the third, wooty woo, just understand my position, fam. Right? And so that's what I'm saying for Doc. I always agree. He's always willing to have the conversation from a genuine perspective. And it's just annoying to me how many underread. Oh my God, I'm just squeezing my eyeballs out right now, man. How many people? And I'm saying,
Yo,
man,
Rilla, we was just in observation of that happening, Rilla.
mindless.
We just watched it.
Yo. Oh yeah.
I ain't gonna go there, but you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
I don't want to name nobody else's channel, but salute to you, Doc. Salute to you, Doc. I'll be over there in a second, man. Salute to Taz always, because fam always bringing it. And salute to Candy Cane. Candy Cane is a gem. A gem.
Well, thank you, Chicago.
No, seriously,
trying
you
to
are
figure these
absolutely a gem.
panels.
No, Chicago. I'm trying to figure out some kind of way to kick Taz behind for saying goofy stuff to me today. My feelings was hurt. So I'm trying to figure out some kind of way to come
you
over
just
there
ain't
and
like
say
what he
some
said
mean.
about fences.
No.
and
I'm
James Earl
gonna come
Jones.
over there and find some mean ways to say some mean shit about him too.
You must have been cooning.
No, Taz do the pre-recordeds now. It's hard to catch him on the.
I'll catch him live one day.
Yeah, because he do the pre-recordeds.
I go live in the mornings now, though. I be live in the morning, but not in the evening too much.
Nah, I'll be peeping it, fam. I'll be peeping it, man.
I did not like it. I did not like what just happened to me. Go ahead, sir.
So, Rilla, let me ask you: is there more of an interest in knowing our accurate history, or
wait? Say it again.
Is there more of an interest, right, in these YouTube spaces in learning our actual history as opposed to just having uninformed comments on current
Man,
issues?
y'all beat me down so much, man. I'm Nightish know my heart. I'm for my people, and I am a hopeless diehard for my people.
This ain't on you, big bro. I know.
But look, this is what I'm saying though, y'all. I think most black people think they already know history. That's why there's no need to
I
continue to study and look for new and things you haven't heard, because it seems like most black people think they already know.
That's crazy talk.
Having
Taz.
done no studies.
Yo, Taz, let me tell you, for me personally, I'm saying I'm so into it. I'm hooked on estate sales right now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
When I go to estate sales, it's almost like I'm a steward of that. I consider myself an archivist, right? So it's not just about collecting Black art. When I go, I'm specifically looking for vinyl, art, and books. Right? Those are the three things that I'm looking for. And you could tell a lot about a person by their library. You understand what I'm saying? And, oh my gosh,
As
man.
I want you to take a look. Beige Lives Matters is asking to get out, get unblocked on your channel.
Beige Lives Matter.
Yes, they said one of your hating ass groupies in your chat blocked me for preaching the gospel. I think they want to be.
That was
Yeah, I
me.
wonder. I mean, every now and then they're sneak and block a motherfucker. They ain't really supposed to be blocking nobody, but I'll unblock you.
No, keep him blocked. And Stanshi,
a
you still
dude?
my daughter.
That's a man.
And I'm actually
Beige
going
Lives
to be
Matter.
ending the stream, y'all, here
Okay.
shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
really
ma'am.
appreciate everybody coming up, giving your perspectives. Even if we don't agree and don't see eye to eye, I will always tell you, like, I like hearing your whys. And I thought, like, this whole conversation, the reason we're here today to talk about this topic was because I had a conversation over the weekend with a friend of mine who is a Gen Xer, and she has Gen Z kids, and she was just talking about how, they worried about raising their kids and not doing enough for the kids, and like all of the fears that come with, being a parent, raising your kids and trying to do the best you can with what you had, and then turning around and you look at these kids today and they have so many complaints of still what you didn't do right. It's like, I don't know. It just I just thought that it would make sense to kind of have a conversation with
From them not knowing
Satan.
their true history. It becomes easy for them to
but
look at different, Black leaders and say, "Oh,
no
I got a
chill
beef
will.
with
That's
him. He
on
sold
us.
us out."
If you listen to what Candy just said, and I don't know if you Gen X or a late millennial, but I'm just saying as a Gen X, I take all that on the chin.
But no, she's not
That
talking
is
about
a
us, though.
gripping fear for me, Miss Candy Cane.
But she wasn't talking about us, right? She
No.
referred to the
She was
kids.
saying about a conversation she was having with Gen Xers, and they're in the way that they're raising their children and their concerns. And what I'm saying is, like, I think Gen X, we on deck. So you can't, if you Gen X, you can't sit up there and say, "Oh, it's the boomers' fault. Oh, it's the
I
silent
think a
generation fault."
failure of
I
our
agree
generation to
with that,
teach
Willa.
the
Yeah, you
real.
gotta accept that on the chin.
I
And
think a
Taz, when
failure
I
of our
said that,
generation to teach real history to our kids allows
all
them
that, I hear
to
you, and all of
demonize
that.
some of our greatest
And
leaders.
all of that. And when I said that, there's another gentleman that Taz had a whole argument with. That's a founding minister person that said otherwise, right? That Generation X is not to blame.
But here's the thing, Chicago, and I hope you understand what you said and what Candy Cane said. Gen X even give a fuck. Silent generation wouldn't even have this conversation. They would tell you shut the fuck up.
You 1000%.
So,
you right.
so Gen
Stay in a
X,
child's place.
the
You
fact
right.
that Gen X is
You
saying
right.
that they're concerned about what their kids think is concern.
Agreed.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying from the get-go. It is a completely different thing, and sometimes it be conflation. Now, the boomers was the spoiled ones. My boomer aunties and uncles don't care nothing about this. They think we talk too much. They if they heard this conversation right here, oh, y'all crying.
Yeah, because you're supposed
And
to
they
stay in
the
a child's
spoiled
place.
ones.
Yeah, a child, you supposed to be seen and not heard. You're right. You're right.
I can't really consider Black.
So
women
shout out to my
spoiled.
daughter Stan She for being in the chat, trying to have a whole conversation with me that I'm not gonna have because I'm on Candy Cane channel.
I'm just saying,
shout
if
out
we
to everybody
had,
else.
if we
Thank you,
had a
Candy Cane. I'm gonna
better
drop down there. Hey,
understanding
salute
of
to
our
y'all. I love
history,
y'all, fam. Salute all
Yeah,
y'all, man.
y'all
For real, for
great. I
real.
love all of
Please
y'all.
come back.
Yes.
Appreciate you coming through for sure.
Sir Brock, I'm holler.
Hey, Nightish, the next time I drop that link, I expect you to be there trying to argue with me about this motherfucking history. Yeah, I know.
Don't
Where
get
would he?
quiet now.
He dropped. He dropped. Nightish. I know you heard that, Nightish. You got a personal challenge issued to you.
Nightish ain't coming over there, man.
Nah, he be there. I be seeing him in the chat, but he ain't. That nigga ain't trying to argue no history for real. I had that. See, I know he know better. Like it sound good.
I agree.
think we kind of be on repeat. But nigga, I ain't saying nothing. I can't show you a lot of our history ain't as pretty as we like to dress it up. I just say it like that.
Anybody want to start the final words? Tiff, Brownie,
Hell
Willie.
no, we in the building. What are we doing? Why we gotta leave?
Well,
you trying to get this party started? We trying to turn up on a Monday?
Y'all hit
Is
the
it?
cash app. $ Candy Cane Lane. Show support.
Are you taking my
see, the
baby?
conversation kind of has twisted and turned a few different ways. And again, like, I mean, what do you think about the multi-generational divide? That's what I'll call it, divide. Because right now, like, my whole point was Gen Alpha and Gen Z are rejecting pretty much everything that the older generations live by. The traditionalism, the going to work, working 80 hours or 40 hours or however many hours to make money to pay the bills, like they're doing gig work. It's like they feel like we gave too much into the system. We played into the matrix and they want to burn it down.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the sentiment, but I just, like, at the same time that they're saying all of this, they're living off of their Gen X and Boomer family members and millennials.
Can I say
So,
something
like,
to that? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think when it comes to things like that, when generational things, the boomers were a very greedy generation. And the things that are happening now come from things that happened down the line. Like, these aren't things that were created in the 90s. A lot of this stuff was written in history and predetermined back then. And then, so, like, you have your children, like the boomers, they got their kids. And then they got their kids. And now houses cost crazy amounts of money when they was paying $5,000 for a house. We gotta pay $500,000 for a house. Like, so the way they kind of screwed, they didn't have the future generations in mind to make sure that things went and operated a certain type of way. Now, like everything was better back then, and now we enter in late stage capitalism, and everything sucks. And they were living in such a time where there was abundance, and they put those same expectations to succeed on their kids that they had, but they did less for more.
I can't put all that smut on Gen X's, though. I think it's the focus on certain portions of history, right? Like, even when Rilla brought up books, another one of those books is They Came Before Columbus, right? So sometimes those books can create goofy ass arguments that people build off of, right? So I did have to come to the conclusion that, more direct focus on our actual history is kind of what our future generations are missing. That's why they demonize Malcolm. That's why they demonize W.E.B. Because they don't really know the history. They don't know W.E.B. had to run back to Atlanta to go get his family. He ain't even know if they was alive because there was a massacre going on. If you understand those things, then you can understand the context of how those leaders were operating. And a book just ain't going to give you... Books are valuable. You know what I mean? I'm not a diplomaphobe, right? Books are valuable. But there does need to be more of a focus on our actual history. Because once you really start to look at that, for me, a lot of other things make sense. You could even bring it all the way up to the Carmelo trial. A lot of stuff starts to make sense when you really understand the factual history.
Y'all talking like Carmelo already been like found guilty or some shit.
And That's how the streets got me feeling, man. I'm riding for the law.
God damn. Let's wait on the verdict, man. I don't even think he got a bad case right now. Niggas done already crashed out, said it's over, gave up.
Yeah.
Went and got the rope. Like, damn.
I haven't even spoken on the whole Carmelo thing because I don't like the fact, I don't think that this was a race-based thing. I think this was kids involved in this issue, and I think the world wants to make it a black versus white thing. Even though there were two different races of people involved, I don't think that he stabbed him because he was white. That's why I'm saying the whole Gen Z they will tell you they don't even see color and race the same way the older generations do. They blame us for racism. They say we're the ones that keep it alive and keep it going because we focus everything on race. And so
That's because they don't know their history.
That's what they say. Listen, I done had conversations with a few different. I'm not even just talking blacks. I'm talking black, Latino, and white Gen Zers. So I haven't really said too much on this case because I want to see it play out and see what happens with it. I don't even know all of the details because I kind of half-heartedly followed it. It really makes me sad because at the end of the day, I look at it like, I'm not looking at it like, yeah, the black guy got punked by the white guy and so he killed him, like some of these people I hear are celebrating that. I'm like, y'all do realize that we're talking about children, right? Like, we're still talking about kids. I'm never going to celebrate the death of a child for any reason like that. So it was kind of like I've had to kind of check out of some of these conversations because I think they're using these children as stand-in avatars for them fighting Whitey, and that's not what this was.
Damn.
That's
I can't
valid
go back
point.
against that. That's a fact.
Right.
That's a fact.
Valid point.
All right, Candy, I'm gonna leave, man, because I'm like shit. I was gonna start a stream from here and everything. We're gonna get locked in, but it's cool. I'll go ahead and leave. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night, Taz. Please come back and appreciate you coming through
no doubt.
as always.
For sure.
Hey, Stanley.
Man, F Taz.
Hey there.
That's my big bro.
The specific reason I came up here was to talk about this generational argument is literally about feelings. Kids have been, kind of talking about, the bad things or the failures of the previous generations. Yeah. But the one thing because I think it's a canard, and I honestly think that black millennials acting like the only thing that their black parents or grandparents had in common with white boomers is the age. Black people back in those days did not have the economic power, the political power, the social power. Most of the boomer generation, black people, in that age cohort, they lived in Jim Crow. So it literally is sheer ignorance, in my opinion.
I agree.
Hearing millennials talk about, the boomers. No. Generational wealth in 2026 in the whole of the black demographic versus the white demographic, 10 times smaller. What money should we be giving? And I'm not a boomer, but I'm at 1965, so I'm right on the edge. What money? 10 times less wealthy. The only coincidence is that black boomers are the same age as the white boomers. And let me tell you one other thing. Cannot remember the name of the author. Wrote a book about boomers and all the failures and stuff. In his preface, he literally says, I'm not talking about black people. It's a white author saying black people
had a different
in that age cohort. No, they weren't controlling America. They didn't have the economic, the social, the political power. So in a way, the argument that the Gen Zers want to go, well, boomers or Gen X invented racism. Go back and read your Constitution. Okay, we did not invent racism. The country's fundamentally racist from its Constitution on up. So people like DeSantis who want to talk about patriotic education and all this silliness, it's black erasure. And I'm not even like what you would call a black radical or anything like that, but it's black erasure. They do not want American history taught the way it should be.
Correct.
And millennials who want to talk about, the boomers did this and they didn't give us money. Black people really, and Willie, I know you and I have had our differences, but not on this.
We on the same side.
Black people are the conscience of America. We owe it to ourselves, just to ourselves, to be smarter than these DeSantises and Trumps of the world.
So Stanley,
we need to hold on one sec. We need to know American history better than anyone because we have suffered.
Question.
We have suffered because of it. All of it.
Mm-hmm.
When America catches a cold, black people catch the flu. So I'm done with my little soliloquy. Sorry for taking up so much time, but I'm kind of, kind of a centrist politically, but I believe strongly in this because of the way I was raised. Black people need to know American history and black history because black history is American history and vice versa.
Agreed.
We need to learn how to read books.
Do you think, Stanley, that the benefit in our children not knowing the actual factuals of black history and having to get some of that history from Color Purple, right, creates the arguments
Alice
that
Walker
they're using
is not
now?
a historian.
Right? No, I get that. I get that. I'm saying, do you think that leads to a lot of misguided millennials making the arguments they're making now?
You know what? I think it's literally the American education system. Now, let me tell you a little bit about how I grew up. I went to the proverbial, I went to the proverbial Catholic schools. I was high academic, mostly white. The only reason I know as much as I do and where I got the appetite for it was my mother, who was a history buff. I learned more about black history through high school than I ever did at school because they didn't teach it. Black history starts at home because American schools will not teach it. And I didn't even go to public schools.
That's partially true and partially not though. Because like we were talking the other day, 18th and I in Chicago, there was a focus to like the teachers individually themselves chose to teach the history. So like there was in the time when we were growing up and going through school, there was a high pro-black history, Pan-Africanism. Like they taught us that in school.
Can I get your point?
Where? I never learned that in school.
Hold on.
I learned that from my parents.
I get your point, but Chicago is not Black America. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and it's a whole nother show about where the locus of Black culture is. It's not in Chicago. So I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm glad you had a good experience. But in the South, in Florida, where they literally had a problem with AP African American Studies, you were lucky growing up in Chicago. Most Black people live in the South.
Yeah,
I agree. I think a lot of the Black history that they do teach is extremely watered down and biased and framed in a certain manner. Like even now, like I saw something a couple of years ago where they changed slaves to indentured servants.
that's a newer thing though. They're intentionally doing that.
But they've been intentionally doing it. It's been intentionally being switched and watered down and changed over time.
And it's been effective.
Well,
I think
look,
that's where a lot of the arguments that our younger generations are making are coming from. A lack
they
of
don't
knowledge.
look. They can barely read. Look, my son turned 20 today, and this dude took like all kinds of AP history and English courses and stuff. He's at a really good university right now. I think that motherfucker. Sorry. I think that young man is illiterate. He made all A's in English and stuff, but he's illiterate. And I'm being a little hyperbolic, but
Break it
they
down.
don't even they don't teach English like they did even to Gen X. They don't read whole books. If you go online, there are Harvard professors say that, hey, kids coming into Harvard aren't good readers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's supposed to be the elite of the elite. It all starts at home. And look, if we, and this is all kinds of
Well, they
different
do say
shows.
if you want to go back to school, the time is now, because they said it's easy. And I think that's
Look,
kind of sad.
I think the most important thing we can teach our kids is learning doesn't stop even in college. You always have to be reading, because history stuff, you'll read somebody like a Gerald Horne, and there's stuff in 2026 that we know that we didn't know 30, 40 years ago. Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, Annette Gordon Reed wrote the Hemingses of Monticello, and all these old school, like venerated white historians were just like castigating the woman. Like, oh, you went too far. 2 years later, she literally was absolved because of genetics. When she wrote the book, she just did it through history and records and talking to people. She was proven right by science. Had it not been for the science, it would still be controversial. No one doubts that Sally Hemings and Jefferson, produced kids. No one does. The first person to do it was a Black historian from Houston, Texas, with who's a lawyer and a PhD historian teaching at Harvard right now. Won Pulitzer Prizes. She is a venerated historian. Doesn't matter black or white. She broke ground, and she didn't even need science to do it. She just followed the clues. All I'm saying is that, well, my point is there's new history learned all the time. So stop. Your grandpa's history is not 2026 history.
I was
So
gonna say,
that's my
Sting,
point. I'll land here.
I'm from Virginia, and
Good for you.
specifically tying into your story that you were talking about with the time, like with the Jeffersons. I am from, like, I worked at the McDonald's across from where George Washington grew up.
Oh, really?
So
From Mount Vernon.
yeah, so like, yeah, in that area.
Well,
So
I'm
when you
very
meet a white,
familiar with Northern Virginia. I lived up there. You know where Warren County is, in the Front Royal area? I lived up in the mountains for almost 20 years. So I know Fairfax County and all those. Yeah, I know it well. My son was born in Fairfax.
okay. So like in my town, like when you meet a Black Washington, like those are descendants of George Washington. Like no,
Yep.
so like that history with the Jeffersons, like we knew that the Black people out there that last name was Jefferson, like we knew, but official history would be like, oh no, like white people didn't want to include them; they were excluding them on purpose. And even though that was Black knowledge and history there, because it run deep,
Well,
the white
at
people want
this
to acknowledge.
point, I'm really not even talking race here, but I think we owe it to our black children. And me with, y'all know my story. His mother died when he was 7. So, I pretty much raised him on my own with help from my family, of course. But
Hold on, Stanley.
you
Before you
owe it,
continue,
you
I just
owe
want
it to your kids.
I want to
to
say good night to you
not.
all. I
Good
gotta
night,
go.
Yes, ma'am.
twin.
I'm
Good
so
night.
Thank you.
sorry. Candy,
Okay.
I did not mean to go this far, but I'm passionate about this history stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of people who are passionate about it. I get it. I do.
Right.
Good night, Candy. I'm gonna let you go about your
So
night.
I'll say good night too. I know you need to get out of here, but I'm glad you let me come up and kind of speak my piece. I think the generational argument is really it's let the white people do that generational stuff. Black people did not have the kind of power or generational wealth. My father is 83. Shoot, I was born in 65. That's pretty much when Jim Crow ended. So what generational wealth, what money, what are
See,
these kids
and I think
talking
we'll
about?
have to save that for a part 2 because I've definitely heard the kids say that's part of the problem. Like they're not empathetic for the fact that there was a wage gap and systemic racism and redlining and all of that. They're looking
Well,
at it
that's because
today
they're
like,
not taught it. They're literally not taught it.
yeah.
And apparently their parents aren't talking about it either. I'm way elder Gen X. And look, and it is a part 2, but it is so funny to hear my 83-year-old father who grew up in Adel, Georgia, in the middle of Jim Crow. Tell my son, look, where you're going to college, the only way a black man could have been there was pushing a broom. My father is awesome. So the 20-year-old hears the 83-year-old granddaddy. That's what I call him. I call him daddy. He calls him granddaddy. Granddaddy's telling you the truth. And thank God my father is around to talk to my son, his pure grandson. Don't, the generational stuff, but this is generation to generation. So we need more of that if it's possible. History books, these millennials are being miseducated by these public schools and just the school system in general. And the white kids are too. White kids don't know this stuff. That's why they're talking boomers too. So anyway, you're right. It's a second show. Let me know when you want to talk this stuff and I'll be happy to come up.
I definitely will. I might go live again before the weekend, so it'll probably be
Okay.
another one of these pop-up afternoon.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think this worked out. It was a good show, and people got the opportunity to come through who would normally not, because it's the weekend. But I
Yes,
definitely
ma'am.
think there may be a part 2 to this, and I don't know if you want to do it as a simulcast or whatever, co-host it.
We can do that.
Yeah.
But let me know because I kind of plan out these daily shows. But yeah, I think it's a conversation worth having. And I was really impressed with Taz. Look, he takes history seriously, and all black people should, in my opinion. Just my opinion. All black adults, not the kids so much.
Yeah. Understandable.
So anyway, ma'am, I totally appreciate it. Enjoyed talking to you and the guests. And let me know. I will definitely be interested in talking about it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for
see
coming
you.
through. Appreciate it. You
Yes,
are a
ma'am.
gem as well as always, Stanley.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I just want to say to everybody out there, I appreciate each and every single person that came through, everybody that hit the panel, everybody who hit the chat from every side, Tiff's side, DJ's side. I think it was a good discussion. I appreciate, everybody being willing to, state their opinion, whether, you were on, whether you agreed or not with the points or questions that were being asked. So I just wanted to start there. I do agree that there may be a level of grace that we might need to have with some of our older generation, understanding that they did not have the resources that we have today. And when I say we, I'm specifically speaking millennial and younger, especially when it comes to mental health. This is Men's Mental Health Month. And in fact, the stream is going to redirect over to DJs afterwards because he's doing a stream on Does Men's Mental Health Matter? And when we talk about like not having grace for granddad, not having grace for fathers who were out here in the world dealing with what they were dealing with, I do think there is a level of truth to that. However, I do also want to keep in mind that not to do the oppression Olympics, but grandma was going through the same thing. Maybe not to the extent that she was being called boy, right, by grown men, as being a grown man. I don't know. I feel like it helps to have these talks, in my opinion, because it gives a different perspective and allows us to humanize the people that we don't understand. We don't always understand. I hope that makes sense. Like I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking back to my, like the conversation. I'm going to go back and talk to my uncle. Like I told you, my uncle, like he really, I love him to death. And he has an issue. I think there's a big father wound there. And this is not a single family, like single mother thing. Like, dude, I come from a line of 2-parent households all the way down. My grandma, my great grandma, my mama. 2-parent households, live with the husband in the house, but you can be the man in the house and still leave a void in your children. And I want people to take that as the takeaway from this. Like the emotional things, while you may feel like your leadership, leaders don't need to be emotional, you still have to protect the mental health and the emotions of your children. And I want that to be what we do going forward as a community. I'm not saying this so that we overcompensate. I'm just saying give a damn, care, like take it into some level of consideration. And I think if you can find the balance in that, that would be great. I know we're not perfect. We're all flawed, so we're all going to make mistakes. But just keep that in mind when you're talking to your kids. You can love them down, but if you're beating them down throughout the love, then do you think that they really understand that? And then what sort of generational curse, what are you creating as you take the outside world's abuse and pass it on to your family? That's it. That's all I'm saying. So my last thing to you all is this. What is for me is for me. And there's not a soul on this earth that can take away a single blessing that I have earned. And I want y'all to remember that as you go out into the world. No matter who aligns themselves to be the weapon formed against you, you shall prosper. Good night, y'all. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Dr.